Prologue. Sunday, October 16th, 2016, Miami Beach, Florida. Lee Riker, or Leland, the name given him by his late parents, shut off the Shelby Baja's 6.2-liter V8 and clicked out of his seatbelt. Elbowing his door open, he was assaulted by 85-degree air, heavy with humidity and the sweet smell of freshly watered flowers growing around palm trees fronting the Best Buy store. Without a second glance at his new, shiny metallic blue Ford, Riker set the pickup's alarm and pocketed the keyless fob. As Riker strode across the half-full parking lot, he took in his surroundings. A steady flow of vehicles filed by on a nearby 6-lane. The one-level building closest to the busy boulevard was occupied by a pizza place and liquor store. Only a handful of people roamed the sidewalks bordering the parking lot. The Best Buy dead ahead of him was basically a rectangle of mirrored glass framed by faux stacked stone the color of coffee ruined with creamer. Perched high on the corner of the building was the easily identifiable blue and yellow sign. The set of mirrored double doors reflected Riker's likeness back at him as he stepped to the low curb fronting the store. As the automatic doors parted, sunlight caught the titanium and carbon fiber prosthesis fitted to the distal nub of scar tissue roughly 6 inches below Riker's left knee. Designed and fitted for him by a prosthetic specialty store outside the Beltway in D.C., the high-tech item shod in a black Solomon hiker was not the only thing he had earned driving high-level brass around in armored SUVs during his short deployment to Iraq. He also lived daily with a low-grade headache, the byproduct of the closed head injury brought on by the same IED that stole his leg and killed everyone aboard his Land Cruiser that awful day many years ago. Stepping inside the Best Buy, Riker removed his wraparound Oakleys. Slipping his sunglasses into the breast pocket of his black and gray Tommy Bahama shirt, he performed a quick visual recon of the store's interior. The air inside the high-ceiling building was cool and still. Riker smelled the faint odor of electronic components discharging heat, which didn't surprise him. Much like every Best Buy store he'd ever set foot in, this place featured the ubiquitous rear wall plastered with enough flat-panel televisions to give the jumbotrons ringing the Times Square pedestrian plaza a run for their money. Close in was a maze-like area dedicated to smartphones and every must-have accessory made for them. Swinging his gaze right, Riker saw an assemblage of waist-high desks on which dozens of laptops and tower computers sat. The former were hinged open, while the latter were tethered to flat-panel monitors much larger than anything he had ever seen connected to a computer. Trying hard to compete with their big brothers on the back wall, all of the computer's displays in the section were lit up and beckoned with brightly hued landscapes or 4K video clips meant to show off their high-resolution capabilities. Riker shook his head. So much visual bait in one place. The store was busy with shoppers. Young men and women in cobalt blue shirts stalked them about the aisles. Other employees stood before glass counters full of shiny new electronic gadgets that, until recently, orbited well outside of Riker's price range. Only explanation he could think of for the brisk pace of business the place was enjoying at 11 o'clock on a Sunday was that maybe people in this city weren't the church-going type. Or, more likely, there was some kind of a can't-miss sale happening. Whatever the case, the majority of shoppers in the store were all of a sudden making their way to the phalanx of televisions on the back wall, where a dozen or so were already congregated. Ignoring the low murmur of voices and the urge to go see what was so important on the televisions that it was dragging people from all around like bugs to the zapper, Riker took 2 long strides toward the smartphone department, entered the warren of display cases, and cleared his throat to get a nearby clerk's attention. At 6'4", Riker towered over the average-sized 20-something. In fact, he stood head and shoulders above most everyone. The kid was seated on a stool behind the counter. Seeing Riker, he straightened up and tilted his head back to make eye contact. As he did so, One hand shot up to push the wire frame glasses back to their perch on the bridge of his nose. "How can I help you?" asked the kid, whose name tag read Chad. "I'm looking to finally ditch my old phone and get something new," Riker said. Flashing a nervous half-smile, Chad said, "You looking to surf the web mainly? You text a lot? You want to watch Netflix on it?" Riker tilted his head and shot the clerk a questioning look. "Oh, drilled it down too deep for you." Chad swallowed hard. "Did you have an iPhone or Android before? Or are you a Samsung guy?" He said Samsung as if the word tasted bad crossing his tongue. Riker simply stared at the kid. Rising from the stool, Chad asked, "What are you moving up from?" "Flip phone to something new," Riker answered, no emotion in his tone. "Well, I'm an Apple guy," declared Chad. "An early adopter at that." He smiled at Riker as if he was expecting the obviously tech-challenged customer to bow at the altar of Jobs. "Sure," Riker said, sounding bored. "I'm easy like a Sunday morning." Riker's quip drew a funny look, which quickly dissipated as Chad leaned over and worked a key in the lock securing the sliding doors in the back of the case. While Chad was moving things around in the case, Riker studied the crowd gathered along Television Row. He watched the press of bodies until his attention was dragged back to the transaction at hand by Chad placing an overly packaged white box bearing the Apple logo on the glass before him. "This is the new iPhone 7. It dropped in September. It's your lucky day because we just got more in. It'll do everything but your dishes," promised Chad. "And I'm sure someone's already developing an app for that." Geek humor flying way over his head, Riker asked, "How much?" $600 to $900. All depends on how much memory you want." "This one?" said Riker, stabbing his finger at the box. "How much is this one?" "It's the 128-gigabyte model. You're looking at $869. "For a phone?" "It's like a computer in your palm. Unlocks with your fingerprint." He paused and watched as Riker studied the box. "It's the Ferrari of smartphones," he pressed, the hard sell in full effect. "Makes your old phone look like a Model T." Sounding skeptical, Riker asked, "How's the setup? Pretty easy?" "You hook it to your computer and follow the directions, or you can do it over Wi-Fi. That takes a lot longer, though." "Can I do it without hooking up to a computer?" Chad shook his head. "You're going to want to sync your contacts and your music." "Can't I just type them in?" Chad made a face. "I'm only 22 and have a couple of hundred contacts. You're like what?" 38, answered Riker. "So you've got way more contacts than I do. How many do you figure you have in your old device?" Riker shrugged. 5 or 6. 100? Damn, man, that'll take you half a day to input manually." Riker shook his head. "I have less than 10 contacts. Is it doable without connecting to my computer?" Voice taking on a conspiratorial tone, Chad said,
"I guess you could. Where there's a will, there's always a way. You could jailbreak it."
Jailbreaking a phone piqued Riker's interest. He wanted to ask Chad to elaborate, but the throbbing behind his eyes was getting worse with each passing minute. Instead, he produced his debit card. "I'll take it," Riker said, "and give me whatever cords I'll be needing to charge it." While Chad made the sale, he offered the requisite extended warranty, which Riker declined. As Chad bagged the white brick, Riker said, "What's everyone watching back there?" "That's that hijacked British Airways jet. It's been sitting on the tarmac at Heathrow going on 4 days now. Someone said the British equivalent of our FBI is preparing to storm the plane." Riker accepted the plastic bag with the phone in the bottom weighing it down. Staring toward the television section, he said, 4 days? "Logan to Heathrow, flight 762. Something like 300 people aboard. The second it came to a stop there, the flight crew broke out a cockpit window and they all slithered out. It's been all over the news." He glanced up at Riker. "Where have you been?" "On the beach," Riker answered. Pocketing the receipt, he set off, walking toward the wall of televisions. Riker stopped a dozen feet away, a shelf of DVD players between him and the nearest person. He had no problem seeing over even the tallest fella in the crowd. Seuss's Cat in the Hat on stilts could have been in front of Riker, and he still would have had an unimpeded view. There were that many televisions, and most were tuned to BBC. The ones that weren't broadcasting BBC were showing either CNN or MSNBC, and neither one of the American channels were covering the drama at Heathrow. Instead, they were reporting on the ongoing multi-state military training operation everyone was calling Romeo Victor. Regarding the 65-inch Samsung at his 1 o'clock, Riker saw that things were indeed getting underway on the Heathrow tarmac. The jumbo jet looked to have been moved some distance from the airport terminals. It was surrounded by a mix of military and emergency vehicles. A tall fence stood between the vehicles, totally encircling the airplane so that only the red and white tail and top third of the white fuselage could be seen. The great distance between where the camera was set up and the tarmac rendered the image a bit grainy. Strangely, the blinds on many of the jet's windows, 30 or 40 from the looks of it, were in the up position. Riker saw snatches of movement inside the plane's gloomy interior. Leaning over the top shelf of DVDs, Riker got a middle-aged woman's attention. "Excuse me, ma'am," he whispered. "How many hijackers are there?" Shooting Riker a sour look, the woman shrugged and went back to watching. On the screen, a dozen men in black uniforms rushed from behind a boxy armored vehicle to the perimeter fence. They moved with precision, barely a foot separating one from the other. A couple of seconds later, the fence parted. Then, with no hesitation, the team, some toting body-length ballistic shields, all brandishing a stubby carbine or pistol, poured through the man-sized seam. Moving as one, the soldiers formed up beside the air stairs pre-positioned below the door just aft of the cockpit. As two men split from the team and charged up the stairs in single file, Riker heard a voice say, "ISIS is claiming responsibility." Turning toward the voice, Riker found himself staring Chad full-on in the face. Looking at the floor, Riker saw that the young man who'd sold him the phone was standing on a metal folding chair. "Why would terrorists want to leave the United States?" Riker asked. "Their sole aim is to enter our country and spread fear by taking as many innocent lives as possible and make martyrs of themselves in the process. Pulse nightclub ring a bell?" "Maybe they're just homesick." "Chad," said Riker, "if you believe what you just said, I fear for the future of this country." Chad said nothing. He stepped from the chair, folded it real slow, and skulked off. Riker turned back to the bank of televisions just as one of the soldiers who'd mounted the stairs was placing what could only be breaching charges around the perimeter of the door. Finished, the pair rejoined the others at the base of the air stairs. A tick later, there was a puff of smoke, and the door bowed inward. Even before the smoke cleared, bodies were surging through the breach. Exposed skin a grayish white, the handful of disheveled first-class passengers transited the short landing and poured down the stairs. Some fell at once, sliding face first down the steep run of stairs. Others, pushed from behind, cartwheeled out of control, missing everything but the unforgiving tarmac. One way or another, all of the bodies in that initial surge ended up in a tangled heap around the base of the air stairs. The second the first person off the plane stood up from the tarmac and sprinted headlong for the nearest soldier, knocking the shield aside and going for his exposed neck, Riker was certain it was a Bolt, one of the fast-moving zombies he'd first seen kill the elderly couple in Indiana. When the remaining passengers, especially those that shouldn't have survived the long fall to hard concrete, picked themselves up and rushed the soldiers, there was no doubt in Riker's mind that the sickness had jumped shores. With the cold finger of dread tickling his spine, Riker slung his sack over her shoulder and hustled toward the exit. Chapter 1. Riker was 2 strides from the sidewalk fronting the Best Buy and donning his Oakleys when he saw a shadow fall across the oil-stained asphalt to his left. Next came the sensation of being watched. just a feathery tingle at the base of his spine, as senses honed during prehistoric times picked up, subconsciously, something out of balance in his environment. For 10 long seconds, as he walked past parked cars and light standards angling toward his truck sitting on the lot's periphery, he ignored the strong impulse to turn and search out the source of his unease. Only when he was 15 feet from his truck did he see in the tinted windows what he was up against. 2 men, one African-American, one Caucasian. First sight of the pair had Riker hearing Stevie and Paul harmonizing in his head, so he had to tag the duo Ebony and Ivory, which made him want to burst out laughing. Instead, he remained calm and learned what he could from their reflections. Both pursuers were wiry and wore board shorts and patterned shirts over matching wife-beater tanks. Dead giveaway that at least one of them had on flip-flops was the sudden squelch against pavement he heard when Ivory picked up his pace to flank him to the right. The moment Riker punched the button on the fob, simultaneously unlocking his door and disarming the alarm, he learned that Ivory had drawn a boxy black pistol as he slinked over to the rear of the truck. In his left side vision, Riker saw a red and black Air Jordan enter the picture and come to rest atop the Shelby's front tire. He saw Ebony's coal-black ankle and muscled calf, but nothing else. The man's sun-darkened skin was in dire need of some moisturizer. Ashy is the word Tara would have used to describe the man's skin. Ebony said, "What you got in the bag, brother?" A cold chill ran up Riker's ribcage. No longer able to see the pair reflected back at him due to the shallow angle, he turned slowly away from the truck toward Ivory, a smooth clockwise maneuver that had him bringing the bag in his right hand to eye level and the other dropping the fob into his shorts pocket. "I got a new cell phone in the bag," Riker said, the gooseflesh suddenly displaced by the unstoppable creep of anger that had his trapezius muscles knotting and twin stabs of pain manifesting behind his eyes. Keeping the gun mostly shielded from view behind one scrawny leg, Ivory took 2 steps toward Riker. A slight tremor rattling his drug-addled frame, he said, "Nobody but geezers and foreigners call 'em cell phones these days. It's smartphone, motherfucker. But I won't hold your own ignorance against you if you just hand the bag to me and toss your keys and wallet to my partner there." Stalling, Riker said, "Take the phone. Hell, take my wallet, too." He squared up to the shiny blue Ford. "But don't take my baby. She's not even out of her break-in period yet." "We need that whip," Ebony said, his deep voice rising an octave. "Ain't you been watching the news?" Riker shook his head side to side, a slow wag that let him see that Ebony was unarmed. "I don't watch the news, don't read the newspaper either," he added. "Please fill me in." As he spoke, he was setting his feet a shoulder width apart and gauging distances in his side vision. "The New York sickness is on the move," said Ivory. "And it ain't bad junk or flakka or some new designer drug causing motherfuckers to eat people." "Crazy cannibal attacks been happening up in Jacksonville, Orlando, and Daytona," said Ebony. "My cousin saw it with his own eyes. Barely escaped before the popo rolled up hard and started capping the things." "Let me guess. The men in black came next," quipped Riker. "And they cleaned things up and took all the evidence and any witnesses with them?" Ebony was slack-jawed and staring dumbly at Riker. Going light on the balls of his feet, Riker said, "Am I right?" Ivory said, "Were you there or something?" Riker thought, not exactly the sharpest tools in the shed. But out loud he said, "I was joking, fellas." "Well, we ain't," Ivory shouted, waving the gun at Riker. "Do like I told you. Give us all your shit." "When you feel the burn," Riker's last therapist would say, "turn the other cheek. Then turn the anger into humor." Riker was in no mood to tell another joke, not with a man 5 feet to his right aiming a pistol in the general direction of a lot of irreplaceable body parts. He glared at Ivory, said, "Come and take it." A flicker of fear ghosted across Ivory's face. The other man took his foot off the tire and moved to within an arm's length of Riker. One hand palm up, the other slowly kneading the pistol's grip. Ivory repeated his demand. "All right," Riker said. "You fellas can have it all." He feigned like he was reaching into his pocket for the fob. While the gunman was distracted, watching him go for his keys, Riker swung the bag in the man's direction and released his grip on the twine handle. Leaving Riker's hand, the bottom-heavy bag traced a perfect parabola through the airspace between him and Ivory. Bag in mid-flight, Riker turned toward Ebony, opened his right hand wide, and brought it up lightning quick. Before the bag struck the ground, Riker had caught the punch coming his way, crushed phalanges and metacarpals in his mitt-sized hand, then spun Ebony around and flung him hard at his partner in crime. Forgetting all about the pistol, Ivory backpedaled, turned, and ran, leaving his buddy to continue on a collision course with hot pavement. A solid thunk sounded as the back of Ebony's clean-shaven head struck the ground with force sufficient to shock his body rigid and loosen his bowels. Leaning over the prostrate, twitching body, Riker reached out with one arm and snatched his bag off the ground. As Riker stood straight, in his right peripheral he saw Ivory stumble over a curb, lose one flip-flop, and then brace his fall with the hand holding the gun. From the corner of his other eye, he detected movement, maybe 20 feet distant. Glancing over, he made eye contact with an elderly couple just arriving beside their compact Cadillac. "Call the cops," he mouthed. "This a-hole just tried to rob me." Face a mask of confusion, the woman reached into her purse. Knowing Florida to be a stand-your-ground state, and fully aware the lady might just as well drag a .38 Special from her purse before going for her phone, Riker flung open his door to use as a makeshift shield between him and the couple. For good measure, before Riker climbed into the Ford, he gave a swift kick to Ebony's exposed temple. Riker didn't wait to see if the elderly couple honored his request, and no bullets crackled the air nearby, a plus in his book. Ivory was already lost from sight when Riker wheeled into traffic and started retracing the route that would take him back to his temporary home. Chapter 2. Riker nosed the Shelby onto West 29th, crossed the bridge to Sunset Island, then pulsed his window down. Rig coming to a full stop in the shadow of towering palms, he removed his glasses, leaned partway out the window, and handed his pass card to the uniformed man in the tiny guard shack. The guard scrutinized the laminated card for a beat, started the iron gate rolling open, then handed the card back and waved the Shelby through. Until 3 days ago, the nicest place Riker had stayed the night was the 3,000-square-foot home belonging to the parents of a high school friend, and that had been to attend a keg party. The spending the night part was not planned. Partying came early and fast to the rapidly growing sophomore. Due to his size and abundance of facial hair, Riker quickly became the person enlisted to make liquor store runs, procure kegs from the brewery, or pop into the local grocer to pick up 40-ounce bottles of Old English or St. Ides for his neighborhood upperclassmen. The mansion he'd been calling home for the last 4 days only made him nervous. It was on the western tip of the island and faced the east side of Biscayne Bay. Tara had said earlier that she thought it had to be worth something in the $20 million range. From soup to nuts, everything inside was high dollar. Seemingly every interior wall held pieces of art that his sister Tara, the accredited interior decorator, insisted were real and each worth 6 figures or more. Just setting foot on the highly polished Cordoba marble entry made him want to shuck off his shoes, which was no easy task due to the prosthesis, nor effective, considering that the fine white sand used to landscape the property grounds found its way inside, no matter the measures taken to keep it at bay. Keying in the code on a lighted pad beside the mansion's entry started yet another gate rolling into a narrow pocket in the 12-foot wall fronting the property. Painted a muted shade of yellow, the perimeter wall was mostly obscured by tropical flora pressing in on it from inside and out. Though he hadn't taken the time to scrutinize the top of the wall, he guessed there was some kind of deterrent there. Maybe metal louvers with sharpened ridges, or crushed glass embedded into the cement. Wheeling through the gate, Riker was greeted with the sight of the majestic royal palms planted at 20-foot intervals on either side of the long brick drive. As the mansion materialized from the clutter of drooping palm fronds, he admired the Moroccan India-inspired architecture. Owned by a recently traded Miami Dolphin linebacker, the two-story digs rambled off left and right, with the separate guest home's prominent observation tower stabbing into the clear blue sky. The exterior featured arched windows with copper hurricane shutters and was painted a yellow several shades darker than the perimeter wall. At sunset, the villa's west-facing walls glowed like polished gold. A star-shaped fountain, home to a marble cherub, bubbled away in the center of the expansive circular motor court.
"Villa Jasmine," Riker said. "I'm gonna miss you."
Truth was, save for a couple instances in the sandbox, he had never witnessed sunsets so stunning. The nighttime views of a brightly lit downtown skyline were also sights to behold for the lifelong Midwesterner. He parked the out-of-place pickup before one of the doors to the massive 6-car garage, then grabbed the bag with the iPhone inside and closed the door behind him, setting the Shelby's alarm with the fob as he strode toward the covered front entry. The timber and iron door to the villa opened with yet another code punched into a keypad whose rubber buttons glowed a soft shade of orange. The foyer, with its marble floors and soaring ceiling, was bigger square footage-wise than Tara's old apartment back in Middletown, Indiana. A pair of opposing staircases angled left and right, hugging the honey-colored stucco walls as they curled gently to an open landing 20 feet overhead. Emerging from the shadows under the stairs to Riker's left, Steve-O said, "Boo!" and broke out in laughter. Planting his hands on his knees, he added,
"Got you real good, Lee. You jumped a country mile."
"Maybe a country inch," conceded Riker. "And that was only my real foot leaving the floor. What have you been up to, Lobster Man?"
Steve-O rose up and fixed Riker with liquid blue eyes fronted by prescription lenses. He was wearing a straw hat in place of his usual white Stetson. Instead of the ubiquitous Western shirt and Levi's starched and ironed to near bulletproof stiffness, the 45-year-old man wore swim trunks in a Hawaiian-style floral pattern and a white tank soiled with what to Riker looked like extra chunky salsa. And sure enough, the reason for the new nickname, save for a patch of white in the shape of wraparound sunglasses he'd been wearing religiously when out and about in the Florida sun, he was sunburned from head to toe.
"Tara can call me Rocket Raccoon all she likes," replied Steve-O. "But you, Mr. Riker, may not call me Lobster Man. Lobsters are orange. I am not orange."
"Sometimes lobsters are purple,"
Riker noted. Steve-O said nothing. He seemed to be chewing on the validity of this statement. Breaking the uncomfortable silence, Riker said,
"Are you using sunscreen today?"
"None of your business,"
Steve-O shot.
"I'm a grown-ass man, remember?"
"Suit yourself," Riker said, suppressing a smile. "What brings you to the back 40 of Villa Jasmine?"
"Just looking to make some lunch when I heard your monster truck outside," Steve-O replied. "Why, are you writing a book?"
Riker could no longer contain the smile. As the dam broke, he snorted,
"No book in the works, Steve-O. I was just curious."
As the much shorter Steve-O turned toward the wide hallway leading to the front of the house, which overlooked the dock, where a 45-foot fountain offshore racer was cradled in a boat lift, Riker spotted a large bandage on his friend's right shoulder. Gauze filaments peeked out from under a heavy tape job. An inch or so of the angry red skin around the edges of the bandage glistened with some kind of yellow salve. Touching Steve-O's arm, an action that made the man wince and pull away, Riker said,
"What happened to you? That is not covering a bite, is it?"
Shaking his head, Steve-O vehemently denied he'd been bitten.
"Lay it on me,"
Riker insisted.
"What happened? Leave nothing out."
Last night, while me and Tara were out shopping," he made air quotes as he said shopping, "we both got tattoos. At first the man didn't want to ink me because I have Down syndrome." He smiled wide. Tara straightened him out real quick.
A real tattoo?
Blurted Riker. Shaking his head, he added,
Explains why you all were gone so long.
"I'm a big boy,"
Steve-O said as he began to pick at one edge of the bandage. Riker removed his Oakleys and stuffed them in a pocket. As he ranged around to get a better viewing angle, he asked,
What did you get?
"Patience,"
implored Steve-O as he peeled away the bandage, revealing the dark, saucer-sized piece of work glistening with salve. Chapter 3. Riker couldn't believe his eyes as he squinted and leaned closer. Expertly tattooed on Steve-O's right arm was a grouping of faces inset into what appeared to be a craggy mountain full of shadows. The result of the fine line work and shading truly made the work of art pop. The thicker lines were raised and red. As if the skin knew it would never again be pasty white, the whole right side of the man's upper arm seemed to be weeping.
Why Mount Rushmore?
Steve-O shook his head.
"Look closer."
Leaning in so that his face was maybe 6 inches from the tat, Riker said,
Oh my,
and then chuckled to himself. Smiling now, Steve-O said,
"Can you name them?"
Working left to right, his finger hovering over each face for a beat, Riker said,
Hank Williams, Johnny Cash, and I think this is a woman?
"Dolly Parton,"
interrupted Steve-O, his voice betraying an elevated affection for the buxom blonde. Finger poised over the final likeness, face screwed up, incredulous, Riker said,
Is this a black guy?
Steve-O nodded.
"It's Darius Rucker. Looks just like him, right?"
Riker reared back.
Whoa, illegal right turn there, buddy. What the heck does the lead singer of Hootie and the Blowfish have to do with the legends of country music?
Shaking his head, Steve-O muttered,
"Rookies."
and started off down the hallway, smoothing the bandage back in place as he went. Riker said nothing. He shrugged once, slung the bag with the phone over one shoulder, and followed the shorter man through the mansion. They walked the length of the house, stopping in the massive kitchen long enough for Steve-O to make himself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. The bank of floor-to-ceiling storm windows facing the bay were open, the panels pushed all the way to the walls left and right of the great room they fronted. A gentle breeze carrying with it the briny aroma of salt water ruffled the sheer linen curtains. They walked around the pool, through the exquisitely manicured backyard, past more palms than Riker could count, and stepped up onto a wide deck supported by hidden pilings. The shore-hugging deck stretched 75 feet in both directions. The wide wooden planks bleached white by the sun and worn smooth by Mother Nature. On the bay side of the dock was a rail of brushed metal posts strung through with heavy gauge cables. Tara was in a skimpy yellow two-piece bikini lounging on a teak recliner. A bucket by her side bristled with the clear, long necks of bottles full of golden liquid. The plush red and white striped pad on the lounge chair shifted under her as she sat up and grabbed a Corona by the neck. Seeing the pair arrive, she gestured toward them with the bottle. "Steve-O, tilt one back with me?"
"Told you yesterday that I never touch the stuff,"
said Steve-O, before popping the last bite of sandwich into his mouth.
Pass,
said Riker, as he sat and stretched his long frame out on the recliner next to Tara's. "No duh," Tara said. "Last thing I need is to lose track of you for another 3 months while you chase your demons." Grimacing, Riker said,
Chasing? I was usually running from them.
"Demons?"
said Steve-O. He was squinting against the sun now and making a show of not paying Tara any attention.
Figure of speech, Steve-O.
Riker turned toward the man, took the drugstore sunglasses off the low table between chairs, and handed them over.
Grown-ass man or not, you better wear these. You're starting to get a bad case of crow's feet.
Steve O. harumphed and acquiesced, trading out the thick-framed prescription items for the knockoff Ray-Bans.
Better?
He asked, smiling.
Much better,
Riker said.
Now take a load off. Looks like you need to work on that tan of yours.
Leave him alone, Lee, Tara said, shooting him a harsh look. She passed an aerosol can of SPF 50 sunscreen over to Steve O. He's from Indiana, she added. That's pretty damn far from the Sun Belt. Riker batted a hand at the overspray as Steve O shot the stuff on his arms and chest. Get your face, Tara ordered. Steve O removed his glasses and did as he was told.
Sure. You listen to her,
said Riker. It's the approach, she said.
And she's pretty,
Steve O said, fake Ray-Bans now riding over a sly smile. Ignoring the quip, Riker said,
What's your new ink?
On my back, said Tara. I got a pair of angel's wings.
How big?
She smiled. Just messing with you. Incredulous, he said,
Did you know Hootie sings country?
She looked at him like one would a newly arrived space alien. Said, What rock have you been living underneath, Lee? Riker said nothing. She was right. He wasn't big on caring what the rich and famous were up to at any given moment. She took a long pull off the Corona, then slipped the half-full bottle into the ice bucket. On the tail end of a loud burp, she said, I couldn't let Steve-O get inked all by himself. He looked at her over his sunglasses. I had the artist continue the roses across my shoulders and make them meet up near my spine. Want to see? He waved her off, started to tell her what he'd seen on the televisions in the Best Buy. I saw it all, she replied. I'm amazed they let it play out as long as they did.
Tells me it's not contained here. No way. I heard some guys talking about some strange stuff happening up north. Apparently the joint operation, now he made air quotes as he said the words, is expanding south and west. Craning, she said, You think the thumb drives I mailed to the newspapers and television stations will get any play once they arrive? Doubtful, Riker conceded. And they should have arrived by now. Changing the subject, she said, You know, there's more boat traffic out there today than the last few days combined. And it's Sunday, Riker said. The Best Buy was hopping, too. For a split second, he considered telling them about coming up against the most inept carjackers in Florida, but was distracted by something out on the water. He sat up straight in the lounge chair, swung his right leg over, and scooted to the edge. Seeing the sudden change in her brother's demeanor, Tara said, What is it, Lee? Pointing, arm angled to about his 10 o'clock, he said, What do you make of that? Tara swung her gaze to where he was pointing, scrutinizing the patch of water a half-mile or so out, where a dozen or more sailboats rested at anchor. As she stared, the that her brother was alluding to, a white and black motor yacht that dwarfed the other vessels, scythed through the small flotilla, barely missing a large sloop-like three-master. Waving madly at the people topside on the wildly bobbing sailboats, a man and woman leaped from the deck of the speeding motor yacht. That is one big-ass boat.
And it's hauling ass straight for us,
noted Steve-O.
Better finish your beer, pretty lady.
Chapter 4. Riker cupped his hands around his Oakleys and stared hard at the yacht bearing down on the island. At first blush, he guessed the vessel to be about 70 feet from stern to bow. It was charging hard, twin ribbons of white froth curling away from its prow. The longer Riker observed its approach, the stronger the feeling grew that it wasn't heading straight for them. Thankfully, the gleaming white vessel was tracking a few degrees right of Villa Jasmine. If there was no deviation from its present course, it was going to crash head-on into the dock fronting the mansion next door. When the yacht was maybe a quarter-mile out, they could hear a low growl reverberating over open water. As the bass-heavy sound rose in volume, it was clear to them all that the pair of laboring engines were not throttling down. Steve-O said,
That's no SS Minnow.
Tara said, It's not going to stop, is it?" Riker said nothing. He was again on the edge of his seat, one hand gripping the cushion so hard his fingers were leaving marks. As he pushed off and rose to signal the yacht captain, assuming there was one behind the smoked cockpit glass, the owner of the mansion next door beat him to it. The pop-crackle of the flare leaving the gun in the neighbor's hand caused Steve-O to start, and Tara to blurt, "What the F?" and spring up off her lounge chair. Sun warm on his back, Riker watched the flare trace a bright left-to-right arc across the afternoon sky. It was smoking and sputtering and seemed to be drowning out the noise coming from the yacht's engines, which baffled Riker because he was sure the approaching vessel possessed some serious horsepower below deck. Thus, the closer it got, the louder the rumble should have been. Catching on before Riker could process why he was hearing the flare so clearly over the engine noise, Steve-O said,
"The engine just died."
"It's still coming, though," Tara said, her voice rising in pitch. Sure enough, the yacht was still on a collision course with the shared dock fronting the neighbor's mansion. From the looks of it, the point of impact was going to be about 100 feet to their left. However, without power going to the screws, the yacht's prow had already dipped, and its forward momentum was slowly bleeding off.
"Reminds me of that vampire movie Dad let us watch with him," whispered Tara. "The scene with the death ship coming into port," replied Riker, raising a hand to shield against the sun glancing off the sharply angled cockpit windows. "I remember it well. Mom was so pissed he let us stay up that late." "Nosferatu," Tara said, as people surged from below deck. They were mostly middle-aged, their faces full of confusion and fear and worry. A woman emerged from a doorway Riker guessed led to the wheelhouse, her back to him. She was screaming and kicking at something he couldn't see.
"That's no death ship,"
noted Steve-O. He was still sitting and seemed oblivious to the coming impact.
"It's a monster ship."
Riker tugged on the older man's tank. "Get up," he said, and set off jogging toward the neighbor who had stepped onto the dock and was waving his arms over his head. The yacht's stern quickly filled up with people. At least a dozen passengers who had been out of sight below deck. Some of them were bandaged, others had visible wounds to their hands and arms. One man, who wore a white hat and seemed to be in charge, herded them around the starboard side deck. He was brandishing a flare gun of his own and periodically glancing over his shoulder. The passengers filed along the narrow starboard side passageway, leaving behind bloody handprints, trailing streaks of crimson on the stark white walls and chrome railings. Seeing the yacht lose a great deal of speed and go low in the water emboldened the neighbor. He was a 60-something with a George Hamilton tan and a full head of sun-bleached hair. His white shorts rode up his backside as he went to his tiptoes, cupped a hand by his mouth, and shouted at the yacht, now only 50 yards out and closing. "Heave to!" he hollered, hands shaking as he tried to load another flare into the stubby orange gun.
"Better move out the way," bellowed Riker. "She's not about to heave to anything or anyone."
He was standing now and reaching out for his sister. The yacht was 20 feet from the dock when a man emerged from the shadow cast by the gracefully sloping fantail roof. As the sun washed over the man, Riker noted the blank stare directed at the other passengers. He also became aware of the blood coating the man's chin and neck. And then when the man's chin went to his chest and he charged the passengers, Riker had no doubt what he had mistaken for a man was actually a bolt. Riker experienced an overwhelming feeling of helplessness as he watched the creature carom off the starboard side handrail, smack its head on the opposing bulkhead wall, then pitch forward to the wooden deck, its forward momentum taking it to within a couple yards of the screaming passengers. The neighbor was raising the gun to fire another warning shot when the yacht slammed into the dock just a few yards to his fore. Course altered by the collision, the yacht finally heaved to. As it did, two things happened at once. First, the narrow walkway protruding from the bow scythed the air inches above the neighbor's head. Next, still sprawled face down and struggling to stand on the pitching deck, the bolt was sent rocketing headfirst to the dock below. Next came a terrific crash, and the vessel groaned and shuddered and straightened parallel to the breakwater. A wave of energy rippled through the wooden planks, leaving some of them splintered and even more twisted and bowed upward. A half-dozen 2-foot-long metal cleats on the dock sheared off at their bases. A resonant ping sounded as each of the anvil-shaped items lost their battle with the massive tonnage still under motion. As the cleats bounced and skittered across the cement walkway, jagged pieces of wood rained down on the neighbor and his lawn. The passengers not braced for impact didn't fare so well. 2 women and a child were catapulted 15 feet from deck to dock. The thuds their bodies made as they hit the wood planking would stay with Riker forever. Dodging flying debris, Riker pushed Tara away from him and ordered her and Steve-O into Villa Jasmine. As the pair turned and ran, he shouted after them, "We're leaving now! Grab only what you need!" Chapter 5. Riker saw Tara and Steve-O reach the border to Villa Jasmine's wide backyard, then turned around just in time to see the badly damaged motor yacht passing left to right in front of him. As the dock was slowly chewed up before his eyes, he felt the vibrations coursing up his prosthesis. By now, people not thrown forcibly from the yacht were jumping over the rail rising up from the starboard side gunwale. One man lost his footing and was sucked into the narrow chasm between the yacht and breakwater. His screams rose above the cacophony until he was swallowed up by the bay. The man in the white hat Riker assumed to be the yacht's captain was now gripping the rail one-handed and aiming the flare gun at a downward angle. It was all happening so fast, Riker didn't pay it much mind. The creature pitched from the yacht upon impact was now up on 2 feet and hungrily eyeing the neighbor. 3 fingers were missing from one hand. Peppering the forearm just inches away were several purple-ridged bite marks, and likely incurred during the fall to the dock, its misshapen head bore a tremendous, bloodless crater. While Steve-O had stopped to gape at the spectacle unfolding just yards south of Villa Jasmine, Tara had turned back and was inexplicably rescuing Coronas from the ice bucket. "Forget those!" bellowed Riker. "Get your asses inside!" Steve-O was rooted and couldn't tear his eyes off Craterhead. "That's not a man, Steve-O," Riker said in his best authoritarian voice. "It's something you don't want to tangle with. Now go!" As Steve-O turned and loped off toward Villa Jasmine, Riker shifted his attention to the bolt on the grass in front of the neighbor's mansion. It wore the uniform of a deckhand, white polo-style shirt, above-the-knee khaki shorts, and thick-soled navy deck shoes. Prone in the debris field, it clawed and kicked at the grass as it tried to stand. In addition to the closed head wound, it looked as if its back was wrenched or maybe a leg had been injured in the spill. Obviously feeling no pain, its features remaining slack, it finally overcame whatever had been hindering it and rose up slowly from the grass. There was a clatter of breaking glass behind Riker. Then Tara was cursing, and he heard footfalls retreating toward Villa Jasmine. Praying the bolt was slowed severely by its many injuries, Riker risked a quick glance over his shoulder. Saw that Steve-O was already past the pool and threading his way through a clutch of stately palms, with Tara rapidly gaining on him. Still, the pair were far from reaching the mansion, and its west-facing hurricane windows were all wide open. A lot could go wrong if more bolts were below deck. A guttural growling drew Riker's attention back to the neighboring yard, where he saw the owner brandishing the flare gun in a 2-handed grip and the bloodied bolt on the move, head down, arms extended. Riker's prayer hadn't been answered. The bolt wasn't hamstrung. It was, in fact, gaining speed and ground, its reaching fingers closing rapidly with the flesh the abomination coveted.
Do it,
thought Riker. Then, against his better judgment, lest he draw the bolt's attention to him, he screamed, "Shoot it!" There was a pop, and the gun jerked in the neighbor's grip. The same sizzling sound filled the air as the flaming projectile rocketed from the muzzle. By the time this all registered to Riker, the recoil had hinged the neighbor's forearms back, and the bolt was launching off of one foot. The neighbor's aim was off. The bolt's was not. Trailing white smoke and winking red and orange, the flare passed harmlessly over the zombie's head, quickly cleared the dock, and then soundlessly pierced Biscayne Bay's blue-green waters. Even across the distance and over the noise of the motor yacht crashing into Villa Jasmine's dry-docked speedboat, Riker heard the solid thud of the airborne bolt delivering a devastating cross-body tackle, and the sharp whoosh of the air leaving the neighbor's lungs. No sooner had the bolt tackled the neighbor, driving him into the grass with enough force to make the man's shorts ride down to his knees, did a young, bikini-clad, bleached blonde emerge from behind the low hedge fronting the man's mansion. Riker didn't need to keep watching to know what would become of the doomed neighbor's trophy wife. Before he could warn her to keep quiet, she was screaming and gesticulating at the one-sided attack happening mere feet from her. Everything the blonde was doing screamed, "All you can eat, come and get it." In fact, Riker had witnessed a similar attack roughly a week ago when he and Tara stopped to offer aid to an elderly couple trying to save their home from burning. With the anemic spray of water from a garden hose, the elderly man tried to stop a bolt from killing his wife. The Lawrence Taylor-like tackle leveled on him by that bolt was as vicious as they came. Riker was reliving that day right here and now, and the attack on the trophy wife's much older husband was just as deadly. As the young woman's screams rose to the level of the yacht passenger who'd been thrown and crushed against the breakwater, the bolt tore into the supine neighbor's exposed neck. While the attack commenced, 3 passengers who'd either been thrown or had jumped from the yacht were busy picking themselves up off the ground. A 40-something man with an obvious compound fracture of the fibula pushed off the grass. He was on his feet for a half-second before the pain sent him crashing to the ground, screaming in agony and punching the lush grass in obvious frustration. A second man got to his feet and staggered drunkenly toward the commotion. Riker wasn't 100% certain, but if he had to put money on whether the passenger was still among the living or a slow-moving zombie, he would bet the house on the latter. The third passenger, a severely overweight 20-something sporting a sunburn several shades redder than Steve O's, got to his feet and instantly struck a course for the trophy wife. He was challenging the bolt to fight someone your own age when the growling monster rent a fist-sized hunk of meat from the now silenced neighbor, went to its knees, and rose up off the blood-soaked patch of lawn. Torn between helping and saving his own ass, Riker watched the bolt chew the meat once, then twice, then finally fix its shark-eyed gaze on the screaming woman. Choosing the former, Riker set his sights on the sunburned man. He took 2 long strides, bellowed, "Don't get in its way!" and launched his 240-pound frame at the lumbering man. Mid-flight, Riker watched 2 things happen. First, the bolt, seemingly mimicking him, took 2 quick steps toward the screaming woman and launched itself at her. Then, with the ground rushing up at him, Riker witnessed a projectile ripping through the air a yard to his fore. It came from above and behind and was trailing white smoke, sputtering noisily and winking red and orange. He caught a whiff of acrid-smelling rocket propellant and watched the flare find its mark, albeit the wrong mark. The captain's aim had been off, way off, because the flare missed the bolt and struck the blonde square in the breastbone, knocking the wind from her, which immediately silenced the screams. She was punched backward, her bikini top afire, with the bolt's bloodied, claw-like hands already knuckle-deep into her taut midriff. The man trying to intervene went down hard, landing a few feet short of being any kind of help to the dying woman.
You need to realize that chivalry is dead, buddy,
Riker said as he rolled over into a sitting position.
or you will be.
"Fuck you, buddy," spat the man. "She needs me." He was wearing a determined look, and got to his feet surprisingly fast for someone his size. Riker was shaking his head as he got to his knees. As he pushed up off the grass, the woman drew a breath and picked up where she had left off. Soon her wails were accompanied by the animalistic squeals of her knight-in-shining armor being killed. With normalcy bias holding court right here and now on the lawn fronting $30-some-odd million worth of high-end real estate, Riker didn't need to steal a final look to know that the man with the useless leg was about to become victim number 4 to the bolt. No amount of money could have saved the neighbor and his wife. No amount of explaining or pleading by Riker could have stopped the woman's would-be savior from rushing in. And sadly, there was nothing Riker could do to keep the rest of the yacht's passengers from suffering the same fate as those who'd already fallen. With no clue as to how much time remained before the stricken passengers succumbed to their injuries and came back as slow-moving slogs or, God forbid, fast-moving bolts, Riker tried his best to block out the sounds of people dying and set off running toward Villa Jasmine. Chapter 6. Steve-O was straddling the line between indoors and out-of-doors. The pool and outdoor living area lay before him. At his back was the luxuriously appointed family room featuring a huge wraparound leather sofa, a billiard table-sized flat-panel television, and a live-edge oak table large enough to accommodate the Dolphins' entire offensive line. He was framed by the massive sliding glass panels which, at the moment, were still partially retracted into the west-facing walls. Emerging from around the infinity-edge pool, his gait dropping from a sprint to a slow jog, Riker regarded Steve-O. The older man had shed the tank top, shorts, and flip-flops. He was now wearing dark blue jean shorts. Riding part way over the huge silver and turquoise belt buckle affixed to the wide leather belt holding the shorts up was a button-up Tommy Bahama shirt. The short-sleeved number was cream-colored and emblazoned with hot pink flamingos and multicolored toucans. How he had pulled off changing clothes in under 2 minutes was the $64,000 question.
Give the man a straw hat and ship him to Casablanca,
retorted Riker as he slowed to a brisk walk and planted both hands on his hips. Steve-O didn't respond verbally. His eyes met Riker's for a tick, then quickly panned back to what they'd been fixated on. Riker stopped short of the threshold to catch his breath, saw arranged in a semicircle near Steve-O's cowboy boot-clad feet a number of black gym bags. Nike, Adidas, Reebok, and Under Armour were all represented. After a couple of seconds spent hands on knees, his back arched and rising and falling subtly, Riker rose up and waved a hand in front of Steve-O's staring eyes. Voice adopting a serious tone, he asked,
"Where's Tara?"
Steve-O said nothing. His eyes didn't waver either. More screams came from the left, beyond the palms. Someone else was in the middle of dying somewhere on the dock just beyond Villa Jasmine's south wall. Again with the hand wave.
"Steve-O! Earth to Steve-O! Where's Tara?"
Riker repeated.
The boat is sinking,
answered Steve-O matter-of-factly. Riker didn't need to turn to see what the other man was watching. Reflected in the floor-to-ceiling window to his right, he saw the angular white bow jutting a good 15 feet or so above the dock. And though the image was wavering slightly, he could still tell that it was slowly slipping from view.
"That it is,"
Riker noted glumly.
"Where's Tara?"
I think Pretty Lady is still packing.
"Did she call the police?"
I think so,
responded Steve-O. Riker let his gaze roam the open room and finally settle on the television. It was tuned to a cable news channel. A reporter was standing roadside. A long line of stopped traffic could be seen past his right shoulder. The cars and trucks and SUVs were surrounded by water. Everything glittered in the afternoon sun. Nearby, palms grew up beside the beginning of the 4-lane causeway. As Riker watched, the fronds were lifted up by a lazy offshore breeze. Ripples coursed their length, making the green-brown tips of the leaves waggle at the reporter like a sort of half-hearted wave.
"I'm right here," Tara said. "Been here all along."
She was slumped on the couch, just the tight braids atop her head visible.
"Are you seeing this shit?"
I see it. Hope that's not the only way out of here. If so,
"Then you won our bet," finished Tara. "Mr. I told you so. Victorious yet again. Things never change with you, Lee." Steve O's voice carried in from outside.
"Houston," he said, "we have a problem."
Tearing his eyes from the television, where people were starting to emerge from their vehicles and surround a trio of just-arrived Humvees, Riker looked out at the bay. The yacht was gone from sight. Where it had been was the captain and a middle-aged woman. Clothes thoroughly soaked through, she was in the process of dragging him onto the destroyed dock. Fingers scrabbling for purchase, eyes gone wide, the captain shouted a warning to his rescuer. Finally getting the captain onto the dock, the woman rose and beckoned toward a much younger woman coming in from the left. Riker put her in her 20s. From ankle to shoulder, her entire right side was marred by angry red abrasions, weeping blood. As she hobbled toward the older woman, her black bikini top struggled to remain on her gymnast's body. Revealing snatches of bright white skin bracketed by tan lines, the skimpy bottoms hung on by a single hip-hugging string. Casting harried glances over her shoulder, she was quickly coming to the realization she was losing her slow-speed race with the newly turned and equally tanned neighbor.
"Are you going to help them?"
asked Steve-O. Riker was about to answer when the undead deckhand suddenly appeared. Presenting as just a flash of white and crimson at first, the bolt bowled over the neighbor, stretched both arms toward the younger woman, and went horizontal to the dock. It was over in seconds. Riker's mind was made up in half the time it took the bolt to rip a mouthful of flesh from the young woman's neck and then move on to the others. Nearly a dozen victims, just like that, thought Riker. If they all come back as bolts, we're doomed. No sooner had he thought it than the trophy wife, fake boobs exposed and gyrating wildly in 2 different directions, came sprinting into the picture from the left. She was wearing a sheen of blood from the neck down and not much else. The white bottoms she'd been wearing when the flare hit her in the chest were now in tatters. The remaining fabric dotted crimson and stained with mud and grass. Answering Steve-O, Riker said,
"They're beyond help, all of them. Get inside here."
Turning toward Tara, he added,
"I need your help to get these things closed."
As Riker pulled the first of the storm windows into place between the outdoor living area and great room, he instructed Steve-O to start moving bags to the front foyer. Locking the first pane into place, Riker witnessed the neighbor rise to his feet, pan his head in their direction, and set off across the grass toward the pool. Closing the massive hurricane-proof windows went faster with Tara's help. When the last 2 panes snapped into place, the noises made by the dead and dying were silenced. Ignoring the chaos on the television to his left, Riker cast his gaze toward the couch, where a half-dozen Louis Vuitton bags, bulging with who knew what, were arranged like soldiers in a neat line atop the couch cushions.
"You grab the atlas and laptop?"
Riker asked. Tara nodded.
"You call the cops?"
Again with a nod. Grimacing, he said,
"I hope we get off the island before they have a chance to seal it off."
"I did what I thought was right." She paused. "I did it for those poor people."
Riker said,
"You did more than me."
She moved toward the couch. He said,
"I'm guessing the rest of the stuff on our shopping list is those ugly-ass bags, am I right?"
Hands on hips, slight sideways tilt to the head, Tara shot her brother an "I'm not an idiot" look. Steve-O donned his white Stetson and then looked to Riker, who had just put his hands up in mock surrender.
"Did you pack the boomstick?"
Lowering his hands, Riker regarded the man.
You know I did.
He answered just as the thing that used to be the next-door neighbor hit the hurricane windows with force sufficient to rattle them in their channels. "So we're enacting the plan?" asked Tara, hefting a pair of designer bags and shooting a sour look side-eyed at the fake tan-wearing dead thing tonguing the glass. Riker glanced at the Fountain offshore racer. It was nearly inverted after the collision and hanging off the lift. The bow looked to be underwater. Sighing, he said,
Plan B, though. All the things we talked about are starting to happen here. And with our ride out of commission, if we don't get going now, we're going to find ourselves trapped on Zombie Island.
To punctuate Riker's statement, the deckhand bolt slammed at full speed into the same glass panel the neighbor zombie was licking. Only this time the window didn't just flex and bang around noisily. Cracks appeared, and near instantly runners shot off at crazy angles from the initial point of impact. Riker said,
"Let's get before these things bash their way inside."
Then he snugged his Atlanta Braves hat low on his head and fixed Tara with a hard stare.
"Is any damage to the villa going to be billed to us?"
Shrugging, Tara brushed past him and strode off toward the front door. Along the way, she passed a similarly weighed-down Steve-O and continued on without saying a word. Riker thumbed the Ford fob, disengaging the Shelby's locks. He depressed a second button to remotely start the big 6.2-liter V8.
"Use the peephole first," he called ahead. "One of those things may have found its way alongside the villa."
There was no response, only the echo of footsteps coming from the long hall leading to the multi-car garages fronting the circular motor court. After spending a few moments on his feet in the great room, his attention torn between the drama playing out on the television and the dead things pressing their bodies against the storm windows, Riker followed after the others. Walking down the hall that would eventually spill him into the grand entry, he took a sudden detour toward the main kitchen. Stopping at a narrow door just outside the kitchen, he eyed the commercial-looking lock just above the handle. It was the push-button type where a code was needed to actuate the bolt. It was also the only thing standing between him and what he guessed to be a fully stocked pantry. Hell, he'd watched a couple episodes of the HBO show Hard Knocks, in which the cameras followed a certain team during training camp, and given all the stuff the NFL players on the show stocked in their oversized Sub-Zero refrigerators, he figured there would be more than enough behind the door to keep them from having to stop for little more than gas and bathroom breaks. If push came to shove, the former could be achieved through siphoning, and the latter by putting aside modesty in favor of survival. Once on the road, keeping contact with people to a minimum during the journey was a high priority on his list.
"I've got your code right here,"
Riker said, rearing back and delivering a sharp kick to the door just below the ring of numbered buttons. The fancy lock proved to be the lipstick on the pig. The door was thin, and the lock's bolt was seated rather shallow in the jamb. There was a crash and puff of fine white dust as the jamb failed and the doorknob punched a hole in the drywall. There was no equal and opposite reaction. The knob remained embedded in the wall, trapping the door open. As Riker had suspected, the Dolphins linebacker had utilized his Costco card. The shelves were fully stocked with food and all manner of drinks. Riker began taking items off the shelves and sliding them across the floor at the doorway. He hollered,
"A little help here,"
and turned back toward the cases of bottled water, stacked chest-high to him. Chapter 7. The guard shack was empty when Riker nosed the Shelby up to the gate.
"He was here when I drove in earlier."
"He ain't here now," stated Tara. "That little golf cart of his is gone, too."
Maybe he had to go take a pee,
proffered Steve-O. Meeting the older man's gaze in the rear view, Riker said,
"I've never seen it unmanned. I'm sure he'd have called a replacement in to spell him for a piss break."
Flashing a wide smile, Steve-O said,
"Swearjaw, pay up."
Eyes roaming the mirrors, Riker said,
"We're playing that game again? I thought you hopping aboard the Pretty Lady gravy train made it unnecessary."
"I'll save it for a rainy day."
Tara said, I have a feeling money is going to lose its luster when those rainy days do arrive.
If, said Riker. Glass half full, always.
He reached under his seat and came out with the stubby shockwave shotgun. Voice near a whisper, Tara said,
"Where do you think you're going with that?"
The wail of a siren interrupted them momentarily. Once it had trailed off, Riker said,
Not the time to play mom, sis.
Steve-O said,
"My mom always said it is better to be safe than sorry."
then started belting lyrics from the Brenda Lee song, I'm Sorry. Elbowing open his door, Riker peered over his shoulder.
What are you sorry about, Steve-O?
"Nothing really,"
He said.
"just that my mom played Miss Brenda's record all the time."
Riker stepped to the hot blacktop. Shotgun pressed tight against his right thigh. He looked all around. Seeing nothing, he closed his door. Moving to the front of her seat, Tara said, Be careful, bro. Nodding, Riker stalked off toward the guard shack. The shack was fairly small for the amount of money spent on the gate. In fact, Villa Jasmine's main pantry had a larger footprint. Spread out on the counter was a copy of the Miami Herald newspaper. That it was left behind told him the guards split in a hurry. The headline on the paper read, What is Operation Romeo Victor prepping us for? Below that was another question Riker had only heard roll off the tongues of conspiracy theorists on late-night radio. Does martial law loom? Will 2016 presidential elections be suspended? Next to the paper was a charging stand designed to hold a half-dozen radios. 5 slots were empty. He heard voices emanating from the remaining radio, the words unintelligible. Curious as to what was being said, he tried the door. Locked. Pressing one ear to the wire-embedded safety glass allowed him to make out snippets of the harried conversation. Things on the southwest end of Sunset Island were not rosy. The shit was hitting the fan, to be exact. Having heard enough, Riker decided to take things into his own hands. Literally. He set the shockwave on the ground beside the shack. Then he bent down and grabbed the L-shaped doorknob in a firm, two-handed grip. He planted his Solomons close together, toes against the metal jamb. Bending his knees slightly, he drew a deep breath. Rearing up and yanking back on the handle produced the result he was looking for. The door here fared no better than the one inside Villa Jasmine. There was a squeal and a pop, and the sliding door left the bottom track. He put all his weight against the door and with his right fist delivered a trio of blows near the header. Another couple of loud pops preceded the wheels atop the door, leaving their tracks completely. The cumbersome slab of glass and metal appeared to be light as a feather, as Riker easily tossed it aside. He entered the shack to the sound of a male voice coming from one of the radios. As he listened in, he learned orders had been given for everyone on the net to disengage and wait for reinforcements. Unable to handle the problem on their own, thus keeping it in-house, Riker figured the rent-a-cops had no other choice than to wait for the Miami-Dade PD. And if the boys in blue happened to arrive, and he was still here, at the least, considering the damage to the guard shack, he would be leaving in a pair of chrome bracelets, facing hours of questioning. Working as fast as possible in the cramped confines, Riker scooped up the lone radio and newspaper. After folding the paper and sticking it under one arm, he punched the red button labeled Exit, Open, Close. He hinged up in time to see the gate shimmy and begin its slow left-to-right roll. He scooped up the shotgun and was back inside the Shelby and putting it into gear before the gate was a third of the way into the full open position. Steve-O was on the edge of his seat, both arms draped over the seat back. He said,
"What is Plan B, Lee Riker?"
Sticking to the Gulf Coast side, we drive north to the Panhandle. From there we go west, hugging the coastline for as long as we can. I figure that will keep us as far from the epicenter of infection as possible.
Epicenters. Plural. More than one, Tara said. The gate had reached the halfway point when Riker said,
I'm not talking Middletown. I think that was small potatoes compared to what we all saw in New York. I did the math. In only a dozen or so hours, Manhattan was entirely overrun, and Tower 4 was completely compromised.
The day the world changed again, Steve-O said.
Then, hooking a thumb over his shoulder, he added,
And now the golf police are coming.
Shit,
Riker exclaimed. Releasing the brake and letting the oversized pickup roll forward, he stole a glance in his wing mirror. Sure enough, there were 2 golf carts full of guards speeding toward him from the west. Craning to see past Steve-O, Tara asked, Are they armed? Riker said,
Yep, and there looks to be a whole lot of them.
Then get us the F out of here, she ordered, because where there's smoke, there's fire.
And lots of Johnnies,
Steve-O added as the exit gate hit the stops. He let out a yelp and was propelled back into the bench seat as Riker applied a generous amount of throttle. Too much, it seemed, because the Shelby reared up on its suspension. The rear tires chirped, and in the truck's wake a puff of blue-gray smoke lifted off the hot pavement. Johnny was the moniker Steve-O had assigned to the mysterious black-clad, gun-wielding mercenaries who tried and ultimately failed to seal off Middletown. After witnessing a squad of the totally anonymous soldiers gun down unarmed civilians at a roadblock north of Middletown, Riker dubbed them MIBs, short for Men in Black. Oblivious of the movie of the same name, however, Steve-O thought the reference was to Johnny Cash, the original Man in Black, and instantly shortened it to Johnny. Recalling the black helicopter that had pursued them from that roadblock to a nearby cornfield, Riker said,
Tangling with more Johnnies is the absolute last thing we need. I want to get us as far as possible from here, because we all know that zombie attack back there won't be reported as such.
He shook his head.
It'll be spun in a way so that we become the bad guys.
The thunk-thunk of the Shelby's off-road tires rolling over strategically placed speed bumps sounded inside the cab. Riker went on.
I can see the headlines now. Armed desperados on the run. We'll be branded as the squatters who robbed Villa Jasmine and murdered the next-door neighbors.
Don't forget sinking the big speedboat, interjected Steve-O. That baby probably cost a fortune.
Riker said nothing. And he didn't let up on the gas after the Ford cleared the gate. It was times like these when skills honed in the United States Army came in handy. That 3-day driving course in the desert had been a high point of his deployment. And he got to put those skills to use almost daily, driving high-level military brass and foreign dignitaries to and from the Green Zone in Baghdad, Iraq. He threw many an up-armored luxury SUV into turns usually unrecoverable in a stock vehicle being driven under similar circumstances. The course instructors over there taught him how to recognize bad guys looking to pin in his vehicle. He also learned how to blow a hastily set roadblock while keeping alive the principal on board. And it was over there that he perfected his favorite, the bootlegger's reverse, or moonshiner's turn, a maneuver used to escape a lethal situation by reversing quickly and then whipping the vehicle around in a controlled, high-speed 180. And it just so happened that Riker's highly modified Shelby Baja pickup, though not armored, was closer in pedigree to those up-armored Land Cruisers and Range Rovers he used to drive than the civilian F-150 it was based on. This rig was full of power and much more nimble than its outward appearance and ride height would suggest. Riker kept on the pedal, powering through the shallow right turn onto the 29th Street Bridge. He reeled the rear end in by counter-steering against the slide. The bridge across the channel was a narrow 2-lane affair. It didn't lend to high-speed travel by a vehicle with as wide a stance as the Shelby, so Riker let off the pedal and employed the brakes. He did so just in time, because as soon as the speedometer needle dropped down to the speed limit, 3 emergency vehicles, their red and blue lights ablaze, careened around the far corner at a high rate of speed. Riker kept a death grip on the wheel as the pair of Miami-Dade PD Tahoes and the armored SWAT vehicle trailing them whizzed by in the opposing lane with just inches to spare. Exhaling, Riker said,
Almost lost my mirror there.
He flicked his eyes to the rear view, saw first the very top of Steve-O's Stetson. The man had slouched down in his seat and gone quiet. Beyond the crease in the hat, he saw the retreating vehicles, still moving fast, and, thankfully, the sight of the Shelby leaving the scene didn't have their brake lights flaring red. Tara said, "Looks like lightning-fast response times are part of the package if you live on good old Sunset Island."
I don't think they came with enough resources to make a difference. I couldn't be sure, but it looked as if the security guards had taken some licks before retreating.
The blue-green waters of the bay inlet flashing below the Shelby gave way to land dotted with palm trees and green lawns fronting homes much smaller than the ones on the island. Relaxing a bit, Riker slowed and stopped for a red at Alton Road, where traffic was much heavier than when he'd returned from the electronics store. Across the 4-lane, beyond a copse of trees, a trio of golfers stood in a knot on a massive green. Riker went left when the light changed. Tara said, "The navigation unit has us going right."
"Change of plans,"
said Riker as he nosed the Shelby into the lane feeding onto I-195 west. By the time they started moving again, Steve-O was back at his perch between the seats. Hat brim cutting the air, he looked to Tara first, then fixed Riker with an inquisitive gaze.
"So we're going to Plan C now?"
"Not exactly,"
Riker said.
"While you two were shopping—"
He had wanted to do air quotes as Steve-O had earlier, but couldn't on account he was driving.
"I was doing the same, and a bit more. Buckle up, Steve-O. You'll both see soon enough."
Tara made no reply. She was turned in her seat, face nearly touching the window, jaw hinged open.
"What is it?"
Riker asked, keeping his eyes on merging traffic. "The hospital," she replied. "It's a full-on shit show." Riding the momentum of the turn, Steve-O slid to the passenger side, belted in, and turned his attention to the cluster of buildings that made up Mount Sinai Medical Center's sprawling campus.
"Lots of pretty lights,"
he noted. Tara said, "Those pretty lights are ambulances and police cars. Dozens of them." Slipping to the right lane, Riker stole a glance past Tara and could hardly believe what he was seeing. Chapter 8. Riker wanted nothing more than to crane to see with his own eyes the embattled Mount Sinai Medical Center and all that was happening there. Instead, keeping his eyes on his lane, he asked Tara to explain what she was seeing and take a video with her phone if possible. "Already one step ahead of you, bro. I'm way zoomed in, so it's bound to be grainy."
"What do you see?"
"Monsters,"
Steve-O interjected.
"I saw mostly slow ones."
Twisted around in her seat with one arm entangled in her shoulder belt and the iPhone aimed at the passing hospital, Tara said, "I'm afraid he's right. Dozens of them." Focused solely on the gathering traffic, Riker asked,
"Inside? Outside? What are they doing?"
Tara drew in a deep breath and exhaled. Voice wavering, she said, "There are lots of them. They're mostly clustered around a bunch of ambulances queued up on the side street. A smaller group is congregated in front of what looks to be the main entry." Riker slipped over into the far right lane as the interstate began a gradual dip prior to the long level stretch that shot off straight across the bay.
"Where are the patrol cars in relation to the zombies?"
he asked. "They're set up near Alton Road, a long line of them, but they're out of sight now." She paused and turned to face front. Fiddling with her iPhone, she went on, "Let me get the video going. I can zoom in on that specific area of the footage and get a better read for you." Riker glanced at the display in the center of the dash. The navigation program was already pulled up. On the right, in a separate pane, was a list of the upcoming exits. After saying the names of the next 3 softly under his breath, he sped up and checked his mirrors.
"I saw the law,"
Steve-O said.
"They were drawing down on the monsters with shotguns and pistols. Saw it all clear as day from back here."
Riker asked,
"Were they shooting? Did you see flame coming from their muzzles?"
"No, sir,"
Steve-O said.
"But it was coming. I'm sure of it. Looked like Custer's last stand."
Tara said, "The zombies are the natives, I'm guessing." Riker said,
"And the police would be the 7th Cavalry. We all know how that ended."
Not good for the soldiers, Steve-O said. Not good at all.
Crossing over Biscayne Bay, the 4.5-mile stretch of I-195 called the Julia Tuttle Causeway consisted of 6 lanes, 3 eastbound to Miami Beach and 3 heading west to Midtown Miami. At about the middle of its run, the causeway bisected a small island bristling with towering palms. Nearing the island, at a point in the span where the roadway bumped up to allow passage for boats traversing Biscayne Bay's sparkling waters, Tara caused Riker and Steve-O to jump by blurting, "Holy hell!" Pushing his glasses back on his nose, Steve-O said,
"What do you see, pretty lady?"
"The EMTs are still bringing infected people to the hospital. If they haven't yet, I think they're real close to losing the whole place to the dead."
Hippocratic oath,
muttered Riker as the Shelby geared down to compensate for the beginning of a gradual incline that seemed to go on forever.
"Hungry, hungry hippos,"
said Steve-O.
"I loved that game."
It's the sacred oath all doctors take after completing medical school. It says they are bound to help anyone in need of medical attention. No matter what, explained Riker. And it looks like their adhering to it is the root of all that madness down there.
"Here you go," Tara said, tilting the iPhone screen toward Riker. "I only captured 20 seconds of footage, but in there I found a few frames where you can see those same black body bags like we saw at the high school." He glanced sidelong at the device.
Anything moving in them?
Tara shook her head. "They're all lying flat and staying that way. Looks like someone is learning from past mistakes." As Riker mulled over this troubling new development, the dull throb behind his eyes returned. Taking the Biscayne Boulevard exit off the 195, they found traffic beginning to back up. The speedometer needle dipping below 20 was the straw that broke the proverbial camel's back. The usual slow creep of tension up his back and neck muscles didn't happen. Instead, all of the stress accumulated during the day's events was back at once. It manifested in the form of a tsunami of pain that surged from the base of his spine to the nerves behind his eyes. Traffic was backed up due to an FDOT work crew running a pair of jackhammers at a section of Biscayne Boulevard. Both lanes had come to a full stop at the red light, with cars in the left lane beginning to edge over. Good thing, because Riker was nearly incapacitated. Tracers danced before his eyes, and the dull throb had become a full-on migraine. It was as if the pair of guys in orange vests had fitted their jackhammers with needles and turned them on the inside of his skull. As Riker bowed his head and rubbed his temples, waiting for the light to change, a hand gripped his shoulder. "CTE back?" Tara asked, concern evident in her tone. Riker nodded, the simple act amplifying the pain. "Want me to drive?"
"No," he answered. "It's ebbing." A lie.
In fact, the pain was spiking, and his tinnitus was jangling away at rock band volume as he continued to pray for a few more seconds of red from the traffic control light over Biscayne.
"Let me know when you do."
She went quiet as the light cycled to green, and the half-dozen cars in the lane ahead slow-rolled forward. When the Shelby slipped through the light and they all had a clear view down Biscayne, Tara broke her silence. "Crap," she said, pointing to the red and yellow sign rising over a Shell gas station a block distant.
"That's not cool."
Though Riker's vision was a bit fuzzy around the edges, he could still read the large illuminated digital numbers dominating the Shell sign.
$7.99 a gallon? For regular? Hell,
he noted.
It was hovering somewhere south of $4 a gallon yesterday.
"Bend me the F over," said Tara, incredulous. "It doubled in price overnight. Means the populace is beginning to see through the government's bullcrap." From somewhere out of sight came Steve-O's voice.
"That's not lady talk, Tara."
She turned and said, "Remember, dude, you're a grown-ass man, so why don't you build a bridge and get over it?" Steve-O made a sound like a balloon deflating.
"That was harsh,"
scolded Riker. "Tough love," she said. Accelerating and jumping over to the right lane afforded a better view of the station coming up on their left. Though the prices were exorbitant, there was no shortage of customers willing to pay for it. The pumps were all in use. A double line of vehicles waiting their turn to drink from the well snaked out into Biscayne and continued on around the block to the east. Some drivers were out and leaning against their static vehicles. Others remained at the wheel, engines stilled and windows cracked. One particular compact bearing Tennessee plates had drawn a small crowd of gawkers. They stood on the street in a rough semicircle a few feet from the driver's side door. One man was tapping on the windshield. Another was waving a finger near the open driver's side window. Face a mask of animalistic rage, jaw pistoning non-stop up and down, the female driver lunged at her antagonists. As the shell became even with the scene, it was clear to Riker that the driver was infected. And with the zombie straining against the taut shoulder belt keeping it from worming through the window, the circle of onlookers tightened, some with phones in hand and getting near to the snapping teeth just to get a selfie with the thing. It was natural to be curious. Riker got it. He had seen it before. Years ago, while visiting Yellowstone with a friend, he had watched a grown woman get too close to a bison. It didn't end well for her. She messed with the bull and got the horns. He had a feeling the encounter he had just witnessed in the fuel line was going to end badly for one or more of the idiots. Steve-O said,
"Kids used to do that to me at school. Once I got older, it stopped."
Tara turned to face him. "I'm so sorry you had to go through that. Kids can be such assholes." Steve-O looked over top his glasses. "I know language. I'm sorry, Steve-O." Riker felt for the man. He'd been there, except his experience was a little different. Kind of inverse. Kids had been assholes to him at first, but once he fought back, it all stopped. Until he became an adult, that is. Then his size made him the target of every wannabe tough guy with a chip on his shoulder or one too many drinks in his system. And he had the scars on his knuckles as proof. Glancing at Tara, he said, "If this sickness continues to spread, prices are going nowhere but up. That is, if the gas even makes it from refinery to station. Not only do the truckers have to make random stops at way stations and keep their eyes peeled for state troopers, now they have to skirt National Guard roadblocks. No getting around it, sis. Things are going to keep getting worse until this all gets sorted out." "If it gets sorted out," she flipped the passing shell station the bird as Riker hung a right turn. "Fuck if I'm ever going to pay $8 for a gallon of gas." Again, Riker shot her a sidelong glance. "Bet you wished you still had that smart car of yours." "Thumbelina," she said, one brow arched. "It's not the money, Lee. I've got plenty of that." "What's the problem, then?" Voice full of conviction, she said, "It's the principle, man. F the opportunists." "Okay, then," challenged Riker. "Go ahead and see how many miles per gallon that righteous indignation is going to get you." "It just pisses me off, that's all." Tara looked out her window as Riker slowed, moved to the middle turn lane, and signaled a left turn. Through gritted teeth, she went on, "There's got to be a law on the books against that kind of price gouging, right?" Riker said nothing. He figured there was a whole slew of laws against the practice, especially in hurricane country, but didn't know enough about the subject to add his 2 cents. Chapter 9. Miami, Florida. Johnny's Shooter's Supply, a 4,000-square-foot, one-level structure encompassing the majority of a city block, was mostly windowless and constructed from cement block painted battleship gray. To say the place resembled a bunker would be a vast understatement. The only landscaping to speak of were 4 palms standing sentinel on each corner of the parking lot. Mostly empty, the lot fronted a single set of double doors mirrored against the sun and protected by a pair of waist-high cement posts painted safety orange. If not for the red awning displaying the store's name in white lettering, the business could easily be mistaken for an automotive parts warehouse or maybe an import-export concern. Riker steered the Shelby onto the lot and reversed into a corner spot in the shadow of one of the towering palms. He left the engine idle and kicked up the air a notch. Rolling the transmission into park, he said,
"We're here. Your question is answered, sis."
"A gun store?" Tara said. "That's where you been during your frequent shore excursions? I figured something was up, seeing as how you only have this old man shirt of yours." She flicked the sleeve. "Tommy Obama, or whatever it's called, to show for all the shopping you said you were doing?" Recalling the ire directed his way by Tara after he disassembled and discarded the Beretta he'd taken from the soldier at the high school in Middletown, he nodded and said,
"I confess, just in case my background check didn't pan out, I kept this place to myself."
Hands up in mock surrender, he went on.
"I did make a few purchases here. I think you'll forgive me when you see what I picked up for us."
He unbuckled and shifted in his seat.
"Florida has a 3-day waiting period on handgun purchases. That's why I kept coming home empty-handed."
Clicking out of her belt, she asked, "What were you doing with the rest of your time?" Following the other's lead, Steve O clicked out of his seatbelt. Filling up the space between the front seat headrests and wearing a wide smile, he said,
Lee's been a busy little beaver.
Riker nodded at Steve O. Responding to Tara's question, he said,
"I ran a few hundred rounds through the same type of firearms I ordered from Johnny. I also learned how to break them all down and give them a thorough cleaning. The people who work here are real helpful."
Steve O looked to Riker. Voice taking on an inquisitive tone, he said,
I thought you were in the Army, Lee. Shouldn't you already know how to shoot and clean your guns?
"I was a driver in the Army, Steve O. I did very little shooting over there, and when I did get to put a few rounds through a Beretta or M4, it was at the outdoor range and under strict supervision."
Tara said, "You served your country honorably, Lee. You left a piece of yourself over there, too, and you have the Purple Heart to show for it. You should never, ever diminish your contribution." Flashing Tara a pretend scowl, he said,
"Coming or staying? I'll leave the engine running and the AC on if you don't want to come with."
Tara craned to see the instrument cluster. "Tank's full, I see. Let's keep it that way." She reached over and shut the engine down. "I say we all go in."
I'm going,
said Steve-O.
I like looking at the antique guns.
"Not many of those in here,"
Riker said.
"It's a retail store and indoor range. All the good antiques usually end up in museums."
Steve-O said nothing. Holding his hat with one hand, he elbowed open his door and exited the truck. As the door thunked shut, Tara said in a low voice, "You did get everything done on our list, right?"
"Most of it, which is pretty good seeing as how we're bugging out 2 days early."
Again with the brow lift.
"Did you fill the gas cans?"
Riker flashed a sheepish grin.
"Lee, I made the daily bank withdrawals. Stopped at the gold and silver place afterward. Every day like we agreed. Did you?"
Now Tara was the one flashing the guilty smile.
"Well?"
"Only twice," she conceded.
"Better than none. I'll let it slide if you let the gas can thing go."
She nodded and winked, then pushed open her door. Riker and Tara caught up with their new friend a few paces from the front doors. The parking lot was half full, with 3 more vehicles rolling in as they trooped across the lot.
"Allow me,"
said Riker as he reached past the shorter man and opened the door for him. As Tara slipped past him, Riker set the Shelby's alarm and pocketed the fob. Riker watched Tara make a beeline for the waist-high glass display cases lining the left wall. Arranged neatly on glass shelves within the cases were all manner of handguns. Neon green price tags affixed to white packaging string dangled from the trigger guards of revolvers, semi-automatics, and single-shot derringers. The weapons came in every finish imaginable. Most were black or blued. A few were flat dark earth, a fairly dark shade of brown. Others were desert tan, a brown lighter in tone than the ones done in FDE. Sitting on one shelf next to a number of chromed items, mostly revolvers, was a boxy semi-automatic finished in Cerakote, nearly the same hue of hot pink as the flamingos on Steve O's tropical shirt. Remaining tight-lipped, Steve O walked straight toward the rear of the store, where the entire wall was adorned with all manner of taxidermy. Waterfowl posed in flight, a raccoon standing on its hind legs, a weasel of some sort slinking through artificial foliage. Centerpiece of the taxidermy was a Florida panther, its tan fur and yellow eyes lifelike. The way it had been posed on the faux rock base, coiled and ready to pounce, made it seem as if the pair of patrons handling long rifles below were about to come under attack. A number of forked antlers mounted to display plaques flanked the panther. Riding above it all was the rack from a bull moose. Riker guessed if the beast it once belonged to was at his level and charging, even with his wide wingspan, he'd have a hard time touching both edges of the rack at the same time. A wiry Asian man wearing a camouflage ball cap on which Desert Storm Veteran was stitched in gold approached Riker from the right. He looked to be late 40s. He wore some kind of tactical pants tailored from a sturdy tan fabric. They were held up by a leather belt, on which rode a holster containing a boxy black semi-automatic pistol. Worn over a tucked-in white T-shirt was a red vest bearing the words Range Officer, front and back. Smiling and extending a hand, the man said, "Mr. Riker, good to see you again so soon. Shooting today?"
Not today, John,
answered Riker as he and the man shook hands.
That grip,
said Riker, pretending to massage his right hand. The man smiled wide as he removed yellow-lensed shooter's glasses and tucked them into a vest pocket. Riker said,
Did you get the Ithaca out to Indiana?
Nodding, John said, It shipped this morning. With a slight tilt of the head, he asked, What kind of a favor does a guy have to do for you to earn a $12,000 over-under?
Too long of a story to go into right now, answered Riker.
Understood, replied John. Hopeful tone to his voice, Riker asked,
Did my paperwork clear?
As someone somewhere once said John, timing is everything. Your 4473 came back yesterday. You good to go, Lee?
William Shakespeare, interjected Tara as she materialized from a nearby aisle. That's who you're quoting.
Well, I'll take your word for it, said John. You must be Lee's better half.
Ew, exclaimed Tara. He's my booger-eating brother half. At least he was still eating him in middle school. Can't speak on it now.
Ah, siblings,
John nodded.
My apologies for assuming. You're both close in age.
Quit digging, Tara said. Lee is 4 years older than me.
Again, please forgive me.
I'm youngest of 4, 2 brothers and a sister. They all still live in Texas.
That would explain the accent within the accent,
Riker said. Shooting his sister a sour look, he changed the subject.
Is there a rear door I can back up to so we can load up?
John shook his head. No need. I'll have Hector and Shane carry your purchases out for you. He whistled to get the attention of a pair of men fixated on whatever was playing out on the small flat-panel TV on the wall behind the counter. It was flanked by a neon Glock sign and what looked to be an 8x10 headshot of Uncle Phil from Duck Dynasty. On the screen, a Fox News reporter was watching some kind of large-scale melee taking place. On the left side was a phalanx of riot gear-clad police officers or soldiers, no way of telling across the distance. One thing was clear. The civilians screen right were having their way with the thinning ranks, splitting them here and there and taking a few to the ground. If the scene at Mount Sinai Hospital was a shit show, as Tara put it, this was a shit storm. Or better yet, a shit-nado. Simultaneously, Riker's attention was commandeered by Tara and Steve O. She was saying, I want that pink pistol. And Steve O was coming at him, brandishing the largest Nerf gun he'd ever seen. It was orange and blue and fitted with a huge drum magazine and some kind of optics.
Can I get it?
He asked. Holding Steve O off with an upturned palm, Riker answered Tara first.
We don't have 3 days to wait.
Then, addressing Steve O, he said,
Only if I get one too. and grab us a couple of hundred of those foam bullets and some batteries for the guns."
As Steve-O stalked off, Nerf rifle at port arms, Hector and Shane arrived. Both men wore overstuffed black Arc'teryx backpacks. Hector was pushing a four-wheeled cart loaded down with a pair of black Pelican trunk lockers containing the weapons, ammo, and gear Riker had ordered. Shane followed after, a Pelican storm rifle case in each hand. Steve-O returned shortly after, armed for bear. John ranged around the corner and rang up Steve-O's guns and ammo. Addressing Riker, he said, "Who's your friend?"
"I'm right here, dude,"
Steve-O said as he went to work freeing the guns from their packaging.
"Half-cousin,"
Riker lied.
"and he likes to speak for himself. Gets pretty pissy when folks talk past him or for him."
John apologized for a third time. Making small talk as he ran Riker's debit card, he asked, "Where are you going with all these goodies? You have a readout to stock or something?"
"Or something,"
replied Riker. Picking up his Nerf gun and batteries, he followed Steve-O and Tara to the front door and out into the harsh light of high noon. While the store employees lugged the gear across the lot to the Shelby, Riker disarmed the alarm, unlocked the rigid tonneau cover, and dropped the tailgate. As the men shrugged off the packs and stacked the Pelican cases on the blacktop beside the truck, Tara went to work manhandling the packs onto the tailgate and shoving them all the way to the front of the load bed. With Hector and Shane helping, Riker loaded the cases, arranging them beside the backpacks and assorted camping gear he had picked up at a Dick's Sporting Goods store 2 days prior. Riker closed the tailgate and squared up to the men. Extending a hand, he said,
"Thank you, fellas."
The taller of the two men, Hector, shook Riker's hand first. He stood a couple inches north of 6 foot and came close to being able to look Riker in the eye. He ran his fingers through his long black beard a couple of times and said,
"What do you think of the Romeo Victor operation?"
The question took Riker by surprise. Playing it cool, he shrugged and looked to Shane.
"What do you think?"
Shane said,
"I think Jade Helm was a dry run for all of this."
"Hands on hips?" Hector nodded. Shane went on,
"Me and Hector been talking. We both think Romeo is the precursor to a nationwide gun confiscation."
Hector nodded in agreement and worried his yellow ball cap. On the cap was a replica of the Gadsden flag, complete with coiled snake and, stitched in red, the admonition, "Don't tread on me."
"Only advice I have to give you,"
Riker said,
"is that you must believe everything you see. Don't let normalcy bias dull your edge."
"What do you mean?"
asked Hector.
"Elaborate."
Riker shook his head.
"It's still very confusing to me, gentlemen. If I had the time to spare, I'd stay and tell you my story. Let you be the judge. But I don't."
He paused long enough to start the Ford's motor with the fob.
"Just know that this place and who you're with, you're ahead of the curve if things do go sideways. Just trust your gut, fellas."
The men stood there contemplating the advice as Riker climbed behind the wheel. They were still rooted in place as he pulled forward and exited the lot. Riker pulled into traffic and didn't look back. He retraced their route back to the 195, along the way passing the Shell station, where out front of the pumps 2 men were swinging wildly on each other. Next to the compact with Tennessee plates, 2 obese men and a tall, rail-thin woman worked together to hold the thrashing driver face down on the blacktop. Looking to Tara, Riker said,
"It's starting all right. And you, little sis, win the award for Understatement of the Year."
Chapter 10. At the juncture to I-195, things had gone from bad to worse. Motorists honked and jockeyed lanes to get past the flagger the FDOT work crew had recently deployed. While the man in the orange vest held a hand out to calm the drivers he was detaining with a handheld stop sign, the other workers were packing up tools and policing up traffic cones. The on-ramp to 195 West was blocked with unmoving vehicles. The rising tempest of shouts and blaring horns was reacquainting Riker with the unease that the successful stop at Johnny's had helped to quell. Leaning forward and swiping the touchscreen, Tara said, "I'm pulling up the nav unit so I can reroute us to the second option that'll swing us west to Naples." Knowing where west was in relation to his direction of travel, Riker let his gaze roam his mirrors. Clear. Seeing a break in the approaching traffic, he hauled the wheel over and stomped the gas pedal. There was a whine under the hood as the Whipple turbocharger spooled up. Then the horsepower surge was transferred to the rear tires, which grabbed for half a heartbeat, sending the truck into a sharp turn to the left. In the back half of the beat, the tires broke free, and the Shelby snapped into the adjacent lane facing west and partially obscured by a drifting veil of blue-white smoke. The sudden maneuver resulted in a flurry of honking from the cars in the lane previously occupied by the Shelby. One-fingered salutes accompanied the racket as Riker sped through Midtown Miami, where traffic was getting worse. 2 blocks west of the interchange, the reason became evident. Like the Shell station, a long line of vehicles waiting to get into a grocery store's already full parking lot wound out into the street, causing traffic ahead to slow down as drivers began to pass in the center turn lane. Across the street, a convenience store was equally busy. As if a Cat 5 hurricane was bearing down on the city, Miamians were finally making a run on the stores. Tara tapped the touchscreen and cycled from the navigation screen to one that detailed fuel consumption. She put her finger on the available range listed there. Sounding rather encouraged, she said, "This says we can go a little over 400 miles on the gas currently in the tank. That's pretty good, right?" Taking the wind from her sails, Riker said,
"Dolly's tank holds 36 gallons.
Tara's brows rose an inch. She said, "What's that? A whopping 11 gallons per mile?"
12 or so. It'll go up by a mile per gallon as soon as we get out of this stop-and-go traffic."
"Well, well," Tara said, "that almost gives us a whole 40 extra miles."
36,
corrected Steve-O.
"I'll take your word for it,"
Riker said. Slowing considerably, he slipped the Shelby over to the right lane. A second later, a pair of matte black Cougar mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles rolling on 6 massive tires came barreling around a corner. Bumpers nearly touching, a column of 6 blacked-out Suburbans following the M-Raps blew the red light to make the turn.
"Looks like Johnny's,"
Steve-O said, adding his own gunfire sound effects. He leveled the Nerf rifle at the passing vehicles and pretended to engage them. Riker said,
"Keep it low, man. We don't need that kind of attention."
Coming to Steve-O's defense, Tara said, "These windows are tinted darker than you, Lee. Cut the man some slack." Riker bristled at the quip. If spending time with people he cared about was teaching him one thing, it was how to pick and choose his battles. And this was one he didn't want to wage. Not now, not ever, because Tara's temper belied her stature. If you asked anyone who knew her, they'd declare her a worthy opponent in most arenas, verbal jousting notwithstanding. So he bit his tongue and drove on. In less than an hour, they were beyond the Miami city limits and pushing west on Interstate 75. On the outskirts of Miami, the Florida Highway Patrol had been having a field day. Just before the county line, they saw 3 different motorists pulled over. The first 2 they came upon had been caught by helmeted troopers riding futuristic-looking motorcycles. The third unlucky driver was behind the wheel of a topless, canary-yellow hypercar of Italian heritage. The patrol vehicle parked at an angle behind the $1 million sports car was a blacked-out Dodge Challenger Hellcat. Only giveaway that the $70,000 American muscle car was a police cruiser was the red and blue lights secreted behind the slatted grille. Flashing rhythmically, the lights seemed to be taunting the bigger fish currently on its hook. The heightened law enforcement presence kept Riker honest in the speed department until they were 40 miles outside of Miami. Here, the interstate went laser straight as it cut into Big Cypress National Preserve, where places to hide a cruiser were few and far between, especially during the day. Feeling confident, Riker let the Shelby Baja stretch its legs. With passing mangroves and cypress trees becoming a green blur outside the windows, he said,
"Keep your eyes open for a gas station or a sign pointing to one."
"I bet stations are hard to come by out here in the sticks," Tara replied as she leaned over to consult the navigation unit. After cycling through the different screens, she made a face, then looked over at Riker, who had the speedometer needle holding steady at 90 miles per hour. "The faster you drive," she added, "the more gas it burns per mile, right?"
"She burns gas," said Riker. "It's proper to refer to ships, aircraft, and vehicles as she."
"Okay, smartass. Why are you riding Dolly so hard?" He smiled.
"That sounds kind of nasty."
As the Shelby roared past a pair of SUVs loaded down with camping gear and bristling with bike racks and rooftop gearboxes, Tara stole a glance into the back seat area.
"His ears are no longer virgin,"
Riker said. "Doesn't matter," she shot back. "He's fast asleep."
"That pisses me off."
Tara said, "What pisses you off?"
"That he can just switch off like that. That anyone can just fall asleep at the drop of a hat."
Tara didn't respond to that. She craned and leaned forward. Then, belt tight on her shoulder, she said, "We've got company." Riker's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror.
"What kind of company?"
"More patrol cars, up ahead on the right," she said. "They may be setting up a roadblock. They've already got a couple of cars pulled over. You better be ready to stop."
"Seeing as how they're not in my lane, I think I'll play it by ear."
Still, Riker braked hard and craned to see what was going on. As their speed dropped below the limit, the nearest patrol car, which had the squat profile of a Dodge Charger, moved to close off the fast lane. As the Shelby drew to within a couple of 100 feet of the cruiser, Riker got a better look at the stopped vehicles and realized he had let himself get caught up in a hastily constructed checkpoint. Stopping just shy of the last civilian car in line, Riker saw a trooper approach a car near the front of the line. The trooper stopped beside the passenger window and peered inside. After a beat or two, he leaned over the windshield. Throughout the inspection, he moved slowly and methodically, one hand never leaving the butt of his holstered pistol. Everything about the trooper's body language screamed danger. The trooper in the Charger started the light bar strobing, popped open the trunk, and stepped out of the car. Riker saw that the trooper was a woman nearly his height. She covered her trussed brunette locks with the white, wide-brimmed Smokey the Bear hat and walked around to the open trunk. Riker said nothing until the female trooper walked to the length of highway in front of her cruiser and started deploying road flares.
"Timing is not on our side here. Looks like we missed getting through this by a minute or two tops."
He killed the motor, then moved his hand to the back of his neck. Setting the e-brake, he dipped his head and massaged his spasming neck muscles. Tara said, "Relax, Lee. It'll be all right." Riker drew in a deep breath and said,
"Those Pelican boxes are full of firearms and ammunition."
"They're all legal, right?" Riker exhaled and nodded as he answered,
"They're all legal. However, there's enough of them in there to raise eyebrows. Make someone think we're starting some kind of uprising."
Steve O stirred in the back seat. A tick later, he cut a long, drawn-out fart. Ignoring Tara's smirk, Riker said,
"Plus, there's a loaded shotgun under my seat."
The lady trooper returned to her cruiser, went into the trunk, and came out with more flares. Tara watched the lady trooper pass on the right, then tracked her in the wing mirror as she lit the flares and set them out at 10-foot intervals. Meanwhile, Riker was watching the slow approach of the pair of gear-laden SUVs he had passed a couple of miles back. As the lead vehicle came to a halt near the Shelby's rear bumper, the lady trooper materialized outside of Riker's window. She wore a stoic expression and was stabbing a finger toward the road. Universal semaphore for "Run your window down." Chapter 11. Keeping his right hand on the steering wheel, Riker showed his left to the lady trooper, extended his pointer finger, and with it made a show of depressing the button to start his window motoring down. The trooper said nothing. Her name tag read Sharp. The window seated and the motor went silent. Steve O's fart won the battle with the humid, pine-scented air rushing in. If the stench wafting by registered to Trooper Sharp, she didn't let on. All business, thought Riker as the trooper remained rigid, staring at him from behind mirrored aviator's glasses. He imagined the eyes roving the interior, taking inventory of him and the others. Could she sense the unease he was experiencing due to the presence of the loaded Mossberg 590 shockwave secreted underneath his seat and mini arsenal of weapons in the load bed? Nonsense, he told himself. Adjusting the brim of her hat, Trooper Sharp said, "Just the three of you traveling today?" He nodded, hoped his Braves cap was absorbing the sheen of sweat he felt developing on his forehead. Tara leaned forward and shot the trooper a questioning look. Ignoring Tara, the trooper asked, "Where are you all headed?" Both hands strangling the steering wheel, Riker said, "We're going camping somewhere on the handle." A lie, but not exactly. He truly didn't know when or if the gear in the bed would come into play. The trooper nodded and put a cupped hand against the rear window. "Who's sleepyhead back there?" "Our half-cousin," declared Tara. "We're showing him the great outdoors." "Well, you all be careful," said the trooper. "Lots of gators, even more two-legged predators. Might want to stay on the Gulf side for a spell. Steer clear of Jacksonville and Orlando. Best if you stay west of I-75. Riker said, "Why the roadblock?" The trooper hesitated and spent the time eyeing the SUVs and pair of newly arrived cars sliding in behind them. Up ahead, the other trooper had concluded his inspection of the first two vehicles and was ushering them through. Finally, the lady trooper said, "We've got a bolo for a cop killer last seen in West Miami." No sooner had she said cop killer than the handset riding on her shoulder epaulette emitted a burst of squelch, followed by a voice issuing a stand-down order. As the trooper processed the update, her stoic demeanor cracked. Smiling, she looked to Riker. "They got the scumbag." The smile on the trooper's face was enough to release some of the tension having taken hold in Riker's shoulders and neck. "Alive?" he asked. Smile fading, she said, "Unfortunately, yes." "So, we're clear to proceed?" "In a bit." "Care to elaborate on what's going on in Jacksonville and Orlando?" At first, Trooper Sharp said nothing. She cast a furtive glance forward, then covertly checked behind her. Finally, she said, "People are getting sick. They say it's as contagious as Ebola, but..." But what?" Riker probed. "But it's transferred like rabies." Tara crowded Riker. Meeting Trooper Sharp's gaze, she said, "Through a bite, right?" The trooper nodded. "Are they locking down Orlando and Jacksonville?" Another brief nod, followed by, "And Miami. You know, I really shouldn't be telling you this." The driver of the SUV behind the Shelby leaned on his horn. Riker said, "It says to protect and serve on your car. I think what you're doing falls under the former. Do the quarantines have to do with the military op?" Again the horn blared. Trooper Sharp raised a hand at the forerunner. One finger was extended, telling the driver to wait. "Get as far away from Florida as possible." Tara asked, "Is Georgia safe?" Interrupting the trooper's response, Steve O said, "California?" Simultaneously, the siblings shook their heads and blurted a resounding, "No!" "One infected?" said the trooper, swallowing hard. "Well, one of the fast infected? Can infect a dozen others." She snapped her fingers. "Just like that." Playing dumb, Riker asked, "So there are fast and slow infected?" Now the horn of a vehicle at the back of the line was blaring. Eyes still hidden behind the mirrored glasses, Trooper Sharp said, "Stay away from crowds. Don't get bitten." She turned to go to her charger, then paused to add, "They're dead, so destroying their brain is the only way to stop them. Cut out their legs, they'll keep crawling until they get you. They're relentless. One bite is all it takes."
"She's talking about bolts,"
stated Steve-O. Hefting the Nerf gun, he made the sound of a machine gun and pretended to strafe the woods on Tara's side of the truck.
"I'll stop those bolts in their tracks."
Trooper Sharp held Riker's gaze for a 3 count, then turned and strode back to her cruiser. They had to wait while the troopers policed up their spike strips. Within 5 minutes, the cruisers were on the shoulder, and Trooper Sharp was waving the long line of vehicles on their way west. Immediately after leaving the roadblock behind, Riker matted the pedal and passed the trio of vehicles that had been in the line ahead of him. With the location of 3 of Florida's state patrol cruisers known to him, he wasn't too worried about coming across another until they got closer to Naples, a city on the Gulf side where I-75 made a sharp jog to the north. 30 minutes into the thunder run through the preserve, some 80 miles from the gun store, Riker slowed to the speed limit and began to pay attention to the right side of the road. Shifting in her seat and stretching her arms above her head, Tara said, "Looking for a place to pee?"
"A place to stop, not necessarily to pee."
"That's right," she said. "You were famous for being able to hold yours forever. Always got me in trouble with Dad. Thanks for that, by the way." A short while later, Riker spotted a rectangular brown sign announcing one of the Cypress Preserve's many wildlife viewing areas. Riker said,
"You gotta go?"
"Ever since the roadblock." Riker called over his shoulder,
"Steve-O, do you need a bathroom break?"
"I thought you'd never ask. I have to pee like a racehorse."
On the verge of laughter, Riker looked to Tara. Mouthing, "No, you don't." Tara stabbed a finger at the rapidly approaching secondary road. Here, slow the F down, Lee." And he did. But there was nothing graceful about how he went about it. Obviously forgetting all about the cargo in the bed, not to mention his passengers, he applied the brakes as if a brick wall loomed. Next, he slalomed over to the narrow secondary road paralleling the interstate. Then, at the last moment, with Tara holding the grab bar by her head in a 2-handed death grip, and Steve-O clutching Tara's headrest in a desperate act of self-preservation, he drifted the truck off of the secondary road and onto the feeder road. Not quite a right-angle maneuver, but damn close. There was a loud bang in the bed from the shifting contents coming to an abrupt stop against the driver's side wheel well. The squeal of the tires failed to override Tara's screamed epithets.
"A little warning next time,"
said Steve-O as he fought to retain his hold on the front seat back. Bringing the truck back under control, Riker said,
"Hold on,"
and let out a wild war whoop. Smoothing out the front of her shirt, Tara said, "Feeling alive, Lee?"
"Just seeing what Dolly's capable of. How she handles transitioning from pavement to gravel, that's all."
With rocks pinging off the undercarriage, he drove on a couple of 100 yards, then, still smiling, pulled hard to the side of the narrow road and put the transmission into park. "You couldn't have done that somewhere between New Jersey and Miami? Maybe pulled that juvenile bullshit while you were out running errands by yourself?" Riker killed the engine. Facing Tara, he said,
"I thought we were in big trouble back there at the roadblock. I would have been winging it, driving blind, if you will, had I been forced to rabbit and try to outrun the cruisers and their radios."
Face screwed up in a scowl, Tara simply shook her head and stared daggers across the cab. Steve-O said,
"Everybody knows you can't outrun a radio."
Tara said, "The man has a valid point." Changing the subject, Riker elbowed open his door, saying,
"We have, at most, a 5-minute lead on the rest of the pack. Let's get this done."
He looked into the back seat.
"Steve-O, want to be our eyes and ears?"
Hefting the Nerf gun, Steve-O said,
"After I pee, I'll be on the lookout for black trucks and Johnnies."
Swinging her gaze to Steve-O, Tara said, "And bolts. Don't forget about them." Throwing a mock salute, Steve-O piled out on the driver's side. Nerf in hand and wearing a wide grin, he traipsed to the shallow ditch full of brackish water and ran his zipper down. Popping the tonneau and dropping the tailgate, Riker got his first look at the unintended consequences of his high-speed turn. The Pelican cases were mashed against the tailgate when it hinged down. The backpacks and sports bags were wedged against the Pelican cases. The camping gear had fared no better. No longer in a tidy bunch in the corner near the cab, it had been distributed to all points of the compass. And speaking to the violence of the high G turn, one of the plastic-wrapped cases of bottled water had split open, scattering roughly 20 of the 24 bottles about the bed. Amazingly, the case of sports drinks Riker had grabbed from Villa Jasmine's pantry was still intact. Returning from her quick squat in the nearby woods, Tara said, "Amazing it's not all out on the interstate after that dumbass maneuver, Lee."
"Just good old boys,"
sang Steve-O, smiling ear to ear.
"Never meaning no harm,"
finished Riker, his gaze settling on Tara. Shaking her head, she said, "You better have a pink pistol in one of those boxes, Lee Riker, or I'm going to be pissed." Riker said nothing as he popped the press and pull latches on one of the larger Pelican cases. On her toes, as Riker lifted the lid, Tara grabbed the bed rail and stared down into the box. "You bought yourself enough guns to start a war, Lee, and not one of them is pink."
"We'll get you a can of spray paint at the next hardware store we come across."
He reached in and came out with a black plastic case not much larger than a hardcover novel. Embossed on the top was the word Glock, the G large and stylized. He popped the pair of latches and opened the lid. Not going so far as to perform a game show model arm sweep, he spun the box around and made a show of presenting its contents to Tara. Standing a yard away, Nerf at port arms, Steve-O was taking it all in. Reaching for the compact black pistol, she said, "For me? What is it?" Riker waved her off.
"First, I want to say a couple of things."
Crossing her arms, Tara said, "Go ahead and hit me with your public service announcement." Hefting the Glock from the padded case, Riker said,
"When John found out how long it's been since I transitioned, he made me listen to the same spiel."
Tara shot a furtive glance at the distant interstate, then leaned against the truck bed. Eyes on her brother, she crossed her arms over the bed rail and said, "I'm all ears." Holding the semi-automatic pistol at eye level to Tara, muzzle aimed away from all three of them, Riker said,
"Glock 19. Magazine holds 17 rounds of 9mm. Safety is on the trigger, here. You're a righty, so the magazine release you'll use is on the left side, here. And the slide stop lever you'll use is this little metal tab on the left, here." He set the pistol on the foam and, beginning with, "Always assume a firearm is loaded," then, from memory, went down the basic list of firearm safety, at times lifting the Glock from the case to illustrate how to properly handle it. Finished, he set the pistol down and instructed Tara to show him what she had learned. In the end, after having Tara muzzle sweep his midsection twice and rack the slide with her finger inside the trigger guard, he put the pistol away and handed her the Glock's owner's manual and a small brochure listing everything he'd recited to her during his roadside presentation.
"I got it,"
Steve-O bragged. Riker stopped unloading the box long enough to cast a glance at his friend. Sure enough, the man had his trigger finger outside the Nerf gun's trigger guard and was holding the rifle with its non-lethal muzzle aimed in a safe direction.
"You're the man, Steve-O,"
said Riker, flashing a thumbs up.
"Now help me transfer this ammunition and the rifle cases to the cab."
As Steve-O and Tara began shuttling stuff off to the cab, Riker loaded a pair of magazines with 9mm, slammed one home into the well of one of his identical pair of Sig Sauer P226 Legion semi-automatic pistols, and dropped the spare magazine into his pocket. The black handgun was the new RX full-size model and fit his large hand nicely. It was fitted with a Romeo 1 reflex sight that had a nifty auto on-off feature. Activated by movement, or lack thereof, the red holographic pip in the reticle was always there when needed. Riker snugged the weapon into the Phobos paddle holster John had so expertly upsold him, climbed behind the wheel, and stowed the holstered pistol in the center console. Steve-O jumped in back and arranged the rifle cases on the floorboard. Hearing the tailgate slam shut, Riker watched Tara close and lock the tonneau, then make her way around the passenger side. Once Tara was back in her seat, Riker started the motor and rolled forward, first and foremost on his mind, finding a place to get the wide-body rig turned back toward the interstate. Chapter 12. Getting the Shelby turned around was easier said than done. Riker drove about 100 yards north to where the road took a shallow bend to the left and the ground-hugging brush fell away from the shoulder on both sides. Seeing this, he jinked the wheel left, buried the Shelby's beefy bumper into the foliage, and ground to a halt. With the discordant jangle of twigs marring the virgin paint, he spun the steering wheel hard right until it reached its limit. Power steering pump squealing in protest, he ran the transmission lever to reverse and fed the V8 some gas. There was a crackling of branches breaking as the truck lurched backward. More of the same entered the cab as he ran the tailgate into the bushes. Silence in the cab as Riker stopped the Shelby perpendicular to the road and eased up off the throttle. Riker was cranking the wheel in the opposite direction to finish the last leg of the three-point turn when Tara rapped her knuckles on her window. "Bro," she said, "there's a car blocking the road just past the bend." She paused for a beat, craning to see more.
"Doesn't matter, we're turning around."
"Does it matter if there's a woman waving at me?" Steering wheel hitting the stops, Riker said,
"It's not our business."
As he added power, the front end gouged away a good chunk of the intruding forest. "What if she's having car trouble?"
"What if?"
he answered, finally getting the truck pointed back the way they had come. "What if she has a kid with her? Would that change your mind?" Steve-O said,
Yeah, Lee. Since when did you start leaving ladies and kids behind?
Sighing, Riker glanced in the rear view. Sure enough, partially hidden behind the woman's leg was a little boy. Blonde hair, big brown eyes, healthy tan. Tara stared at Riker with puppy dog eyes. Shaking his head, Riker threw the transmission into park and shut off the engine. Retrieving the SIG from the console, he slipped the paddle over his waistband and adjusted the holster so that it rode comfortably on his right hip. Elbowing open his door, he said,
"Steve-O, I want you to hold down the fort while me and Tara go and see what's up."
Steve-O rolled his window on the driver's side halfway down. Poking the Nerf gun's muzzle through the space, he said,
Aye, aye, Rikers.
By the time Riker and Tara had covered half the distance to the woman and kid, a lot more was revealed. The car was a Subaru Forester wagon with Florida plates. It was in the shadows, so its dark green paint made it blend in perfectly with the trees beside the road, which was why he had missed seeing it in the first place. It also sat a little higher than most cars, which led him to conclude that it wasn't high-centered or stuck in a roadside ditch. The woman had stopped here willingly. And as if the wagon had seen a lot of off-road driving, the side and rear windows were coated with road grime. Out back, the rear window wiper had scoured a shape in the dirt that resembled an oriental fan. The clean patch of window glass was mostly obscured from within by tiny crimson handprints. Riker said,
"Hello."
The woman held her child's head against her hip. Tara said, "We mean you no harm. We just stopped to pee." The lady was dividing her attention between her car and the slow-walking siblings. Riker asked,
"Is your car broken down?"
The woman shook her head. Calling across the distance, she said, "It's my oldest boy. He's real sick." He won't talk to me either. He just growls and bangs his head against the pet partition." While the woman was speaking, more handprints appeared where the wiper had left its mark. Knowing the answer to the question before he posed it, Riker asked,
"Your oldest. He's in the car now?"
She took a step away from the car. That was all the confirmation he needed. Now that a bar of sun was hitting both the woman and her kid, Riker got a better look at her face. It was unlined and smooth, so he put her in her early to mid-20s, and since the top of her head came even with the Subaru's roof rack, he guessed she stood a tick under 5 foot tall. On her head was a navy blue ball cap. Poking through the back of the cap was a dishwater blonde ponytail. As the boy stepped out from behind the young mother, Riker saw that he was still in diapers. Holding both hands up to show the pair he meant no harm, he said,
"Why'd you stop here?"
With no hesitation, she said, "To separate the boys. It was a real struggle to get my oldest into the back and close the hatch." Riker said,
"You got gas?"
"Half a tank." He said,
"Then I recommend you get in that car of yours and drive straight to a hospital."
And though he knew the likely reason for the boys' animalistic behavior, he added,
"Better get both your boys checked out by a kid doctor."
"Pediatrician," whispered Tara. Eyes widening, the young mother said, "I don't want to go back into the city. I won't go back into the city. The people are all going crazy." "Where are you coming from?" Tara asked. "Pine Hills, just outside Orlando."
"What's your name?"
Riker probed. The woman brought the boy out from behind her leg, put her hands on his shoulders, and said, "Susan. I go by Sue, mostly." Lowering his hands, Riker said,
"All right, Sue. What's your boy's name?"
She rubbed sudden tears from her eyes. "That's Samuel in the car. He likes us to call him Sammy." The toddler smiled and said,
"Smell is being mean."
Forcing a smile, Susan said, "Sean can't say Samuel yet, and he refuses to call him Sam or Sammy. This one's a little hard-headed." As if on cue, the little boy banged his head into Mom's hip and buried his face in her knee-length skirt. Riker stole a glance at the Shelby, saw Steve O hanging out the window, Nerf gun trained at something down the feeder road. Panning back to Susan, he asked,
"Tell me again why you put Sammy in the back?"
"Because the seatbelt wasn't keeping him from getting to Sean." She paused and regarded her car. Without regaining eye contact, she went on, "Sammy bit Sean. Barely broke the skin, though. I'm sure he didn't mean it." Riker didn't like where this was going.
"How'd Sammy get whatever he's come down with?"
"A little shit at Sunday school bit him on his back." She made a face. "It's infected. I'm sure of it. It's giving off that smell. Sweet and kind of sour at the same time. Like spoiled ground beef. Here, you take a look." One hand holding the toddler at bay, she reached back and grabbed the handle on the wagon's hatch. Right hand going for the cig on his hip, Riker chanted,
No, don't open."
Too late. Chapter 13. Since when did you start leaving ladies and kids behind? Riker heard Steve O's fateful words in his head as the Subaru's rear hatch was on its upward journey. As he saw a pair of small hands slap the glass from within, his Sig Legion was clearing leather, and he had come to accept full responsibility for what he was about to do. Aware of her close proximity to what, with her luck of late, had to be a bolt, Tara turned away from the wagon, dipped her head, and made a break for the Shelby. All of this came at Riker in slow motion. Leveling the pistol in the direction of the car, he saw a stick-thin leg kick through the widening gap between the bumper and the rear hatch's lower edge. Backing away from the slow-to-open hatch, the woman said, "Stop your kicking, Sammy." Looking back to Riker and the rapidly retreating Tara, she added in a low voice, "He's on the spectrum and can be a handful sometimes." Back arched and growling like a cornered badger, The woman's handful hit the ground on all fours. Complete with muddy hands and knees, the boy snapped up and stood erect underneath the open hatch. Sammy was a foot or so taller than Sean, head panning slowly right to left, from Tara to Riker to Susan. The boy suddenly went silent. Only when his wild-eyed gaze fell on the toddler did the low growl that had emanated from deep within his gut return. Hair on his arms and neck snapping to attention, Riker motioned toward the road in front of his feet with the gun. "Susan!" he barked. "You have to get away from Sammy!" Run or you're fucked, is what he was thinking, as the sound of a palm slapping metal told him that his sister had made it back to the Shelby. "You behave!" Susan bawled. Body shielding Sean, she put an open hand on Sammy's forehead to keep him at bay. The move didn't end well for the woman, or Sean. On the first lunge, she lost the tips of 2 fingers to Sammy's snapping teeth. She shrieked and instinctively brought her hands close to her face for inspection, the unconscious reaction leaving Sean open to attack. Riker was already backpedaling to the truck when Sammy pounced on his brother. Blood spritzed from the toddler's neck, the fine mist painting a ragged arc across the mother and the Subaru's side glass. "Get inside the truck!" Riker bellowed, his eyes never leaving the scrum taking place beside the Subaru. He was nearly to the tailgate and still watching his back when he heard what had to be Tara's door slamming shut. As he turned his head to get his bearings, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the thing that used to be a young boy named Sammy sprinting straight for him. With the screams of the hysterical mother rising over everything, Riker reached the truck and looped around the tailgate. No sooner had he come up even with the rear tire on the driver's side than his legs were swept out from underneath him. Hooking one arm over the bed rail saved Riker from falling flat on his back. Nearly out of breath, and with the beginning of one hell of a migraine churning in his skull, he pulled himself to standing. Sweeping his gaze groundward, he saw the boy's pale hands wrap around the stainless steel pylon connecting the ankle joint to the carbon fiber socket snugged onto his stump. Fingers kneading the prosthesis, the thing bit down hard on the steel rod. The sound of teeth clinking on metal brought Riker instant relief. Unwilling to use the SIG on a child, monster or not, Riker resorted to kicking at the 50-some-odd pounds of writhing muscle and sinew chewing on his fake leg. Riker's first kick to the bolt's ribs produced a sickening crunch. The follow-on blow saw the tip of his Solomon sink inches deep into the thing's torso without drawing blood, or its attention. Kick number 4 caught it square on the temple, causing it to blink repeatedly and loosen its grip on the pylon. The 5th and final blow from Riker's shoe sent the beast rolling away in a cloud of dust. Dislodged by the follow-on sweep of his size 12 Solomon, a shotgun-like blast of gravel rattled the roadside brush at ground level. By now, Tara had been screaming for him to get inside the truck for what seemed like an hour. In reality, the entire event from the clink of teeth hitting metal to the sound of gravel pelting the dry brush had lasted no more than 10 seconds. When Riker turned toward the truck, he found himself looking down the muzzle of a gun. Then there came a whirring noise, and Steve-O saying, "Better duck, Lee." Riker complied, dipping his head under the orange rifle and shooting a hand for the Shelby's door handle. As the flurry of zombie green Nerf bullets scythed the air where his head used to be, he hauled the door open and stole a look at the scene behind him. Rising off the gravel, the bolt was peppered about the head and neck by a flurry of foam projectiles. Behind the unfazed creature, where the shallow bend in the road began, Susan was kneeling, the bloodied and limp form of her youngest cradled in her arms. As the young woman's jaw hinged open and shut, the wound on her neck, nearly identical to the one that stilled Sean, fed the air in spurts with a fine crimson mist.
"They're all as good as dead,"
Riker conceded. Slamming the door and firing the motor, he added,
"Nothing at all I could have done to stop it."
"We," noted Tara. "Nothing we could have done to stop it. It's not all on you, Lee." In the back seat, Steve-O started his window running up and tossed the gun aside. emitting a trademark harumph. He clicked his seatbelt home and slapped his hands together, brushing imaginary dust from them.
"Good shooting, Tex,"
Riker said, tromping the pedal. The truck lurched and fishtailed, and twin brown rooster tails erupted from under the rear tires. Flashing a quick glance at the rear view, Riker witnessed the tiny bolt running headlong into the barrage of kicked-up rock and dirt. Mouth agape, shark-like eyes affixed to the retreating vehicle, it continued the pursuit for a dozen feet before stopping in its tracks, arms hanging limply at its sides, head beginning a slow pan in the opposite direction. Knowing what was to come, and not wanting to add the image to his burgeoning vault of nightmare fodder, Riker tried focusing on the white fog line paralleling the gray stripe of interstate 100 feet distant. However, like a passerby at a fatal wreck, he quickly folded and lifted his gaze to the rear view. And he found it playing out just as he had imagined. The bolt, drawn back to Susan by her wailing, was already atop her prostrate form. Kicked up by flailing arms and legs, a dust cloud hung low over the road. Just as Riker braked and was dropping his gaze back to the interstate ahead, he saw the toddler rising from the road on shaky legs. As the truck ground to a halt, its wide front end crowding the secondary road, his imagination filled in the blank spots, adding splashes of color and sounds and smells to the feeding frenzy happening on the road behind him. Tara buried her face in her hands. "We tried," she said. "Lord knows we tried." Riker said nothing. He was already running the scenario over in his head, wargaming it, so to speak. The truck was buffeted by the slipstream of a passing 18-wheeler. Wiping away the tears, Tara said, "That's strike two, Lee. You had a gun this time. Why didn't you use it?"
"Because I had his back," declared Steve-O. "I took the shot."
Turning right onto I-75, Riker said,
"I saw the kid, not the bolt. I froze. Simple as that."
"Can't say I wouldn't do the same," conceded Tara. Changing the subject, Riker said,
"Who's hungry?"
Tara turned in her seat to face Riker. Incredulous, she said, "After all that?"
"I'm famished,"
said Steve-O. Sitting back hard in her seat, Tara said, "Place better have toast and saltine crackers."
"And plenty of Tums,"
added Riker.
"Check the computer thingy to see what's coming up."
Chapter 14. A few miles west of the secondary road, they came upon a sign advertising a state-run campground. A shingle hanging off the bottom of the sign read, "Campground Full." "If push comes to shove," said Tara, "and we have to sleep in the outdoors, I will not want to do so around a whole bunch of other folks."
"That may be the smartest thing I've heard out of you all day,"
Riker said. Considering what had just happened to Susan at the hands and teeth of her offspring, the last thing he wanted to do was rub elbows with people who might be infected or were harboring loved ones that were. Ignoring the quip, Tara said, "I may just trump that." She tapped the sync display, which was already showing the navigation screen. "Naples is right here. It's a big enough city, but not so big that people are starting to act a fool. I'm guessing we'll find a station there where we can top off Dolly's tank."
"Even if it's $10 a gallon?"
She said, "I won't like it, but after what happened back there, I just want to get as far away from people as possible."
"That's the plan,"
interjected Steve-O. "What do you know about the plan?"
"I heard you talking with Lee."
"Genie's out of the bottle, then. We're still going to see about finding your cousin, right?" Brim of the Stetson hat again cutting the air between the Riker siblings, Steve-O said,
"I want to go wherever you two are going."
"You don't want to see if Beverly is still living in Knoxville?"
"No way, Jose. I have fun when I'm with you and Lee."
Riker met the man's gaze in the rear view.
"If this is your idea of fun, Steve-O, I'm afraid to experience your idea of a bad day."
Steering the conversation to food and gas, Tara said, "Once we come out of the preserve, look for exit 101 to Naples. I'm sure we'll have our pick of places to grab a bite, and maybe there's an out-of-the-way gas station where we can fill up the tank. The roadblock was some 80 miles behind them on I-75 when they encountered yet another sign of the Romero virus's rapid spread. Riker spotted the roadside sign first. It read, Naples, population 22,272. Below the first line were the words, 8 miles, exit 101. Scrawled with red spray paint below the F. supplied information, the cursive letters, slightly jumbled, was one word. Closed.
Like the whole town?
Questioned Tara.
Remember how Middletown rolled up their sidewalks the day we fled?
A silence descended on the cab as Tara processed that for a moment. During the handful of seconds she was quiet, Riker saw her contemplative expression disappear and the rising and falling of her chest accelerate. He guessed his words had just taken her back to that point in time, and as a result she was reliving their flight from Middletown. Nodding, she said, I remember how all the bars were closed, and there was very little police presence. Riker said,
There was 0 police presence, if I remember correctly.
Those guys looting the furniture store weren't worried about getting caught? Steve-O said,
Marcy called the police on some people acting strange out in front of the group home.
Tara turned to face him. What were they doing?
They were fighting.
He drew in a deep breath. Clearly, the memory was troubling to him. As if he was the one fighting the monsters, he balled his hands into fists and brought them before his face.
Marcy was really scared.
Riker asked,
Where was the rest of the staff?
Darren was busy putting our bags in the van.
Did he break up the fight?
Steve-O shook his head.
He came inside and we all kept quiet until the monsters went away.
Though he was sure of the answer, Riker asked,
The police never came?
Again with a head wag.
Nope. So we waited until the fight was over.
Eyes scanning the road ahead, Riker said,
They just stopped fighting and left?
Yep,
said Steve-O matter-of-factly.
Together?
Uh-huh, like they were best buds.
Tara turned in her seat to face him. Then you all piled in the van?
Yeppers?
And that's how you got to the high school where we were, right? Steve-O didn't have a chance to answer, because Riker spotted movement beside the road, on the right, roughly a quarter-mile ahead. He pointed as a flaxen-haired woman tumbled from the low scrub fronting a cluster of cypress trees. Crisscrossing pale skin already reddened in places by a horrible sunburn was a road map's worth of angry purple welts. Likely alerted by the noise of the V8 engine, the woman whipped around to face the approaching vehicle. At first glance, Riker put the woman in her mid-20s prior to dying the first time. The tight-fitting khaki shorts she wore that fateful day were muddied and bore dark red vertical streaks. Barely clinging to her slight frame was a tattered yellow tank. It, too, was stained a shade of crimson that matched the blood dried on her chin and neck. "Look out," Tara warned. A quick glance to the mirror told Riker the nearest vehicle was a good distance back. He braked hard, rapidly halving their speed. He brought the truck to a dead stop perpendicular to the cypress grove from which the figure had just emerged. Craning to see past Tara, he said,
I already saw it.
Not her, or the woman, just it. And it hadn't been some kind of slip on his part. One look at those dead eyes roving in his direction, even viewed from a great distance and at speed, had cemented his initial assessment. The abomination was just as far from deserving the title human as was the zombie deckhand that had torn into the neighbor and his trophy wife on Sunset Island. The zombie took a few stilted steps through knee-high grass bordering a rectangular pond of brackish, standing water. Then, oblivious to the obvious outcome, the creature trudged headlong into the pond. Immediately it was waist-deep in the inky morass and continuing onward at a much slower pace. The surface frothed white for a tick, then the water all around the zombie turned the color of milk chocolate as sediment was kicked up. Powering her window down, Tara said, "She looks pretty young."
Younger than you, pretty lady.
Shooting Steve-O a look that only a woman whose age had just been questioned could conjure, Tara said, "What I was getting to, Steve-O, is that she isn't moving very fast. She doesn't seem to have the same dexterity as the other bolts I've seen." Watching the zombie struggle to reach the dirt berm on which the nearby guardrail had been planted, Riker said,
"Unlike you, sis, this one's kind of worn out. Check out those scratches and abrasions. Looks like she died during a bender weekend at Burning Man."
Tara said nothing. She was mesmerized by the tenacity shown by the thing. Its eyes never left the idling truck as it got to the near side of the pond, where the water was knee-high to it. "Don't you think we ought to put it out of its misery, Lee?"
"What, do you have a mouse in your pocket? Because I'm not part of that we alliance you're talking about. Whatever, used to be someone's daughter. Hell, that's even old enough to have been someone's mother."
He regarded his wing mirror, saw the red speck bearing down on them in the right lane become distinguishable as an SUV. Then he recognized the roof-mounted gearboxes. It was the same rig that had been on their bumper and honking at Trooper Sharp back at the roadblock. The zombie was now face down on the pond's muddy shore and struggling to stand. But every time one bare foot would find purchase, the other would shoot out from under it. Riker stole another quick glance at the SUV, saw that its right blinker was now strobing. Clued into the vehicle rapidly approaching from behind, Tara said, "You can't let them walk into this situation. They're probably going to stop, see it as a bloodied young woman needing help, and then they're going to be compelled to help." She dragged the cig from the console, handed it butt first to her brother. "You have to kill it, Lee." Without warning, the sensation of a vice squeezing his head was back. He could almost feel his shoulders being drawn together due to the instant rigor manifesting in his neck and back muscles. Wishing he'd remembered to grab his bottle of ibuprofen before leaving Villa Jasmine, Riker shook his head. He said, "Not my job. They're going to have to choose their own fate. If they're stupid enough to let it get close, it's on them." Without signaling his intention, he slipped his foot off the brake and again opened the throttle up, making the truck fishtail and dirt and gravel belch from under the right rear tire. As the Shelby straightened out and both rear tires found traction on the interstate, Steve-O jumped right back into Waylon Jennings' Dukes of Hazzard theme. Riker watched the red SUV come to a slow-rolling stop on the exact spot on the shoulder the Shelby had just vacated.
"Don't let the mud fool you,"
he muttered to himself as he witnessed all heads in the SUV turn toward the wallowing zombie. Under her breath, Tara said, "I think you just signed their death warrants, Lee."
"It's not my responsibility, Tara. I'm no cop."
"You've always been the sheepdog. It wasn't just Dad who was always telling me not to be a follower. You had a part in that, too, in words and deeds."
"I joined the Army for a job, sis."
"And to help get back at the kind of zealots who dropped the Twin Towers. You used to care, Lee."
"I still care. I care more right now than you know."
He paused as he regarded the rearview mirror. Seeing 3 people on the shoulder by the red SUV and another crawling over the guardrail, he added,
"I just want us to survive long enough to get to where we're going. We do that, maybe you can convince me how becoming a big black Mother Teresa is a good strategy going forward."
Face screwed up in thought, Tara said, "How many zombies do you think we've seen since this all started?"
"Not counting the ones on the footage you found on the deep dark web, or the thousands we saw crowding Battery Park, maybe 40 or 50.
"Deep web," she corrected. "And how many of those, let's say 50, have we seen just today in Florida?" They passed a roadside sign promising all manner of services at the next exit. Riker said,
5 or 6 from the yacht."
Interrupting, Tara stuck out a thumb and motioned toward the headliner. "Higher," Reluctantly, Riker revised the count.
10 from the yacht. Villa Jasmine's neighbors, Susan and her kids, and now we have Swamp Girl and however many from the SUV she infects.
Let's assume Swamp Girl gets all 4 of them. Tara had been ticking the victims off on her fingers. That's 20 right there. Then you have the pair of security guards who tangled with the yacht zombies, the responding Dade County PD and SWAT team we passed on the bridge. Are they going to gun down the yacht zombies and rich bitch neighbors? Or are they going to try and subdue them and render aid? Brows lifting, Riker said,
I just doomed whoever happens to come across Susan and her kids.
Add all those up. Throw in their potential victims, and I think we're looking at another Manhattan scenario, but on a much larger scale. Steve-O planted both elbows on the front seat backs, jabbed a thumb over his shoulder.
You forgot about all the monsters back at the hospital.
Nodding, Tara looked to Steve-O.
I somehow blotted that out.
Staring out her window, she added, And Mount Sinai, I'm sure, is just one of many besieged medical facilities. Suddenly, Riker was dragged back to the night the 4WTC building fell. He was in the helicopter and looking down as they overflew the southern tip of Manhattan en route to the golf course landing in New Jersey. In his mind's eye, he saw the group of terrified people trapped between the seawall and stalled-out ambulance. They were huddled down, bloodied, and surrounded by hundreds of zombies. He saw one survivor dragged under the ambulance and into the throng of dead, only to be ripped apart before he could avert his eyes. As the helicopter passed over the survivors, every one of them looked expectantly skyward. The sight had chilled him to the bone. In that moment, though every face wore a hope-filled expression, he had shared in the helplessness of their situation. Throwing a visible shudder, Riker said,
It's scary to hear you put it into words, sis. But I think you're hammer on the head right.
Chapter 15. Coming out of Big Cypress National Preserve, groves of its namesake trees thinned considerably. Shortly thereafter, all at once, the landscape opened up, and the interstate cut through parcels of land dotted with old farmhouses, sway-backed outbuildings, and monstrous barns. The narrow slough of brackish water that had been a common fixture beside the interstate for most of its run through the preserve dried up within sight of the first Naples exit. Maybe 50 feet from the interstate were a pair of Ford Crown Vic police cruisers parked across the exit ramp, red and blue lights strobing rhythmically. A lone officer stood before the nearest cruiser. He was thick around the waist and wore a wide gun belt containing a holstered pistol and all manner of gear. Clutched in one gloved hand was a black AR-style rifle. In the other was a lighted baton, which he waved lazily as Riker signaled his intention to exit at the ramp. Though a powder-blue surgical mask covered the officer's mouth, his message was clear. Exit closed, move along. So Riker drove on. A bit further down the interstate, between exit 101 and 105, positioned within sight of each other, were a number of police motorcycles. Each beefy Harley had an officer astride it, and like the rotund officer manning the first exit, the motor officers were armed with carbines and wearing blue surgical masks. So Riker drove on. Nearing exit 105, where Riker first saw a long line of vehicles being turned away by more of Naples' finest, it became clear to him their plan needed adjusting. Craning to see the gunmetal gray writing on the sides of the white Ford Explorer SUVs parked sideways across the exit, Tara said, "These are Naples PD, too. The bastards are sealing off the city." Nodding, Riker said,
Naples is under quarantine.
Steve-O said,
I'm hungry enough to eat a horse.
Sliding into the fast lane, Riker said jokingly,
Civilized people don't eat horse meat, Steve-O.
Steve-O sat back and buckled in.
No duh,
he said.
It's just a saying, Lee.
Tara dove a hand into the center console and came out with a pair of Cliff Bars. She handed them over the seat. "These will have to do until we find something else."
Thank you,
said Steve-O as he tore into the packaging.
Steve-O approves,
quipped Riker, passing another closed exit ramp. Looking to Tara, he said,
"What's our navigation computer showing as the next city?"
"There's a bunch of smaller ones all bunched up between here and Fort Myers." As Tara manipulated the screen's zoom function, Riker steered the Shelby through a long, sweeping right-hander. Soon the interstate straightened out, the twin gray stripes running due north for as far as they all could see.
"Kick on the radio,"
ordered Riker as another closed ramp blipped by. Only this time, instead of the armed police presence, it was manned by men and women in civilian attire and armed with a smattering of weapons. Blocking the end of the ramp was a lifted late-model Chevy pickup and some kind of foreign compact car. Tara started the radio scanning through the FM band. It scrolled past the dead areas and skipped the weak signals before acquiring the strong signal of a station broadcasting out of Miami. The female announcer was going on breathlessly about the area hospitals filling to capacity with people who had all of a sudden snapped. "Seen it," said Tara as she pressed a button to continue the scan. "And with my own eyes, too. But, hon, those weren't people off their meds." She went quiet and watched the digital numbers climb the dial, remained attuned to the static coming from the speakers between stations filled mostly with music. On a station based in Cape Coral, the DJ was reporting on wide-scale unrest happening in some of the bigger cities in the central and northern parts of the state. Areas Riker knew they'd have to skirt if they wanted to get out of Florida alive. Continuing the scan on the AM band, Tara again buried her face in her hands. "I don't know if I have it in me." Coming upon yet another exit closed off by what looked to be members of an armed militia, Riker said,
"You navigate and leave the rest to me. I promise you I won't freeze up next time."
When Tara regarded her brother, the low-hanging sun made her skin glow with a radiance that belied her expression. "I'm not wired for this, Lee."
"And you think I am?"
She said nothing. Filling the silence, Steve-O issued a plea for more cereal bars. "You got a tapeworm or something?" she asked as she again dipped her hand into the voluminous center console.
"Or something,"
Steve-O replied as he thunked his hand palm up onto the seatback. After fulfilling the backseat order, Tara cycled back to the navigation screen, scaled it down, then recited the names of the cities in their path. "Coming up, we have Bonita Springs, Estero, and then San Carlos Park, which is real close to Southwest Florida International Airport." Riker signaled and moved over to let a trio of fast-moving European imports pass.
"I hate those bright blue lights kids are putting on their cars these days."
"You sound like Dad, Lee."
"Wish he were here about now. I'd love to pick his brain."
He stared off at the westering sun for a beat. Finally, he said,
"The fact they have an international hub here tells me we're going to be passing by some heavily populated cities. What did that sign back there say the population of Naples is?"
22,272,
answered Steve-O. Looking to Tara, Riker asked,
"And how big are those cities coming up?"
By the time they were nearly upon the exit to Bonita Springs, his question was answered by the sign announcing the city and listing its population at 45,659. Tara said, "That answers that question. Hard to gauge the others because Naples is really affluent, and the homes are mostly spread out. If I had to guess, which is what you're asking me to do, I'd put Estero and San Carlos Park at around the same population as Naples."
"I don't like it,"
Riker stated.
"If those places are not already quarantined, we can't let ourselves get trapped with 20,000 other desperate people when they do make the call."
"Nothing about martial law on the radio," Tara said. "Don't they have to declare it before they go and start denying people the right to travel freely?"
"I have a feeling this is all still localized,"
answered Riker. The northbound exit to Bonita Springs loomed, and it, too, was blocked. However, instead of police or civilians and their respective vehicles denying entrance to the city, A dump truck carrying a load of what appeared to be sand sat across both lanes. Speaking to the seriousness of the powers that be in Bonita Springs, the dump truck was backstopped by a Florida National Guard Humvee and a squad of soldiers outfitted in camouflage fatigues and wielding carbines. And like all of the previous exits along I-75, the scene was mirrored a stone's throw away at the opposing southbound ramp. "I think you're right, Lee." Tara flipped the guardsman the bird as they passed them by.
"Not cool, pretty lady," declared Steve-O. "Those soldiers are just doing their jobs."
Riker edged Dolly back into the fast lane. Cutting the blinker off, he said,
"I think Tara was flipping off the situation, not the messengers."
"Since when did you start talking for me, Lee? You channeling Dad now?" Wisely, Riker said nothing. Voice adopting a hard edge, Steve-O said,
"You're better than that, Tara Riker. Those soldiers would probably rather be at home with their families than standing out in the sun."
"You have a valid point," she conceded. Then, changing the subject, she proposed they drive for as long and as far as possible before stopping.
"I'm hungry,"
said Steve-O. Tara offered up her share of the Cliff Bars.
"You can eat mine, too,"
said Riker.
"And when we see a place similar to the Iron Pan, we'll stop and get chicken fried steak and all the fixins."
Steve-O's hand appeared in the airspace between Riker and Tara. Flashing a peace sign, he said,
2 orders and a milkshake and we have a deal."
Speaking nearly in unison, the Riker siblings agreed to the compromise. Chapter 16. 100 yards south of the Cloverleaf, where arterials branched west to Fort Myers and east to Southwest Florida International Airport, multiple Florida Army National Guard Humvees and would look to be a couple of squads of soldiers were busy locking down travel on I-75. With a long run of cement noise abatement barriers rising from the earthen berm paralleling the southbound lanes on Riker's left, and the narrow slough bordering the northbound lanes to his right, he couldn't fathom a better place to control access to the rest of Florida and all points beyond. Looking left, Riker saw a number of multi-story apartment buildings, their red-tiled roofs rising a dozen feet over the noise barriers. To his right, beyond the narrow strip of standing water, was a large shopping mall. The acres of gray asphalt ringing the sprawling affair were mostly devoid of cars. He saw nothing moving over there, not a single person on foot. No vehicles sliding into a lined parking spot. Nothing. Dead ahead, though, a pair of armed soldiers stood before a barricade decked out with reflectors and flashing amber lights. A third soldier stood a safe distance from the driver's door of the first vehicle in a short line of 3. As Riker braked and slid Dolly into the right lane, he saw the driver of the silver-gray minivan at the head of the line step out onto the freeway lane and form up in front of the soldier. Setting the brake and leaving the motor running, Riker craned and watched the minivan driver remove his shirt and turn a slow pirouette before the African-American soldier. After inspecting the man's arms and torso, the soldier crouched to give his bare legs a once-over. Rising, the soldier held a short conversation with the man, then sent him back to his vehicle and waved him through. The scene was repeated 2 more times, and both times the drivers and passengers were subjected to the same inspection and then allowed passage.
"Our turn,"
Riker said, slow-rolling the pickup forward. While the African-American guardsman had been busy inspecting the driver and passenger of the second car, Riker had slipped the SIG underneath his seat with the shotgun and, with his heel, shoved them both as far back as possible. As the guardsman put the driver and pair of passengers of the third vehicle through the same inspection, the 2 women being scrutinized by a female soldier, off to the side where the Humvees provided a modicum of cover, Riker, Tara, and Steve-O had huddled together to get their stories straight. While one guardsman moved the barrier aside to let a cleared vehicle pass, the African-American who seemed to be running the show waved the Shelby forward. Speaking out of the side of his mouth, Riker said,
"Be cool,"
and let his foot off the brake.
Like the Fonz,
Steve-O remarked, flashing a thumbs up between the front seat headrests.
"Exactly,"
said Riker.
"Like the Fonz."
Perplexed, Tara looked to Riker. Who? Rather dismissively, Steve-O said,
Never mind. He's before your time.
The soldier in charge watched the Shelbys approach, finally putting a hand up when the bumper was nearly to his knees. Unlike the other guardsmen, he wasn't wearing a pair of gargoyles or Oakleys. He fixed a no-nonsense gaze on the Ford and walked confidently to Riker's door. Chin level with the road, and the brim of a soft top cover shielding his eyes, the soldier asked, "What's your business?" Smiling, Riker sized the man up. The tape on his multicam uniform read Wilcox. The black triple chevrons on the patch on his sternum told Riker he was a sergeant, and if he were forced to guess the clean-shaven kid's age, he'd put him anywhere between 25 and 30.
"We're going camping on the Panhandle, but first we need to stop for gas and supplies. Is Fort Myers open for business?"
As Riker spoke, the sergeant was surreptitiously sizing him and the others up. Eyes now roaming the tonneau cover, the sergeant motioned another soldier to the passenger side and asked everyone to exit the truck. "This will just take a minute or two, then you'll be on your way." Famous last words, thought Riker as he stepped from the truck. Turning toward the sergeant, he found they stood nearly eye to eye. However, the younger man had at least 30 pounds on him, all of it muscle. As he ordered Riker to remove his shirt, he backpedaled away from the open door and moved to one side. Even at 6'3" and 260-some-odd pounds, the kid moved like a predatory big cat. Riker complied, unbuttoning and removing his shirt. Draping it on the mirror, he stuck his arms out and performed the pirouette before being ordered to do so. "How do you explain these recent scratch marks on your back?"
"Rough sex,"
Riker said, offering up the same lie he'd told the female soldier at the high school in Middletown a week ago when all this madness began. "You'll have to drop your shorts." Riker hesitated a tick before complying. He wanted to say, "Is this all necessary?" but knew deep down that it was. He also had a suspicion it all fell in the too little too late category. As Riker conducted another clockwise rotation, the sergeant scrutinized his legs, front and back. Finishing his second clockwise rotation, Riker met the sergeant's steely gaze. Voice softening a bit, the sergeant asked, "Where'd you get the scars on your legs and torso?"
"Iraq,"
said Riker.
"Roadside IED. Same one that left me with the bionics south of my knee."
He lifted up his Braves cap, showed the sergeant the pink scarring running from one ear over his forehead and down the opposite temple.
"The burns were the icing on the cake."
From across the bed, the younger of the two guard soldiers shouted,
Sarge, you gotta see this dude's tattoo.
Shooting a glare suitable to quiet the subordinate, Wilcox handed Riker his shirt and scooped his shorts off the ground for him. Leaning in, he said, "You can go west or north from here. Fort Myers businesses have raised their prices through the roof, but it's pretty much the same everywhere." Tara called out, "Can we get going, Lee?" Riker saw her in his side vision, just her head and shoulders over the nearby Humvee. She was pulling her T-shirt on. Spotting a snatch of her lacy bra, he averted his eyes and raised his palm to let her know he'd heard her. Staring past the sergeant at a spit of grass under cover of a distant overpass, where a couple of dozen civilian vehicles sat amongst a number of colorful airport shuttles, he asked,
"What's the interstate look like from here to the Florida-Georgia line?"
"Same as south of here. Hit and miss. Some towns are shutting down. Some are open for gouging."
"Is this about the sickness?"
Sergeant Wilcox nodded. Both doors on the other side of the truck opened, then quickly slammed shut. The rig was rocking slightly, as Riker said,
"How bad is it?"
"Romero owns the Atlantic seaboard from Maine to Miami. We're on the verge of losing the entire eastern half of my state." Incredulous, Riker said,
"Romero? You've got to be kidding me." That's what the no-imagination crowd inside the Beltway are calling this bug?
The sergeant said nothing. However, he was shaking his head. During the entire time spent stopped on the interstate, 10 minutes max, Riker had noticed the total absence of air traffic landing or taking off from the nearby airport. Nodding toward the airport shuttles, Riker said,
"The airport is real quiet. What are the shuttles for? You taking anyone with a fresh scratch or who you suspect was bitten to the airport? Stow them in a hangar or something?"
The sound of a racing motor broke the still. A sidelong glance told Riker he was hearing the same red SUV that seemed impossible to shake. It was still quite a ways out and coming at the roadblock with a full head of steam. Motioning for one of the guard soldiers to open the makeshift gate, brows furrowed, the sergeant said, "I'm going to say this and then you have to be on your way. The supposed training exercise they're now calling Romeo Victor started out as Vigilant Sweep. Something happened early on, and its designation was changed. Call it what you will, but it was all about early containment of the Romero bug. As we speak, CDC and USAMRID are setting up shop at the airport. MacDill is the operational hub of the southern containment efforts. U.S. SOCOM is tasked with creating a north-south firewall to allow time for assets to be relocated along the Ohio River Valley." He stopped long enough to get another soldier's attention and ordered him to tend to the injured people spilling out of the red SUV. Turning back to Riker, speaking in a near whisper, he added, "One soldier to another. If I was in your shoes, I would get to somewhere real light in population and bivouac there until we get a handle on things." The Shelby's horn blared, causing both men to start. Shaking the sergeant's hand, Riker offered a sincere and heartfelt thanks. Shooting Tara a sour look, he climbed into the Shelby, started the motor, and got them moving north, toward the exit to Fort Myers, where he hoped to find food, fuel, and a bathroom, but not necessarily in that order. Chapter 17. Washington, D.C. White House Situation Room. President Henry Tillman tore his slate-gray eyes from the flat-panel monitor dominating the wall at his end of the 5,000-square-foot rectangular space officially known as the John F. Kennedy Conference Room. Situated a dozen feet beneath the West Wing, its rebar-reinforced concrete ceiling and walls able to withstand a near-direct hit from an ICBM-delivered nuke, the White House Situation Room was abuzz with activity. On the president's right sat the Secretary of Defense, retired United States Marine Corps General Thomas Tank Marigold. A highly decorated former commander of the 1st Marine Division in Iraq, Marigold had seen combat on multiple continents during his 30-year stint in the Corps. The fireplug of a man twirled one end of his handlebar mustache and continued to watch what the president would not. On the monitor was live footage shot by an MQ-9 Reaper unmanned aerial vehicle flying a racetrack orbit half a mile east of the White House. Parked in an inverted V behind 2 rows of 2,000-pound cement jersey barriers, some of the SecDef's Marines were in the fight of their lives. In ones and twos, fast movers would appear from the shadows of buildings or burst from within a large pack of slow-moving zombies spread out across Pennsylvania Avenue. The skirmish line was very near to the National Archives building, inside of which was housed the Declaration of Independence, Bill of Rights, and many more of America's most treasured documents. Highly mobile, newly turned specimens the soldiers were calling zips met the Marines' fierce barrage of fire head-on. Speeding bullets tore limbs from bodies and fresh blood painted the street and sidewalks as the infected sprinters' bodies spasmed and fell here and there. Many of the felled creatures would stand again, waver for a beat, and then renew their attack as if hurtling hunks of lead hadn't just cleaved meat from their bones or blown holes clean through their torsos. Shredded muscle and tendon or severed spinal cords stole from large numbers of zips and slow movers the ability to rise again. Undeterred, the multitudes of fallen zombies simply dragged themselves off of curbs, along sidewalks, or across oil-stained thoroughfares to get to the meat manning the cupola-mounted machine guns atop a pair of armored Humvees. The SecDef turned to President Tillman, who was leaning forward, eyes closed, and massaging his temples with his thumbs.
As confident as I am in the training those men out there have had, not to mention the combat experience the vast majority of them have accrued from multiple deployments in the sandbox, I cannot, in good conscience, let them continue on this fool's errand.
Meeting Marigold's gaze, the President said,
"Quit beating around the bush, General. What's your assessment?"
Without pause, the SecDef said,
"Containment has failed. The district is lost, which means the White House is also lost."
The President steepled his fingers and looked a question at Department of Homeland Security head Maria Salazar. The petite Hispanic met Marigold's steely gaze, held it for a beat, then said,
"I concur."
She broke eye contact and aimed a remote control at the wall-mounted monitor across from the President. The display snapped on. Front and center on a field of blue was the presidential seal. The seal faded quickly, giving way to a full-sized map of the continental United States. Alaska and Hawaii were not represented. The highly detailed map was awash with red dots from the Carolinas north. Small clusters of green dots were interspersed with the red outside the more populated cities. Washington, D.C. was an island of red amongst a spreading sea of the same. West of the Carolinas, green dots vastly outnumbered the red, with the latter beginning to appear in real time in and around the larger cities with stunning regularity. The states surrounding Lake Michigan were mostly red. From the amount of color on the eastern edges of Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, and Louisiana, it looked as if Romero was making a steady push west. Evidence of the outbreak was nearly non-existent from Texas on up to North Dakota and as far west as Colorado. A few blips of red marred the map between the Rocky Mountains and the West Coast, where the virus had established a firm foothold in California.
"What about Hawaii and Alaska?"
asked the President.
So far, Alaska is sterile and should remain so. Hawaii and Oahu, on the other hand, are not. They are both sealed off to sea and air, have been since Tuesday last when the first jets carrying infected landed.
"The other islands?"
Salazar grimaced.
So far, so good, she said.
Tillman exhaled. Fearing the answer he was about to receive, he reluctantly proceeded with his next line of questioning.
"How are our borders? And foreign aid? Is it coming?"
Mexico has beefed up its northern and southern borders. Coyotes are still moving bodies into Conas, but apprehensions are way down. Canada was working with us on containment. However, in the last 24 hours, they've closed all border checkpoints. They're going hermetic on us. She paused and locked eyes with the SecDef. After detecting his subtle nod, she went on with the bad news. Thanks to the Logan incident, the genie is not only out of the bottle, he's on a worldwide tour. As she paused again, the SecDef said,
"For the moment, while our allies and enemies alike work on containing the virus on their own soil, we, Mr. President, are on our own."
Tillman downed the remainder of the scotch in his glass and slammed the crystal item down hard on the desk. And now Mother Nature is adding insult to injury. What's the latest on Owen? Glancing blow, or is he going to kick us in the balls?
"These are the latest developments," said Salazar, indicating the monitor across from the President.
As President Tillman and the others assembled around the table looked on, she enlarged the image on the monitor until the South Atlantic states and Hurricane Owen, still a Cat 2 spinning lazily over open water, dominated the monitor. "This time a week ago," bellowed the President, "we had 3 flashpoints. Middletown, Manhattan, and Logan International. He paused to pour himself more scotch. Looking his sec-def in the face, in a voice devoid of emotion, he asked, "Tank, tell me how in the hell this thing got away from us?" For the first time in his 66 years on the planet, Thomas Marigold was struck speechless. On the monitor, the image finally scaled to reveal dozens of new red dots erupting in Georgia and Florida. Simultaneously in Atlanta, Orlando, and Miami, multiple clusters of green dots winked out, only to be replaced by more red. "This is still real time?" asked President Tillman. Salazar nodded. "We are losing hospitals to the sickness, faster than we can dispatch teams to combat the outbreaks." Indicating the small pockets of green remaining on the eastern seaboard, President Tillman said, "We throw 2 brigades of the 82nd, nearly half of the 75th Ranger Battalion, and every last man of the 3rd Special Forces Group at this problem, and that's all we're holding to the east?" Having processed what he was witnessing on the multiple monitors spread about the rectangular room, the sec-def said, "This is no ordinary enemy. These things aren't affected by wounds that would stop a normal combatant. They don't halt their advance to check on their fallen. They can't be demoralized. They show no remorse. And they never tire, which means they don't stop to rest or sleep. Furthermore, they are not predictable in their movements, especially the zips. 1 second a sniper has one of them in his sights, the next the sniper's trying to shoot something that's moving like a chicken that just had its head lopped off." Salazar asked, "How's the bombing campaign panning out?" "It's not," admitted Marigold. "Oh, a 1,000-pound bomb thins them out a bit, but nothing, and I mean nothing, we have tried so far slows their advance. The virus not only brings them back after death, it also awakens a dormant, prehistoric instinct to hunt and feed. And it's us they must hunt and consume, and they're beginning to form packs to do it." He took a sip of water. "With all their degrees and infinite wisdom," he went on, "even the pointy heads at USAMRIID say there's nothing we can do to rewire those responses." As the sec-def paused and drew a breath, President Tillman asked, "How long does it take for them to fully degrade?" Like the infection on the map, red had creeped up from under Marigold's collar and spread to his cheeks. He loosened his tie, then said, "Still undetermined. The scientists think the virus is continuing to mutate. The tweaks Zen Pharma made to Romero during trials that prolonged life in the original test subjects, the same tweak that allowed them to stay in the fight even after a mortal wound that had the test subjects bleeding out," he shook his head, a look of incredulity on his face, "may be doing the same to the flesh of the infected after death." The president threw his hands up, then snatched the crystal tumbler off the table. Downing the scotch, he asked, "Why didn't we have our own people inside Zen?" He didn't wait for an answer. He knew that just as lobbyists' money greased the skids in the Capitol building just up the street, plausible deniability was the grease that kept blowback of dark projects gone awry from sticking to those in power who tacitly endorsed said endeavors. "Don't answer that," muttered the president as he looked around the room. Finished scrutinizing the faces of those assembled for what was likely the last meeting in the White House for the foreseeable future, if not ever, he pounded a fist on the table. "Damn it all to hell! We were there for the rest of the world when they needed us. Where in the hell are they now?" "They're battling this too," noted Salazar. "That debacle at Logan International saw to that. Sent thousands of infected travelers winging blissfully away to all points of the compass. I have to be frank with you, sir. You dragged your heels on grounding all air travel." "Can't dwell on the past. We have to think about what's in front of us right now, and right now it's clear that we're on our own," said the president to no one in particular. Regarding Marigold, he asked, "So where do we go from here?" The SecDef opened a briefcase and removed a stack of sealed envelopes marked Eyes Only. He placed one on the table before the president. Passing the rest around the table to the essential players, he said, "I recommend you enact Protocol Delaware." A heavy silence descended on the room as manila envelopes were unsealed and documents scrutinized. Chapter 18. Just as the National Guard sergeant had promised, Fort Myers was indeed open for business. And business was booming. Sparing no detail as he continuously scanned the 2-lane ahead for a suitable gas station, Riker filled Tara and Steve-O in on all that the sergeant had divulged to him. "Romero? Really?" Tara said, throwing her hands up. "Naming the flippin' virus after the king of the zombie genre?" Riker said, "At least that explains why the soldiers the reporter overheard were calling it Romeo Victor." He shook his head. "Romero virus. No imagination is right." Speaking in a near whisper, Tara said, "Lee, there were people in the Hertz van back at the Cloverleaf." She swallowed hard. "And I could have sworn I saw a few body bags on the grass between the Budget and Enterprise vans. Only these bags were white, not black." Having been focused on slaloming past debris left on the interstate by a multi-car pileup, Riker hadn't been able to get a good look at the assemblage of airport shuttles, let alone the grass infield where they were parked, so he asked the obvious question. "Did you see any movement in the bags?" She shook her head. "Nope, but it was clear to me they were all full." In the back seat, Steve-O was singing a song likely inspired by something Riker had said during his recounting of the conversation with the tall sergeant. Tara turned in her seat. "Cleansed from the demons who were stealing my freedom?" Damn prescient lyrics you were belting there, Steve-O. Whose are they?
Florida Georgia Line from a really, really good song called Holy.
Together, the siblings nodded in understanding. Lord knew each had faced their share of demons, albeit nothing like the creatures created by the aptly named Romero virus. The exit Riker took curled off the interstate and eventually fed onto Alico Road, which was lightly traveled in both directions. The Shelby was in the pole position at the light and all alone on the 2-lane. Once the light cycled to green, Riker turned left and stayed in the far lane. More options should evasive driving become a necessity. The stress knot that had developed between his shoulders during the strip search was now just a dull ache, and thankfully the beginnings of a migraine had ebbed to that familiar throb behind his eyes. "Should have gone right," Tara said. "Lots of food choices that way." "For one, I didn't like the vibe the mall was giving off. My gut is still telling me to stay the hell away," Riker answered. "Besides, fuel is our first priority." Steve-O said,
"Maybe your gut's trying to tell you it's hungry, because my gut is telling me to find a cow and eat it. I am that hungry."
"So hungry you could eat a whole cow, eh, Steve-O? I'm with you on the beef. Maybe just a ribeye or porterhouse, though. Not the whole damn bovine."
Tara laughed for the first time in a long while. After a few blocks, they came upon the first opportunity for gas. Seeing the long line of cars beginning at the pumps and sneaking around back of the 7-Eleven, Riker shook his head. $8.99 a gallon for regular unleaded?" crowed Tara. "Bend us over, why don't you?"
"You forgot the 9/10ths,
joked Riker. "F their sneaky extra 9/10ths of a penny," declared Tara as she zoomed in the map on the navigation screen a couple of stops. "Looky here, there's a racetrack station 2 blocks up on our right."
"I see it,"
said Steve-O. Riker slowed and threw on his blinker. The pumps at the racetrack were all occupied. However, unlike the nearby 7-Eleven, there was no line worming out onto the street. Where the 7-Eleven was happy to display evidence of their price gouging on their reader board, Racetracks was blank. As Riker slalomed the Shelby onto the station's white cement pad and parked behind the Toyota Tundra pickup currently connected to the pump, he noticed a sandwich board on the sidewalk. It faced Alico Road. "No EBT, deli closed," was written in neat block letters on a sheet of paper taped to the top of the sign. "No diesel, regular and supreme only, inquire inside for price," had been scrawled directly on the sign. The last piece of information gave Riker pause, for it was likely the reason the lines at the pumps were non-existent. In his experience, word usually traveled fast when it came to both good and bad deals. Stabbing a finger at her window, Tara said, "Look at that. There's no price per gallon on the pumps, either. Last time I checked, a bunch of zeros all in a row was still zero." Steve-O said,
"Woohoo! Looks like gas is free today."
Talking over his shoulder, Riker said,
"Nothing in life is free, Steve-O."
He regarded Tara.
"I'm going to leave the keys. Make sure you lock up right away. And keep a close eye on our stuff in back."
"On it,"
said Steve-O. Nerf gun in hand, he unbuckled and went to his knees on the seat.
"Good job, bud,"
said Riker. Then he took orders for snacks and drinks. The glass in the door to the racetrack mini-mart was streaked with who knew what, so Riker barged through, elbow leading the way. A bell dinged, and the door closed behind him. Off to Riker's right, two men stood before a counter cluttered with all manner of small items for sale. Shoehorned in among the clutter was a cash register and lottery machine. Behind the counter was a man with a deep tan. He was average-sized and wore a blue tunic with racetrack across the front. The cashier's short hair was coal black, parted down the middle, and glistened under the overhead fluorescent lights. When the bell dinged, the customers turned their attention from the transaction at hand to cast identical glares at Riker. Ignoring the men, Riker grabbed a plastic basket from the floor by the door, wove his way between the aisles, and filled it up with items from the list he'd just committed to memory. After cruising the back of the store and adding cold beverages atop the snack items, he spotted, lined up side by side on a low shelf, a half-dozen 5-gallon gasoline cans. Seeing no price tags, he slipped the basket handles over one arm, grabbed 2 cans per hand, then got in the checkout line. Standing before the counter, an empty newspaper rack crowding him on the left and 2 middle-aged wheeler-dealer types on his right, Riker passed the time by listening to the men haggling over prices and watching the television above the stoic cashier's left shoulder. The young guard sergeant's insider info was confirmed when, on the chyron below a scene showing a roadblock somewhere in Middle America, Riker read the words, "Operation Vigilant Sweep." As the ticker scrolled on, he learned that a high-level official turned whistleblower had mailed to a number of news outlets proof of a cover-up that went all the way to the top. A cover-up that was confirmed when a number of thumb drives containing footage shot in various places in the central and eastern parts of the United States showed up in the mailrooms of many of the same news outlets. Clearly, the cat was out of the bag nationwide, and Tara was partly responsible. Though Riker couldn't be sure, it was highly probable the thumb drives alluded to were the ones his sister had mailed out to news outlets days ago. This new revelation made Riker wonder just how long the president would let the charade continue before he was forced to declare martial law. As the men at the counter continued to bitch at the cashier about his pricing, Riker kept one eye on the lookout for anything that might indicate he was about to be in the middle of a holdup, and the other on the television. Just as the smaller of the 2 men gave in to whatever his issue was and slapped cash and coins on the counter, a balding man wearing a white dress shirt and red power tie filled up the television screen. The man loosened his tie and popped the top 2 buttons on his shirt. He donned a pair of readers and began to slowly unfold a sheet of paper. During all of this, he didn't speak or look directly at the camera filming him. When the man finally lifted his gaze and looked into the camera, it dawned on Riker exactly who he was staring at.
"Alexei Volkov,"
Riker muttered.
"What does that dick want?"
No sooner had Riker voiced it than a graphic popped up on the screen with the Russian president's name and a tag indicating the feed was live and being shot in an undisclosed location somewhere in Russia. Then the graphic was replaced by the words, "Russian President Alexei Volkov accuses U.S. of releasing biowarfare agent on Russia soil." Not caring who was listening, Riker said aloud the words he was reading on the crawl.
Volkov officially declares he has put his military and nuclear forces on elevated combat readiness, third highest level.
"I would bet that putting the motherland on a true war footing is next on his list," said one of the men ahead of Riker, as the shorter of the two grabbed their bags and headed for the door. "Next," said the cashier. As he moved forward and looked down on the cashier, Riker saw that Enrique was embroidered in red on the left breast of his racetrack work shirt, and the name made perfect sense because it went with the cashier's thick Cuban accent. Riker placed the gas cans on the floor, then set the overflowing basket on the counter. Meeting Enrique's hard stare, he said,
"This stuff in the basket, the 4 gas cans on the floor, and I'll need to gas up the truck at pump 4.
Enrique didn't say a word. He went to work, taking the items from the basket and placing them one at a time in a pair of large paper sacks. Riker watched for a moment, noted the man wasn't using the register to his left to add up the items, then returned his attention to the television. Seeing Riker staring past him, the cashier glanced at the television. At once, words dripping with venom, he said, "Alexei Volkov, the Defender Wolf." "He is nothing of the sort his name would suggest. Wolf, for sure. Defender, of only his own interests." Snapping back to the moment, Riker said,
"Regarding your sign out front, I'm guessing the answer is along the lines of, if you have to ask, you probably can't."
"Afford it," interrupted Enrique. "That's your problem, not mine. $20 a gallon. Unleaded, Supreme, same price." Good thing for you Tara's not here, Riker thought. But out loud he said,
"I'm coming from Miami. We have a long slog north. Sure there's no flexibility in price?"
The bell above the door rang and a man and woman entered the store. He was carrying a plastic gas can. She immediately peeled off and fast-walked toward the rear of the store. Enrique regarded the couple. Then his eyes made a quick lap of the security mirrors positioned about the store. Finished, he returned his gaze to Riker. "Last fuel truck came this morning. If there will be another shipment, it won't happen until next week. See where I'm coming from?" Riker shrugged.
"I figure my rig needs 20 gallons. It'll take the same to fill these cans."
$180 for the groceries. 600% markup, Riker thought. Still, he matched the cashier's stoic demeanor and went on staring at the television as the Russian president blamed every one of the motherland's woes over the last 20 years on the United States and her allies. Volkov had just gotten around to blasting President Tillman personally for the Romero virus reaching Russian shores when Enrique said, "Your total is $1,180. As Riker dragged out his wallet, a new hand-tooled leather item he'd picked up at a truck stop outside of Fayetteville, the bell rang again and 2 African-American teenagers entered the store. Riker slapped his debit card on the counter.
"Answer me this, Enrique. What's the extra $200 for? Your kid's college fund?"
"Cash only," Enrique demanded. He stood on his toes, head craned toward the rear of the store, and watched the teens' every move. Finding himself being totally ignored, Riker cleared his throat. Enrique looked sidelong at Riker. "The 200 is for the gas cans," he sneered. "Nothing is free in this world, my man." My man? $50 apiece for a $15 item? Riker didn't like the man's attitude and was beginning to feel the slow burn of anger he knew all too well. Looking up at Riker, Enrique said, "Pay my prices or go shop somewhere else." Violating Riker's personal space, the teens reached past him and slammed down a pair of 40-ounce bottles of Budweiser. Rattling the glass counter, the artillery shell-shaped bottles ended up just inches from his hand. No apologies followed. Riker closed his eyes and looked toward the ceiling. When he opened them a moment later, he happened to be looking at the television and couldn't help but read on the bottom crawl that the Russian president was considering the release of the Romero virus as tantamount to an act of war. This asshole to my fore, these assholes to my left, and that asshole on the television. Out of the blue, something Riker had heard in a song long ago came to him. So he hummed a few bars, then sang, "Stuck in the Middle with You." "Better keep your day job, brother," said one of the teens. The top of his head came up to Riker's shoulder, with the expertly picked-out afro extending a few inches beyond. "Focus on you paying the man," said the other teen. "I want to get my drink on." The couple that had entered before the teens got into line. She was loaded down with 2 baskets overflowing with junk food. He was still carrying the gas can and had picked up a case of beer and a big bag of ice. Riker met the man's gaze, saw that the man was scared of something, and it wasn't him. Because the man said, "You need to hurry the fuck up. Things are happening out there as you idiots dilly-dally in here." Crack jokes, not bones, was what one of Riker's anger management counselors urged him to remember during encounters such as these. And bolstering that sage advice in just about every self-help book Riker had ever read on the subject, rule number 1 to getting the most dangerous of emotions in check called for diffusing the situation with humor. Demanding payment, Enrique waggled his fingers at Riker. As Riker dragged a thick wad of hundreds from a pocket, maybe $5,000 worth, Volkov's likeness was replaced on the television by a graphic showing a colorful storm tracking north by west across the Caribbean. Superimposed over the graphic was a local weatherman. Reading the crawl, Riker learned that a developing tropical storm named Owen was being upgraded to hurricane status. As the rotund Hispanic reporter went on to describe the actions Floridians were taking to prepare, Riker slowly peeled off 12 crisp $100 bills and gently deposited them on the counter next to the fiery Cuban's upturned hand. "Turning the other cheek is better than going to jail," Riker reminded himself as he looked the impatient group over one by one. Settling his gaze back on the proprietor, who was waving a limp $20 bill in his face, Riker said, "What did the leper say to the prostitute when he was finished?" Still holding the 20, Enrique said, "Spit it out." "You're real close, Enrique." After a brief pause during which Riker grabbed his bags and corralled the empty gas cans, he said, "Keep the tip." Leaving Enrique holding the Andrew Jackson, the teens staring slack-jawed at each other, and the middle-aged man and woman laughing hysterically, Riker strolled out of the store all the richer for it. Chapter 19. White House Situation Room. The 6 men and 2 women assembled around the rectangular table had remained silent for several minutes as they pored over the top-secret documents. 60-year-old Speaker of the House Carter Ashe spoke first. Looking over the top of his bifocals, he said, "Splitting the government up and relocating it to the Greenbrier Mountain Weather and Site R makes sense for continuity. However, I have 2 questions. 1, why aren't we utilizing NORAD headquarters in Colorado? It's arguably our most secure site." He pointed to the map. "And there's more green than red in Wyoming and the surrounding states. The sites mentioned in the brief are all near major population centers whose hospitals have already fallen or are on the verge of doing so." He paused to sip from a bottled water. Resuming, he said, "The hospitals in Colorado Springs are all still operational. Plus, you have Fort Kit Carson and a couple of Air Force bases just a short helicopter ride from the Cheyenne Mountain Complex." Marigold raised a hand, silencing Ashe. "With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, your points are valid. However, Colorado Springs is too far removed from D.C. We relocate there, and the majority of the population will think we're abandoning them, that we're leaving them to fend for themselves." "Isn't that essentially what we're doing by leaving the White House?" said Ash. "Hell, moving the Joint Chiefs from the Pentagon to this Site R all but screams we surrender." The President said quietly but emphatically, "That's all settled." Regarding the speaker, he asked, "Did you have anything else to add?" Leaning forward in his chair, Ash said, "Refresh my memory. What is this Site R?" "Site locations and assignments are on page 3, said Marigold testily. "But to save you the trouble of looking for yourself, it's short for Raven Rock Mountain Complex. It's in Pennsylvania, near Blue Ridge Summit." Ash made a dismissive gesture at the SecDef. "I've toured it before," he admitted. "All the military speak and designators are lost on me. At any rate, I don't like it at all. First time POTUS broadcasts from Raven Rock, the jig is up." Marigold shook his head. "We have a mock-up of this very room at Site R. Even if you set foot in here, you'd never be able to tell the difference between the two." "It's already been decided," repeated President Tillman. "Let's get a move on." The President's 3-man security detail stood at attention with their backs facing the Situation Room's main entry. They sprang into action as the President rose from his leather chair. 2 of the detail, armed with compact Heckler & Koch MP7 personal defense weapons, flanked the President as he approached the door. The 3rd man, a former member of SEAL Team 6, carried the football, a leather briefcase containing various items necessary to react to a national emergency, including the 3x5 card containing the President's nuclear launch codes. The agent pressed the football to his leg and brought up the rear, effectively sealing President Tillman inside the bubble, the designation given by the Secret Service to the immediate area around the President when he was on the ground and on the move. In fact, the moment the decision to leave was made by the most powerful man in the free world, the agent with the briefcase cuffed to his left wrist lifted a radio to his lips and said, "Wolverine is on the move." President Tillman was hustled from the Situation Room up the stairs to the south portico entry, and then out onto the south lawn where 3 identical MV-22 Ospreys sat, nose to tail, their massive rotors a blur of motion atop upturned engine nacelles. The air outside smelled of the kerosene-tinged exhaust produced by the 3 pairs of Rolls-Royce AE-1107C engines whining away on the trio of hulking aircraft. Colorful leaves swirled in the tempest produced by the downblast created by Marine One, but a short sprint from the White House and already going light on its tricycle landing gear. And sprint was exactly what the President and his security detail did. Head down and surrounded by armed agents, President Tillman, once a track and field standout at the University of Michigan, ran the entire distance from the White House to Marine One, the nearest of the 3 dark green Ospreys. Drawn by the mechanical contraptions loitering noisily on the south lawn, dead things, zips, and slow movers alike, found their forward advance stalled by the chest-high perimeter fencing. Now and then a zip would hit the crush of undead from behind at full speed and make its way up and over and onto the lawn. At first, Secret Service uniformed division officers wearing windbreakers over body armor and brandishing M4 carbines eliminated the random zips as soon as a breach occurred. Now, after having been wheels down for nearly 5 minutes, the effect the Ospreys were having on the dead was noticeable and dangerous, because the number of zips making their way over the fencing and onto the White House grounds easily outnumbered the men and women assembled to protect the awaiting Ospreys. Just as President Tillman set foot on Marine One's rear ramp, a pair of zips came loping in from the west. As fast as the threats had appeared, the former SEAL with the football reacted. Letting go of the suitcase, he gripped his MP7 stunted forestock with his newly freed hand and shouldered the weapon. Going to a knee, the agent engaged the first zip, dropping it well beyond Marine One's rear ramp with a trio of 4.6mm by 30 bullets, fired single shot. Zip number 2 was just receiving a faceful of congealed blood and brain tissue from zip number 1 when the agent's second volley tore into its neck and chin. Lower jaw bouncing around on a tether of shiny muscle, the female Zip continued to advance. Disregarding his own safety, the agent rose and, tethered football carving a furrow in the lush lawn, launched himself at the Zip's legs. President Tillman was ducking his head and mounting the ramp when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the agent's takedown of the second Zip. What he didn't see, as he was pushed forcibly into a nearby seat by an agent, and a Marine crew chief descended to loop safety belts over his shoulders, was the agent who had been to his left delivering a lethal double tap to the already face-shot Zip. The ramp was just motoring up, and the Marine crew chief was cinching Tillman's belt when the pair of trailing agents tumbled inside. Football safe and sound, both men unscathed. As Marine 1 launched vertically into the gray October sky, President Tillman was peering out the hip window and watching the Osprey carrying key cabinet members as it went, wheels up. He saw agents on the ground engaging dead, pouring through a failed section of perimeter fence. Licks of flame lanced from their weapons, and brass tumbled to the grass as they fought valiantly to the last man. By the time the third Osprey lifted into the air and cleared the skeletal branches on the trees bordering the south lawn, it looked to President Tillman as if a soccer match had just ended and hundreds of jubilant fans had spilled onto the pitch. Donning a pair of headphones offered to him by the Marine crew chief, the President heard one of the Marine aviators up front say, "The White House has fallen." Chapter 20. Fort Myers, Florida. Riker shuttled his haul from the racetrack to the Shelby. He set the cans by the pump and handed the bags to Tara through her open window. Nodding toward the back seat, he said,
"Steve O's throwing off more BTUs than a space heater. That burn can't feel good. There's some aloe vera lotion in one of the bags."
As Tara fished the lotion from the bag, she said, "Let me guess, $20 a gallon?" Riker nodded reluctantly. Lips pursed, Tara examined the colorful bottle. "Tropical scented aloe vera?"
"All they had."
Without another word on the matter, Tara pulsed her window up. 10 minutes later, Riker had topped off the Ford's tank with Supreme and was working on filling the third spare gas can when he felt something being jabbed into his ribs. Down on one knee with his prosthesis supporting most of his weight, put him at a severe disadvantage. And to add insult to injury, the person holding to his ribs what he assumed to be a gun, either through dumb luck or calculated strategy, was doing so on his left side. Glancing at the Shelby's passenger wing mirror, Riker saw his sister in the reflection. She was staring down at her phone and totally oblivious to his current predicament. If Steve O was watching his back, Riker couldn't tell due to the heavy tint on the crew cab windows. The muzzle moved up to his left armpit as the person wielding it shifted their weight and leaned in real close. "Don't move, motherfucker." The male voice sounded familiar to Riker. The beer breath convinced him it was one of the teens from the store. Head down, Riker saw only the oil-stained cement, the toes of a pair of spotless leather Nike high tops, and the gas can he had been in the midst of filling. Though he knew the answer to the question, he asked anyway.
"What do you want?"
"That wad of Benjamins in your pocket, for starters. And then you can give me that big-ass watch on your wrist. And when you're done with that, dig out your wallet." 2 attempted robberies in the same day, thought Riker. Wondering about the odds of it happening, he craned to see the store, but his view was blocked by the gas pump. Working to comply with the first order, he said,
"Where's your buddy? He not into robbing people of their hard-earned money? I bet he's into earning his keep. Am I right?"
"Just do what I asked," growled the robber. The muzzle slipped lower on Riker's side. Feeling it being pushed hard against where he guessed his liver to be, he handed over the money. As he did, he heard the telltale sound of one of the 2 windows above his head being run down. Then 3 things happened near simultaneously. First, Riker heard Tara tell the person holding him up that she was going to blow the afro off your head. Then he felt the muzzle shift away as, presumably, Afro looked to see what kind of danger he had gotten himself into. Finally, just as Riker was about to make a go for Afro's gun, the kid cried, "Don't shoot! Please, ma'am, do not shoot me! It's just a—" Taking advantage of the lapse in Afro's vigilance, Riker dipped his right shoulder and fired his left elbow at where he suspected Afro's head to be. Propelled by fast twitch muscles toned from a combination of genetics and daily push-ups, the lightning-quick move swept Afro's gun hand away, then kept tracking on a counterclockwise upward arc. The impact was jarring for both Riker and his would-be assailant. With the equal and opposite component of Newton's law kicking in, Riker lost his balance and fell forward. The robber's plea for mercy was cut short by the breath-robbing blow to his ribs. The distinct sound of bones breaking was not lost on Riker as his right shoulder, keeping pace with the left's rotation, brought his upper body around full circle. Breath exiting his lungs, he landed flat on his back, staring into Afro's scrunched-up mug and seeing in the kid's hand not a gun, but a rusty Phillips-head screwdriver. In the next beat, mouth working like a fish out of water, Afro dropped the tool, clutched his ribs, and fell backward, ending up tangled in a dangling hose and wedged tightly between the pair of opposing gas pumps. Riker came to rest, stretched out beside the truck and trying to find his own wind. An arm's reach in front of his upturned face was Tara. She was hanging out the window with his Sig Sauer clutched in a 2-handed grip. It looked ridiculous in her small hands. To her credit, the weapon was not wavering. Riker was also pleased to see the safety thrown and her trigger finger braced alongside the pistol's frame. As Riker worked to right himself, he saw the kid's hands snake out and palm the wad of cash. When he looked up at Tara, she was gesturing toward the street with the Sig's muzzle. Voice full of menace, she said, "Drop the cash and get the fuck out of here." Without a word, Afro flipped the folded-up money at Riker, scrambled to his feet, and sprinted across the parking lot toward where his buddy was loitering and drinking from a bottle in a brown bag. Ignoring the cash scattered on the ground, Riker reached up and tapped Tara's elbow.
"Thanks, sis, but you better put that away before someone calls the police on us."
There was a soft click as she engaged the safety. As she drew the pistol into the cab, she said, "I tried to call the police on him."
"And?"
"I got the stock, all circuits are busy message." Her brows lifted as she said, "That kid was empowered. Makes me think Fort Myers PD has a lot on their plate."
"You may have a point,"
said Riker as he policed up the scattered bills.
"Nonetheless, we don't need to draw that kind of attention to us. Gas, food, then we're on the move north."
He made a face when it occurred to him he still had to pee. "All that Florida-Georgia line talk worrying you?" He nodded, then resumed filling the remaining gas cans. After capping the 3rd can and starting in on the 4th, he told Tara what was really bothering him. She listened without interruption, then said, "This Volkov may be on to something. I don't think our government let Romero go on purpose. Still, their actions after the fact really suck. Men in black, all those black Suburbans, the MRAPs and unmarked helicopters." Now she was the one shaking her head. "And you know what they say about the cover-up." Capping the final can, Riker rose and placed it in the bed with the others. Turning back to Tara, he said,
"The cover-up is almost always worse than the crime."
He made a quick recon of their surroundings. Seeing only a man and woman fueling their respective vehicles at the far pumps and a smattering of vehicles headed toward the interstate, he turned back to Tara.
"I'm not so sure about that in this instance. Anything as deadly as Romero needed to be kept under lock and key. If you ask me, they should have never engineered something like it in the first place."
After lifting the tailgate and locking the tonneau, Riker took his seat in the Shelby. Sniffing the air in the cab, he said,
"All of a sudden I crave a pina colada."
That's funny,
Steve-O said.
I have a craving for coconut cream pie.
Maybe we can find a sit-down and sate both of our cravings.
Shooting Riker the look, Tara said, Virgin pina colada. Voice taking a serious tone, Riker said,
Back to the subject at hand. There was that jet on the tarmac at Heathrow, and now Volkov and all his sword rattling. I have a bad feeling that Romero is not only in the UK and Russia. I'm afraid it could have spread all over the globe.
How? Shot Tara. It's only been a week since those dead things started showing up. Riker fired up the motor and eased Dolly into traffic, heading east toward the interstate to, hopefully, a rendezvous with a symbol recognizable the world over. Stopping at the series of traffic lights metering the flow to the freeway ramps, he said,
A week is an eternity, sis. How many international flights does JFK service in a week? How about Logan, Reagan, Atlanta?
Unable to fathom the number of people going through Atlanta on a busy travel day, let alone all of them combined, Tara merely shook her head. The familiar symbol Riker had spotted from the freeway was on the far side of the shopping mall. It was yellow and decorated one of the last signs in a long row of them rising up above various fast food joints. As they passed a Taco Bell, PDQ, and Zaxby's chicken fingers and buffalo wings, all darkened and surrounded by empty parking lots, Steve-O said, Closed, closed, closed. Riker pointed across the dash. He said,
But looky right there. Your favorite is all lit up and open for business.
Steve-O put his elbows on the seat backs.
You said no more McDonald's.
I worked Mickey D's in high school,
Riker said.
Let's just say I had my fill of the Golden Arches.
And then some, added Tara, smiling. You always hooked us up at home. I couldn't wait for the McRib to come back every year. Riker met Steve-O's gaze in the rear view.
We can find somewhere else.
I doubt if we're going to find a place like the Iron Pan around here, Tara said. Turning into the drive-through lane, Riker said,
I can already smell the fries cooking. Something that once you've been part of the team, you will never forget.
Tara and Steve-O ordered Big Macs, fries, and Cokes. Riker opted for just coffee, the largest they'd sell him. It came in a 32-ounce cup that brought a smile to his face. Before driving away, Riker dug into the bag and passed out the food. Steve-O presented the box of fries to Riker.
Want one?
Leaning away from the offering, Riker said,
I've eaten enough of those to last 2 lifetimes. Thank you, though.
While Tara and Steve-O made quick work of the fast food, Riker did his best to breathe through his mouth and backtrack to the ramp to I-75 northbound, where he turned right. Halfway down the on-ramp, where turning to go back wasn't an option, he conceded that once again he'd forgotten he needed to pee. You gotta be kidding me, said Tara, jamming a half-dozen fries into her open mouth. How'd you manage that? The grass infield with the airport shuttles and body bags was coming up on the left. Answering Tara's question, Riker said,
I was too preoccupied with what was on television to ask Enrique for a key.
Then having that screwdriver jabbed into your ribs, Tara said. You thinking it was a gun and all. It's a wonder you didn't piss yourself right then and there. No sense in dying with a full bladder.
Depends,
said Riker, expecting at least one of the others to get the joke. Crickets. Tara was busy staring at a red SUV negotiating a narrow lane left between the lined-up shuttle vans and abandoned civilian vehicles. She thought it was the same Toyota 4Runner that had followed them across the preserve, only now it wasn't loaded down with people. There was a single soldier at the wheel, and it was being driven slow and deliberate, not like it was stolen and the driver was running from the law. The grassy area north of the parked vehicles was mostly mud and marred by tire tracks. Only explanation Tara could think of was that maybe the infield had been used as a staging area for the military vehicles stationed on the exit ramps south of here. As the 4Runner came to a halt on the periphery of the civilian vehicles, her attention was drawn to a pair of guardsmen escorting a blonde woman through the warren of civilian vehicles. Noting the torn and soiled yellow top hanging off the woman, Tara realized who she was looking at. Faster on the draw, Steve-O said,
"That's the pretty lady who was waiting in the swamp."
Craning to see what Steve-O was alluding to, Riker got a good look at both the woman and the soldiers. Instead of noting what she was wearing, he keyed in on the device spanning the distance between her neck and the soldier guiding her ahead of him.
"Damn,"
he said.
"They're using one of those dog catchers thingies to keep her from getting to them."
"Damn smart," Tara said. She looked hungry coming out of the pond back there. I bet the folks in the Forerunner had no idea what they were getting themselves into. As the ramp widened and Riker steered the Shelby back onto the interstate, he said,
"I tried warning them."
Tara shifted in her seat to pick up the action through the rear window. "The other soldier has a gun aimed at it." Riker nodded.
"I saw that too."
Sighing, Tara said, "This shit's a mirror image of what they did to us at the high school. I'm thinking we slipped out of Fort Myers just ahead of it being put under quarantine." Watching the scene recede in his wing mirror, Riker agreed with Tara's assessment. Turning his attention to the road ahead, he added,
"And we all know how well that turned out for Middletown."
"And New York,"
Steve-O added. Tara said, "Which means we need to get as far away from here as possible." Noting the range indicated on the trip computer, Riker ran a quick calculation in his head.
"With the tank full and extra fuel in the cans and back, we should be well into Georgia before we need to think about stopping again to top off."
Tapping on the sync display, Tara pulled up the navigation screen. "I don't think we should wait until we're running on reserves. Fill up when we can seems like the best strategy."
"Wargame it,"
Riker said.
"Find all the stations from here to Tampa and flag the ones that look the most promising. Preferably mom-and-pop outfits first, then single out the ones that are set farthest back from the interstate."
As Tara went to work on the touchscreen, zooming and scrolling and changing the views between road and aerial, fat drops of rain smacked the hood and windshield and roof. Riker shot a sour look at the darkening sky. Flicking on the wipers, he said,
"And now, Mother Nature is entering the fray."
Chapter 21. Raven Rock Mountain Complex, Blue Ridge Summit, Pennsylvania. President Tillman sat in a forward-facing seat in the MV-22 Osprey designated Marine One. During the 20-minute flight from the White House, the Marine aviator flew the big twin-engine tilt rotor like he had stolen it, flying nap of the earth and so low that Tillman could see license plates on vehicles transiting the Pennsylvania backroads. The constant adjustments in altitude had the president's safety harness working overtime. After thundering over a white farmhouse complete with the requisite red barn and grain silo, the pilot dipped into one last narrow valley prior to final approach to Site R, the United States underground Pentagon, and vital component of the three-piece puzzle designed to ensure continuity of government in the event of a national emergency. Looking a little green around the gills, President Tillman regarded his Secretary of Defense. "Almost there," Marigold said. "One final pop-up and a smooth transition to a horizontal flight." Tillman grimaced. He knew smooth wasn't an appropriate adjective to use when describing anything this behemoth did while airborne. In fact, a spin on the Hulk roller coaster at Universal Studios was like riding in a Bentley compared to the Osprey's flight characteristics. The smooth transition had Tillman's stomach crowding his tonsils when the twin-engine nacelles began their steady pivot to vertical. There was a groan and a shudder raced through the airframe as forward speed bled and the massive rotors took big bites of air to keep the ship aloft. Save for the takeoff from the White House's south lawn, the descent and landing at Raven Rock was about the smoothest part of the journey. On approach, Tillman had looked out his window and surveyed the facility. The entrances and support buildings serving the deep underground communications facility sat perched on a crescent-shaped tract of cleared land running along a 1,500-foot-high, mile-long hill located near the Mason-Dixon line. The installation's two-lane service road ran between two pair of buttressed tunnel entrances, fitted with enormous 30-ton blast doors. Set back from the road were a number of buildings, a firehouse, a remote receiving building, guardhouses, and assorted structures arranged around the entry portals feeding to the underground tunnels. The entire site was ringed by redundant 12-foot-high fences topped with coiled concertina. The gates at the east and south ends of the road were manned with armed personnel. Save for the buttressed entrances below, an array of dishes, antennas, and other communication gear bristling from the peak, Site R looked as if it could be owned and maintained by any number of mundane governmental agencies. However, the small convoy of military vehicles entering the east tunnel quickly dispelled that illusion. Marine One jounced once as it landed on the alternate helipad deep in the woods and concealed from prying eyes by mature trees. The rear ramp was already open, and the President's three-man Secret Service detail were hustling Wolverine toward the rectangle of light even before Marine One's wheels had ceased all forward movement. On the way out of the Osprey, Tillman dipped his hips and cast a weary glance at the hurricane fencing paralleled by a dense thicket of trees. Seeing his protectee duck and scan the woods, Special Agent Dan Kite said, "There are no infected in the woods, sir. Site R is sterile. Entrance is this way." Stubby HK-MP7 aimed at the ground, Kite hustled Wolverine through the open gate, nodding at the similarly armed agent manning it. At his back, Tillman heard the turbine whine rise exponentially. The sound was reassuring. It meant the bird was heading to Virginia to collect his family from the Mount Weather Emergency Operations Center. Clamping a hand down on his ball cap, he threaded through the gate and followed the lead agent through a sort of tunnel carved from dense foliage surrounding the landing pad. After a dozen yards or so, they passed over a gravel road awash in sun. Squinting against the harsh light, Tillman drew a deep breath of fresh air and followed Agent Kite into a poured cement tunnel large enough to admit a bull elephant. At the end of the tunnel, maybe 50 feet from the entrance, was a miniature version of the site's main blast doors. Thick, with several inches of hardened steel and skinned with titanium, it stood open and was flanked by a pair of Marines in multicam camos and brandishing some kind of exotic weaponry. The President of the United States was led to an elevator door. As he stood there, running the events of the last week through his head, the door to outside was dogged down, and he finally exhaled the breath trapped in his lungs. Lake City, Florida. With Riker driving the Shelby at speeds well over the posted limits, they quickly outpaced the first effects of the outer bands of Hurricane Owen. Save for a brief pit stop at a rest area 30 miles north of Sergeant Wilcox's checkpoint, during which Riker swapped his Tommy Bahama shirt and shorts for a plain gray T-shirt and khaki 511 tactical pants, he had been driving non-stop for nearly 5 hours. Having come to the conclusion during her brother's pee break that charging a course close to the shore on the Gulf side would likely double their travel time, Tara convinced him they should stick to I-75 until its merger with I-10, roughly 300 miles to the north. For most of the trip north, traffic moving with them had been sparse. Most was civilian in nature, the majority of the vehicles loaded down with camping gear, generators, and various supplies. Now and again they would come upon and overtake small military convoys consisting mostly of multi-wheeled troop carriers and Humvee ambulances. Riker chalked up the dearth of civilian vehicles fleeing north to the fact that the early reporting on Owen had it making landfall near the Carolinas as a medium-strength hurricane registering a 2 or 3 on the Saffir-Simpson wind scale. Hot on the heels of Nicole comes another tropical storm seemingly cut from the same cloth. And so far, it would seem, Floridians are content with staying put and guarding their castles, was what Riker remembered the reporter on the television in the racetrack as saying, which would explain the abundance of flatbed trucks heading south with full loads of sheet plywood. People staying to ride out a hurricane need supplies to fortify their castles, and if Riker hadn't seen evidence of Romero pop up in Miami with his own eyes, he would be prone to believe the southbound National Guard convoys consisting of troop carriers, MRAPs, and Humvees bristling with gun turrets were merely the leading element of a proactive response to the 15th named hurricane of the season. Coming up fast on Lake City, also known as the Gateway to Florida due to its close proximity to the intersection of Interstate 75 and Interstate 10, Riker felt his eyelids growing heavy. The sky had been blue for most of their trip. However, over the last hour, as dusk drew near, the sky to the west seemed to catch fire. Backlit by a burnt-orange sky dominated by the rapidly setting sun, roadside palms and their swaying fronds added a hypnotic effect that had Riker wishing for coffee, or better yet, one of those 5-hour energy drinks. Suddenly, an alarm chimed as the driver's side tires crossed over the fog line and rode over the grooved rumble strips for a couple of 100 feet. As Riker was shocked alert, he played it off, making a minute course correction to get the Shelby back to tracking straight in the fast lane. Going rigid in her seat, Tara asked, "You want me to drive?"
"I'm fine,"
replied Riker, watching a Prius a lane over speed up. He checked his surroundings in the mirrors, saw the station wagon that had been pacing him fall back a couple of car lengths. From the back seat came a long, drawn-out fart. Holding her nose, Tara said, "If that doesn't wake you up, nothing will." She chuckled, the noise coming out of her mouth funny-sounding in her own ears.
"More likely it'll knock me out cold."
He made a show of swerving within his lane. Just a subtle left-to-right jiggle of the wheel that had the Shelby carving long, graceful arcs, each spanning several 100 feet of blacktop. "Stop swerving," ordered Tara. "Last thing we need is to be pulled over because you're goofing around." She rummaged in her bag and came up with a tall aluminum can. Squiggly neon green letters on a black background spelled out "Monster." Riker said,
"I wasn't goofing around. I was trying to rouse our friend back there. He farts a lot less when he's awake."
Tara popped the top on the energy drink. "Not cool," she said, handing it to Riker. Taking the can in hand, Riker said,
"It's warm. I can't even stomach one of these if it's ice cold."
"Just do it, you big baby. You want to risk the alternative? Run us off the road into a palm tree?" Far off in the distance, brake lights flared red. Holding the steering wheel steady, Riker tipped the can and took a couple of long pulls of the tepid, semi-sweet, lemon-lime-flavored pick-me-up. Face screwed up in disgust, he belched loudly and went to stuff the empty can into his door's side pocket. "It'll kick in," she promised. "Soon your hair will be on fire and everything that moves will be a squirrel to you."
"Very funny,"
said Riker. He was having trouble getting the can to seat in the map pocket, so he resorted to using brute force. There were a couple of metallic pops as the aluminum was reshaped. When Riker returned his attention to the road, he saw that vehicles ahead in the right 2 lanes were stopping. The Prius had pulled over to the passing lane and wasn't slowing down. With maybe a half-mile to make up his mind, Riker said,
"What do you think, sis? We coming up on another checkpoint?"
"Looks like a couple of big rigs stopped for something. Better slow down, Ricky Bobby." Tara's Talladega Nights reference was lost on Riker. He wasn't into NASCAR, let alone movies with motorsports a central theme. With less than a quarter-mile to go to the tail end of the backup, Riker steered the Shelby to the left lane, bled speed to put several car lengths between him and the Prius, and then regarded Tara.
"You put the cig away, didn't you?"
"I did, but not under your seat. I put it back in the console where I got it." Spotted only by Tara, a person standing on the grassy median activated a road flare and tossed it to the ground in the breakdown lane. Still regarding his sister, Riker said,
"Great. That means it's sitting on the paperwork from the dealership I'll need to dig out to prove this truck is mine and not stolen."
Instinctively planting both feet on the floor and reaching for the grab bar above her right ear, Tara pointed over the dash and shouted, "Look out, Lee!" As Riker swung his gaze forward, he saw that his following distance had gone from 6 truck lengths to 2, and the Prius, in his lane, its trio of brake lights blazing solid red, was fishtailing like mad. Long dormant training kicked in. Riker braked hard and jinked the wheel left. The risky maneuver sent the wheels on his side into the grassy median and the ones on Tara's tracking down the center of the breakdown lane. From the new vantage, Riker saw the jam, both figuratively and literally, that his brief lapse of situational awareness had gotten them into. A pair of 18-wheelers had stopped in the right lanes. In the middle distance, maybe 200 feet beyond the pair of big rigs, a third semi, hitched to a tandem, was jackknifed and blocking the entire interstate. Having come to rest at a right angle to the first of its two linked trailers, the multi-wheeled Freightliner tractor, all by itself, took up 2/3 of the left breakdown lane. As blue-gray smoke from the Prius's tires poured from the tiny hybrid car's wheel wells, Riker drifted Dolly all the way onto the median and felt through his boot sole the anti-lock braking system kick on. Brake calipers grabbed massive discs, causing the Shelby's nose to dip. As Riker fought to control the slewing rig, twin rooster tails of dirt and grass erupted from her back tires, and he saw that things weren't going to end well for the Prius driver. Chapter 22. A tick after the Shelby's right side tires rolled back onto the asphalt shoulder, the Prius driver's fate was sealed. Instead of countering the slide by steering left to the median, he or she must have panicked because the brake lights went dark and the slow clockwise spin accelerated dramatically. With maybe 30 feet to go before the person who'd dropped the first flare became a permanent fixture on Dolly's grill, Riker muscled the steering wheel straight and put his trust in the ABS system. In the process of igniting a second flare, the woman, who looked to be in her mid-30s, looked up and saw the two vehicles converging on her. Though the Prius driver never recovered from the slide, somehow the car missed the woman entirely. Maybe the person at the wheel decided to sacrifice their life for the woman's, thought Riker. He would never know, because half a beat later the Prius slammed into the Freightliner still traveling at what looked to be about 40 miles per hour. Instantaneously, kinetic energy was absorbed, and there was a tremendous bang and explosion of glass as the hybrid seemed to fold in on itself. Still holding the grab bar, Tara saw the woman go wide-eyed and bring her arms up to her face. In the next beat, likely still processing the near miss, the woman dropped her arms to her sides and unleashed a primal scream. Still moving north of 30 miles per hour, the Shelby passed by the woman on her right side. And though she was spared from becoming a permanent fixture on Dolly's grill, Tara's wing mirror clipped her head, silencing the scream and sending her crashing vertically to the ground as if a trap door had opened beneath her. Having slept through the jackhammer-like pounding of the ABS rapidly slowing the Shelby from 70 to 30, Steve-O was spilled off the rear seat when, near instantaneously, all forward momentum went from 30 to 0. The Shelby ended up stopped on the shoulder with just a few feet separating Tara's door and the tractor's grill guard. So close that Riker saw what looked to him like blood and human detritus clinging to the wrist-thick bars. Jerked out of a deep sleep, Steve-O rose from the floor and poked his head between the front seats.
Holy shit,
he exclaimed in a sleepy voice. Well, I'll be, Tara said. I'm reinstating the swear cup. Pay up. No time for jokes, sis. Riker had already decided the Prius driver was dead and was reversing the Shelby to get a better look at the stretch of I-75 sandwiched between the jackknifed tandem and pair of static 18-wheelers. The scene was utter carnage. Apparently the tandem had run over 2, maybe 3 people prior to sideswiping a minivan, which looked as if it had gone airborne and rolled a couple of times before coming to rest 30 feet past the tandem and on the other side of the far guardrail. On the shoulder, this side of the guardrail, nearly equidistant to the 3 semis boxing in the large debris-strewn swath of interstate, stood a man and a woman. Both wore truckers' hats, blue jeans, and boots, and both were fussing with cell phones as they paced separate courses along the breakdown lane. Closer in, body parts lay scattered over 3 lanes. Scraps of flesh, clumped hair, a glistening pool of blood, articles of tattered clothing, a mismatched pair of shoes, and one mangled leg, all marked what appeared to be the initial point of impact. Multiple blood trails paralleled 100 or so feet of intertwined skid marks put down on the blacktop by the tandem as it jackknifed. A dozen feet behind the second of the tandem's 2 trailers, near where the skid marks and one of the blood trails came to an abrupt end, was all that was left of a rather portly man. It amounted to basically a shirtless torso sprouting one pulverized arm and a badly misshapen head. What should have been a cooling corpse was twitching and bucking in a sad attempt to get itself rolled over. Riker had missed all of this as he fought to avoid 2 separate collisions. Because Tara had been focused solely on the woman she feared was about to lose her life, she too had been spared seeing all the gory details now on full display a few yards off her right shoulder. Tara regarded the dark black skid marks left by the Shelby on I-75. Then she walked her gaze to the median where its big off-road tires had carved twin snaking furrows deep into the mud, then gaped at the single 20-foot-long streak of still smoking tire rubber. Finally, fixing her brother with a look of incredulity, she said, "That was so effing close on so many levels. I am so grateful I gave you my last monster."
I was acting on muscle memory,
he said.
Energy drink or not, the outcome would have been the same.
As Tara opened her mouth to ask the obvious, the woman who had been setting out flares knocked on her window.
"You going to open it?" asked Steve-O. "Because I think she needs our help."
Tara looked a question at her brother. Riker consulted his side mirror. The vehicles that had come upon the scene and had stopped behind the Shelby were now on the move, using the grass median to bypass the accident scene. When Riker looked back to Tara, she was still staring at him with the "what should we do" look on her face. And behind her, the 30-something woman, face white as driven snow, was still rapping lightly on the glass.
"Run it down,"
Riker said.
"Let's see what she needs."
Chapter 23. What the mousy woman tapping on Tara's window needed more than anything was a sedative and to have her bleeding head bandaged. However, all Riker had to offer her was a sincere sorry for hitting her with his mirror. Hands shaking wildly, the woman ignored the apology and asked Tara to call 911. Thumbing her phone to life, Tara quickly tapped out the emergency number and put the phone to her ear.
"Hope yours works," said the woman. "None of us could get through on ours."
Shaking her head, Tara said,
"No, love. Circuits are all busy. I'm guessing you already tried calling for help on your CB?"
The woman nodded.
"Same as the phones. Nobody answers on channel 19. All I get up and down the rest of the dial is white noise. I'm guessing it's because of the coming storm."
Coming storm is right, Tara thought. She reached out the window and placed her hand on the woman's trembling shoulder. Trying to calm her, in a soft voice, she asked,
"What's your name?"
Matching Tara's gaze, the woman said,
"Nicole."
"What happened here, Nicole?" Eyes roving the macabre scene, Nicole bit her lip and tugged at a loose strand of her long auburn hair. Shock is setting in, thought Riker as he craned to see past Tara to get a better look at the woman. Gesturing at the tandem with the inert road flare, Nicole finally said,
"I need help getting it unstuck from my back wheels."
Though she thought she knew what the woman was getting at, Tara said,
"It?"
Nicole nodded.
"It's the same as that one."
She pointed with the flare at the mass of road rash 20 yards distant.
"It should be dead, but it ain't."
"You tried backing up to free the one from your truck?" was all Tara could come up with. Nicole stared slack-jawed as a single tear broke from the corner of her eye and rocketed down her pale cheek.
"There's no helping either one of them,
better to just let them die. Good luck with that, thought Riker. He said,
Is that what you told the others? Is that why they're keeping their distance?
Nicole drew a hand to her face. Biting her knuckles, she met Riker's gaze and said, What am I going to tell them? Somehow the woman flattened between my rear tires is still moving her fingers? Try to convince them that a guy with no legs whose heart and lungs are totally missing from his chest is still alive? Is still moving? How do you explain that without looking like a goddamn crazy person?
So, you didn't tell them?
Shaking her head, she said, I left her right where I found her, then covered him up real quick with my parka. Told the others they were both dead. They took my word for it. Shit! She gestured at the interstate. It's all there for them to see. Fucking knocked my coat off with that torn-up arm. I just don't understand. Am I seeing things? Though he knew the truth, Riker told her what he thought she wanted to hear.
It's going to be okay, Nicole. The paramedics will be here in no time and get things under control.
The trucker grimaced. Her modest makeup application was beginning to smear. Upon further examination, Riker concluded she was closer in age to him than Tara. Though blanched from the shock of nearly dying, her face wasn't marred by the stresses he guessed an over-the-road trucker likely endured on a daily basis. Hell, he thought. 10 minutes driving in city traffic have me wanting to wring necks and go all demolition derby on fools who should have never been issued a license to drive. Steve-O ran down his window and thrust a stack of napkins taken from the McDonald's bag in the woman's direction. As Nicole dabbed at the tears, Riker asked,
So what went down here? Walk me through what you saw.
Composing herself, Nicole said, The man and woman were fighting, I guess. She was trying to get away from him, just jerked her arm from his grasp. She ran from the van. She got a ways away and turned back to see he was after her. When she did that, she ran into my lane. I don't think it was on purpose, though. She paused and drew a deep breath. Continuing, she said, I swerved to miss her, and then she pointed again with the flare at the half-man, just bolted out after her. Bolt is right, thought Riker. The van? Asked Tara. How'd it get over there? The drivers of the pair of parked 18-wheelers had approached and were standing near the Shelby. They had both pocketed their phones and were waving traffic by and chatting intermittently with a couple of motorists who had witnessed it all and then stopped to help. After I ran the two over, said Nicole, I swerved back into my lane and one of my trailers whipped into their van. I felt it. Just a big bang, but didn't see much. She shook her head. I was too busy trying to ride my rig to a full stop and worrying about the couple I just hit to be concerned about the van or who might still be inside it. She went quiet for a beat. Wiping fresh tears, she added in a choked voice, I didn't know. I swear to God I didn't see them in there.
Who?
Asked Tara.
The kids in the van?
Tara asked, Are they its too? Or do they need medical help? The woman's mouth moved, but no words came. After a second or two, she began to sob uncontrollably.
I'll go check on them,
Riker said to Tara.
You hold the fort down.
He opened the console and came out with the cig. After rummaging around at the bottom of the compartment, he located the ultra-compact Scorpion tactical flashlight and Gerber multi-tool he'd picked up during their run from New Jersey. Pocketing the multi-tool, he stuck the paddle holster in his waistband. Pulling his shirt over the pistol, he stepped to the road. Drivers and passengers in passing cars reluctantly tore their eyes from the scene of vehicular mayhem to regard Riker as he made his way around the Shelby to the crumpled Prius. One look inside the hybrid car told him all he needed to know. The front seats were tilted in toward one another. The airbags had deployed and now hung limply from their housings. White powder dusted the interior and driver, who was unmoving and compressed into an impossibly small space. All Riker could see of the corpse was the right arm. The masculine-looking hand once attached to that arm had been severed at the wrist. It sat upright on the twisted transmission hump, palm toward Riker, almost as if it was waving goodbye to him, urging him to take care of more pressing matters. Finished with the grim task, he surveyed the interstate for any sign of the paramedics he had promised Nicole. He saw nothing. No strobing red and blue lights of responding state patrol units. No flashing red and yellow lights or screaming sirens to indicate emergency services were closing in. He saw only the headlights on approaching cars, flicking on as first twilight began to give way to dusk. Leaving the Shelby behind, Riker walked diagonally down the interstate. As he threaded through the debris field, he kept one eye on the passing traffic and the other on the half-man. Nearing the mound of bloody flesh, he saw that Nicole was right. Her navy blue parka had indeed slipped off to one side. He slowed his gait long enough to get a good look at what was left of the man, and it wasn't much. Most of the subtly twitching torso's dermis and flesh and hair was now a long trail of sludge bisecting 2 lanes of interstate. Only one milky eye remained in the skull. Riker caught a case of the chills watching it rove in wide circles within the fractured orbital socket. His salivary glands kicked into overdrive when his gaze reached the thing's chest. As if an alien spawn had just made an unwelcome appearance, a number of ribs had been ripped from the sternum. Like arthritic fingers, they jutted forth at crazy angles. Marrow was seeping from the ribs that had been sheared off during the violent event. Save for ropey strands of sinew and a spinal column reduced to a fraction of its normal length, the cavity where a heart and other internal organs should have been was now a dark and bloody cavern. Riker felt a burning in his esophagus, the rising bile bitter on his tongue. Just as he passed by the thing that used to be a living, breathing human, it lifted its head off the road and made a mewling sound. That stopped Riker in his tracks. The hair on his neck and arms snapped to attention. Unable to stop the process the sights and smells assailing him had started, he put his hands on his knees and emptied his stomach on the center lane of I-75. The monster tasted worse coming up. Wiping the spittle on the back of one hand, Riker noticed the one working eye in the thing's skull stop moving and fix solidly on him. I covered him up with my parka, told the others they were both dead. They took my word for it. Shit. It's all there for them to see. Riker cast a covert glance at the truckers and witnesses. They were standing in a rough semicircle, their backs to him. He went to one knee next to the living corpse. With an economy of movement, he slipped the Gerber from his pocket, flicked out the knife blade, and positioned his body to shield against prying eyes.
"It's for the best,"
he said in a funereal voice, as he hovered the blade above the thing's eyeball. The living corpse tried mightily to lift its flattened arm off the road, groaned one last time, then went completely still. Cadaver still. As a corpse should be. As if it knew sweet release was imminent. When Riker leaned against the Gerber, he heard a soft pop and crunch as tempered steel met resistance with brain tissue and cranial bone. The half-man's final act consisted of the appendage passing for its arm, quivering once, and then a subtle settling of the torso as the remaining muscles went slack. This death was nothing like the handful Riker had witnessed up close in Iraq. There was no pleading, no fighting its finality. No final breath was exhaled, which meant he was spared the ubiquitous death rattle of trapped air leaving the deceased's body. Riker drew in a ragged breath, closed his eyes, and vomited again beside the corpse. Stomach still roiling, He closed the Gerber and glanced over one shoulder. Nicole, the truckers, and the motorists were still near the Shelby and talking amongst themselves. Riker was confident they hadn't noticed the corpse moving, nor the questionable deed he had just performed. If they had, nobody was letting on. Riker repositioned the jacket over the twice-dead corpse, then rose and bowed his head. He said a silent prayer for the man, then whispered,
"I'm going to see the lady and kids now. Rest easy, sir."
Chapter 24. Riker thumbed on the tactical light and kept its bright beam trained on the ground as he backtracked to the jackknifed freightliner. He stayed right of the sputtering flare and skirted another wide swath of human detritus soiling the fast lane. Crossing in front of the freightliner's grill guard, his beam picked up clumps of organic matter clinging to the blood-spattered grill. Coming around to the passenger side, he saw that the truck's fender and right headlight had taken a beating. The former was cracked and streaked with silver paint. The latter had been knocked askew of its housing and was hanging on by a jumble of twisted wires. He also surprised a younger man who was crouched beside the tractor's rear wheels and snapping photos of himself. Startled by Riker's sudden appearance, the 20-something lowered the arm holding the smartphone, rose, and started off toward a tiny red Mini Cooper parked on the shoulder a dozen yards away. His pace was slow, gait nonchalant. "Nothing to see here. I'll be on my way."
"Hey, Red! Stop right there!"
Riker ordered. As if used to being called Red, the guy halted mid-stride and started a slow pirouette in Riker's direction. Maybe 5'10" and $150 soaking wet, the man had the posture of someone much smaller. A shock of red hair peeked out from under an olive-green Castro hat. He wore oversized black cargo shorts and a black T-shirt bearing Marilyn Manson's likeness. On his feet were thin-soled flip-flops, also black. When Red finished the rotation, the smartphone had mysteriously disappeared. As if saying, "What's your problem?" he raised both arms horizontal to the road, palms out. Now away from the chemical odor produced by the burning flare, Riker caught a whiff of a stench he knew all too well. Crushed bowels and freshly spilled blood each had their own distinct odor. Mix those two together, throw in fumes from trash and shit being burned with diesel, and you have what he had been exposed to on a near-daily basis while serving in Iraq. The reek now hitting Riker's nose was very similar. However, he wasn't back in country. He was here, on an interstate in Florida, downwind from the woman the lady trucker had accidentally turned into street pizza. Ignoring Red's blank stare, Riker covered his nose with one hand, faced the truck, and crouched down in roughly the same spot where Red had been crouched, and snapping his selfie. Riker craned and illuminated the shadowy recesses where the first of the two connected trailers hitched to the tractor. There, partially hidden behind the inside set of tires, was what used to be a woman. Being sucked underneath the semi had reduced her to a bloody, near-featureless slab of meat. Somehow she had traveled the length of the chassis and became wedged inexorably between the tractor's second and third axles. Riker inched closer and played the beam on the body from another angle, saw that the entire left side of her face was ground down to bone. Prolonged contact with the tread on the massive rear tires had also turned the left side of her chest into hamburger. From being dragged along the road as the driver fought the swerving truck to get it to where it sat now, the woman's left hip and upper leg on that side had been ground down to half its normal size. Every stitch of clothing had either been blown off from the force of the truck's grill guard hitting her, or had been ripped from her frame during the time spent underneath the rig. Though Riker couldn't see much detail due to the gore deposited on and around the suspension and braking components, it appeared that her left arm had gotten wrapped all the way around the axle, which, he guessed, had spared her from being churned under the two trailers and then spit out on the interstate to die alongside the half-corpse Rising, Riker looked to the redhead.
"Come here,"
he growled. The younger man took a few tentative steps toward Riker, then halted just out of arm's reach. Riker held a hand out.
"Give me the phone and the keys to your go-kart."
Red stared blankly at Riker for a beat. When he finally blinked, his upper lip rose on one side.
"Fuck I will," he sneered. "You have no right to my belongings."
Eyes flicking to his ride, he took a half-step backward in the direction of the guardrail, which was across 2 lanes and a wide, debris-strewn shoulder.
"Prosthetic leg or not,"
Riker said, framing the kid's face with a flashlight beam,
"you will not outrun me."
he waggled his fingers.
"Hand them over, asshole."
A soft, phlegm-addled moan emanated from the gloomy space between axles. The kid's eyes went wide, and his body snapped to attention. Even if he wanted to rabbit, thought Riker, it's clear his legs won't be obeying the impulse.
"Now!"
Riker barked. Slowly, Red reached into a pocket and came out with a set of keys and the thin silver smartphone. Riker held his palm out. Glaring at Red, he said,
"Power it on, tap in your password, and then hand it all over."
Thumbing the screen to life, Red stated, "My thumbprint unlocks it." With no further hesitation, he dropped the phone and keys into Riker's palm.
"Right,"
Riker said, a touch of skepticism showing in the tone. Pocketing the keys, he looked at the screen, then tapped the camera icon. After Riker scrolled through the most recent photos, he queued up the first part of a pair of short videos taken minutes ago. The first video was of the woman wrapped up in the axle. It lasted about a minute and was shot from less than a foot away. The light from the phone illuminating her face and neck revealed what was clearly a series of bite marks. 2 were superficial, barely breaking the skin. The one below her jawbone, where a sizable hunk of flesh was missing, was to the bone and still oozing blood. As the woman's body twitched, the person doing the filming, Red, no doubt, recoiled and took the Lord's name in vain. A second later, the clip ended. Red had been shifting his weight from foot to foot as he watched Riker watching the video. Video number 2 had a nearly 3-minute running time. The footage began outside the crumpled van and quickly moved to the interior. Like a low-budget horror flick, it was a bit jittery. Red had started shooting at the front end where the driver's side door was sheared off, then continued on to the rear seats where 3 girls remained strapped into their seatbelts. 2 were grade school-aged at best. The third, seated nearest the blown-out picture window on the driver's side, was more developed upstairs than the others. All 3 were dead. That much was clear. Necks bent at impossible angles, they all wore surprised looks. Eyes wide open and already beginning to lose their natural gloss as prolonged exposure to air dried them out. Inexplicably, a thin, ceiling-mounted monitor was still deployed and showing the end credits of one of the Twilight movies. Red's phone had even picked up the audio, a pop ditty sung by some squeaky-clean female recording artist Riker couldn't quite place. Riker winced when Red zoomed in on the teenager's torn shirt and partially exposed right breast. He had a feeling as he continued to watch that he knew what was next. And sure enough, the image went wild for a short while before steadying somewhat as a disembodied freckle-dotted hand entered the frame and dove under the torn fabric. The groping went on for a few seconds, but didn't stop there. There was some grunting going on off-screen, and Red's hand continued south, the camera angle changing to record the despicable acts he was doing to the lifeless teen. As Riker averted his gaze, he realized he was on the way to blowing his stack. Muscles in his neck and shoulders and back tight as steel cables, he silenced the video and pocketed the phone. Wanting nothing more than to tear the guy's pasty arms off, stick one hand first where the sun doesn't shine, and then beat him within an inch of his life with the other, Riker instead drew in a deep, cleansing breath. Chapter 25. Thank God for anger management and Alcoholics Anonymous, thought Riker. That short pause, when agitated, had saved Red's life, and likely spared Riker his first look at the inside of a prison cell. When Riker finally swung his gaze back to Red, the younger man wouldn't make eye contact. So Riker ordered him closer to the freightliner, saying,
You want to cop a feel?
He grabbed the back of Red's head, knocking his hat off in the process. Shoving hard so that Red's face hovered just inches above the flesh-choked tread on the outside tire, Riker growled,
She's closer in age to you than that girl in the van. Go ahead. Get yourself some of that. Gives a whole new meaning to stinky finger, don't you think?
As if she'd understood some of what Riker had said, the 3 remaining fingers on the undead woman's right arm waggled.
Look, she's game.
Riker grabbed the belt on the guy's shorts and maneuvered his face closer to the fingers. Red was beginning to shake and whimper, begging to be let go.
All right,
Riker said, hauling Red back and spinning him around like a top.
While I decide what to do with your perverted ass, I have a task for you to complete.
What is it? Red stammered. Looking down on the smaller man, Riker half expected to see a puddle of piss pooling on the ground around his flip-flops. Instead, he saw a frightened child with his hand caught in the cookie jar. Still, that shit didn't fly. The guy was going to have to pay.
Climb into the cab,
ordered Riker, gesturing at the freightliner while telling Red what he wanted him to look for while inside. Red climbed up and disappeared into the sleeper. In less than a minute, he was back in the passenger seat with a long-sleeved shirt in hand and a worried look on his face.
No tire iron, he said.
Riker watched the man step to the road, then relieved him of the shirt. Dropping the shirt to the road, he said,
There's a panel on the back of the cab. I'd be willing to wager the driver keeps her tools in there. If there's not a tire iron, a long-handled screwdriver will do.
Indicating the blood and gut-sullied tires, Red said,
You expect me to climb up on one of those?
Now,
ordered Riker. He thought about brandishing the cig to get his point across, but quickly discarded that as a foolish move. Red did as he was told, bitching and moaning as he mounted the tire. He reached his arm in and popped the panel. Rummaging around in the cubby, he came out with a screwdriver nearly as long as his forearm.
Will this do?
Riker nodded and stabbed a finger at the interstate.
Get down!
Standing on the freeway, Red shot a questioning look at Riker, then tried handing him the tool. Riker said,
You're going to need that.
For what?
Patience,
Riker said, a knowing look ghosting across his face.
First, I want you to reach in there and cop a feel. Make it good. It might be your last contact with the opposite sex for a real long time.
Far off in the distance, a siren wailed. Red balked.
Too old for you, eh? You only like the young ones? The ones you can fool into liking you? Or force booze or pills on until they can't fight you off? Isn't that how guys like you do it?
Red swallowed hard. It was becoming clear to him there was no talking his way out of this one.
Do it!
Riker bellowed, the veins on his neck bulging. Red threaded a hand between the tires. Keeping clear of the corpse's pistoning jaw, he palmed the lump of skinless blubber that most resembled a breast.
Hold that pose,
Riker said as he angled closer and brought the phone up. Seeing that the screen had gone dark due to inactivity, he looked a question at Red.
I told you, Red exclaimed. It reads my thumbprint. Let me out of here and I'll unlock it for you.
In a no-nonsense tone, Riker said,
You can give me the code or I can cut your thumb off and unlock it that way.
To drive the threat home, he dragged the multi-tool from a pocket and deployed the serrated saw blade.
It's your call.
6969.
Isn't that cute?
Riker tried the code. Seeing the phone light up and the lock screen disappear, he located the flashlight utility and thumbed it on.
Is this necessary?
Totally,
said Riker, the memory of Tara calling him with news she'd been raped after clubbing in Fort Wayne, fresh as it had been the night she'd entrusted him with it. At the time, their mom had been waging her losing battle to cancer. No way Tara could burden her with that, so she called the second most important person in her life. And a hell of a burden it was, a weight Riker had been carrying on his wide shoulders for nearly a year now. Not being there for Tara when she needed him most was the worst feeling in the world, and had nearly driven him back to the bottle. As if his only sibling knew he was thinking of her, the Shelby's familiar-sounding horn blared 2 times, a preordained code to let him know who the sirens belonged to. Riker tapped the camera icon, swiped to video, and started filming. With his free hand, he pantomimed what he wanted Red to do. First, he mimicked what he'd seen the pervert do to the teen's breast. Once he had captured Red copping a feel on the living dead thing, he made a stabbing motion to his own eye. Shaking visibly, Red withdrew his hand. It, too, was trembling and slick with blood. As he regarded Riker, a single tear welled up, then traced his cheek. Riker pointed at the screwdriver in Red's hand, then, with a tilt of the head, gestured toward the twitching corpse and repeated the stabbing motion to his own right eye. Red's eyes widened. Message received. "Do it," Riker mouthed. The pool of piss Riker had expected earlier became a reality as Red followed through with the task. Riker videoed Red shoving the screwdriver into the dead thing's eye, then thumbed the phone off and slipped it into the pocket containing the keys to the Mini Cooper. He said, "Drop the screwdriver." Red complied. Without another word, Riker scooped up the shirt and used it to truss Red's arms behind his back. Remaining tight-lipped, he steered the man around the Freightliner and back to the Shelby. Along the way, he picked up strobing lights in the distance. They were red and blue and growing nearer. 2 honks. Police. Riker looked to the Shelby. Tara was at the wheel and flashed him with its brilliant high beams. Riker walked Red to the truckers and pushed him to the ground at their feet.
"This is one sick individual," he said, "and a murderer to boot."
He handed the phone and keys to Nicole.
"Evidence is on the phone. Look at your own risk."
He told her the code and gave her the keys to Red's car. The horn blared again as the Shelby started rolling in reverse. Riker stood in the breakdown lane with a sputtering flare at his feet and his back facing the procession of slow-moving vehicles getting by on the grass median. He was staring down at his own shadow when the Shelby ground to a halt a foot off his right shoulder. The tinted window on the driver's side rear door pulsed down. Steve-O's face appeared in the void. He beckoned to Riker with one hand, the other clamped firmly atop his white Stetson.
"We have to go right now," he said. "The Johnnies are coming."
Satisfied Red would get what he was due, Riker hauled open the driver's door and traded places with Tara. He dropped the transmission into drive as he waited for her to loop around the truck. Eyes going to the mirror, he saw that the flashing lights were almost upon them, and sure enough, they belonged to a fleet of black Suburbans. Once Tara was seated and belted in, Riker entered the steady flow of northbound traffic, the story of what he'd just done spilling forth, and the tension between his shoulders beginning to melt away. Chapter 26. The only detail Riker had left out during his retelling of the story was him putting down the undead half-man. Steve-O was staring at the jackknifed Freightliner when they transitioned from breakdown lane to interstate.
"My money is on monsters," he declared. "Am I right?"
"More like victims,"
Riker answered. "I saw what you did back there," said Tara softly. "It was the right thing to do, Lee. He would have wanted it."
"Still felt like murder, which is why I didn't mention it,"
Riker conceded.
"It wasn't like the one coming at us in the tunnel. With that one, I just acted. If you break it down, he, it, the bolt, whatever name you choose, impaled itself on the push bar.
I get it, and I agree wholeheartedly, said Tara. That time in the tunnel was all about survival. What you did back there on the road was an act of compassion. Riker said nothing as he watched the speedometer creep north of 70. Settling into a nice cruising speed of 75, he glanced at Tara. Voice taking on the same soft tone as hers, he said,
"Who was he?"
"Is all I was thinking when I did it."
"Was he a dad? Someone's brother?
Was he some little old lady's son and on his way to help her survive this thing?" Tara said nothing. She was busy dabbing at her eyes with a napkin. Voice adopting a hard edge, Riker went on.
"It's so fucking messed up what this Romero thing is doing to us. What it's making us do to people just like us."
Following Riker's thoughtful observation, Steve O said,
Then we have to think of something better to call them than monsters.
He went quiet for a few seconds. Finally, voice trailing off as he sank back into the crew cab, he added,
I'll think on it.
After skirting south of Lake City on the 75, Riker took the Shelby through a sweeping right-hand interchange that spit them out on westbound Interstate 10, the southernmost cross-country interstate highway in the American interstate highway system. Exiting the interchange, they found all westbound lanes of I-10 choked with fast-moving vehicles. After merging with the flow of traffic and settling into the center lane, Riker stole a look at the sync screen and concluded they were witnessing the beginning of a mass exodus from Jacksonville, some 60 miles to the east. Bordered by mangroves and palm trees, I-10 seemed to go on forever, splitting a flat, desolate landscape dotted with swamps, open fields, and the occasional homestead. On the distant horizon, the bottom half of the sun was just beginning to merge with the ground clutter. Bisected horizontally by a thin black cloud band, no doubt dumping rain somewhere in their path, in just a few seconds the yellow-orange orb seemed to swell to twice its normal size as the millennia-long battle against night's approach began anew. 10 minutes after leaving the accident site, the Shelby's automatic headlights flared on, illuminating both northbound lanes with twin cones of blue-white light. They rode in silence for more than an hour, keeping pace with thinning traffic, and not once seeing evidence of Romero's touch, the Florida National Guard, or Johnny and his fleet of black vehicles. But that all changed southwest of Madison in the midst of Hickstown Swamp, when Riker saw blue and red lights far off in the distance. "Better slow down," urged Tara. Riker thought, "Aye, aye, Mom." But out loud he said,
"And give off a guilty vibe?"
"You're going 10 over." Steve O said,
Dolly goes 10 over when she's parked.
"The man has a point."
Riker kept the same pace. 30 seconds after spotting the red and blues, the Shelby's headlights washed over a Dodge Charger with Florida Highway Patrol on its door. It was parked at an angle behind a silver Tesla. In passing, they all got a quick snapshot of the scene. The lone trooper was on the shoulder behind his vehicle and busy cuffing a wild-eyed man bearing a mouthful of bloody teeth. Sitting on the shoulder, back to the Tesla's rear bumper, was a middle-aged woman. She wore a pained expression as she pressed a blood-soaked compress to her abdomen. The Shelby was moving just south of 80 miles per hour, and maybe 3 truck lengths beyond the Tesla's sloped front end, when Tara said, "Shouldn't we stop?" Wanting nothing to do with what he'd just seen, Riker said,
"Looked to me like the trooper had the situation under control."
Though he didn't voice it, it was clear to him that the trooper was going to have a full back seat, and that meant the likelihood of the trooper getting into his loaded-down Charger and giving chase was right up there with the Cubs winning the World Series. It wasn't until an hour later when Tallahassee showed up on the navigation pane as a mess of red, traffic-choked roads that, once again, they began to see strange happenings, clear evidence of the infection's rapid westward surge. About midway through the gentle east-west parabola I-10 took as it skirted north of Tallahassee, they came across another multi-car pileup. Though there were no emergency vehicles on scene, the static brake lights gave Riker enough advance warning to slow down and get an eyeful of what was happening. Unlike the previous incident back on I-75, there were no flares being deployed, and no Good Samaritans looking to help. 6 vehicles were tangled and blocking the right lane and shoulder. The Shelby's headlights picked up multiple pools of what looked to be automotive fluids. On the shoulder beyond the wreck, a dozen adults were engaged in a wild and bloody melee. As the Camry Riker had been keeping pace with for some time signaled and began to drift to the left breakdown lane, he said,
"That right there makes driving in Atlanta look like a trip down Sesame Street."
which prompted Steve-O to ask,
Who's your favorite puppet?
The man was back to hanging on the seat back and holding a half-eaten Twinkie in one hand. Having shed the Stetson, his wispy, graying hair was plastered helmet-like to his head. Without missing a beat, Tara said, I know who Lee's least favorite puppet is. Face intruding into Riker's personal space, Steve-O chanted, Who? 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 Riker shook his head. Steve-O continued to badger Riker as Tara looked on, smiling.
Big Bird,
divulged Riker.
Always was and always will be. I hated his nasally voice. I really, really hated how he stooped over top of everyone he met.
Sounding genuinely inquisitive, Steve-O said,
Why?
Tara said, Because Lee was always super self-conscious of his size.
I'd love to be as tall as you, Lee. Then people wouldn't look down on me.
Lump forming in her throat, Tara said, Who's your favorite puppet, Steve-O? Chin upthrust, he said,
Snuffleupagus.
Eyes going watery, Tara asked, Why him?
Because he's Big Bird's imaginary friend,
said Steve-O somberly. Going on, he added,
I was a lot of people's imaginary friend.
What do you mean by that?
Riker asked.
At school, people would only talk to me when we were alone.
Blinking away tears, Tara said, And they ignored you in the halls, right? Steve-O nodded.
At the dances, nobody talked to me. In gym class, nobody picked me to be on their team. At lunch, nobody sat with me.
Tara exhaled and began to sob. Her chest heaved, and she buried her face in her hands. Shooting Tara a concerned look, Steve-O said,
Did I say something wrong, pretty lady?
Tara looked his way and shook her head. Said, You did nothing of the sort. Riker handed his sister a napkin, then regarded Steve-O.
It's not you, big man. Tara has been there. She's been bullied. Looked over for positions and stuff.
Nodding, Tara said, I'll be on your team, Steve-O.
We're friends now, Lee and Tara Riker. From now on, you can call me Steve.
He paused and handed Tara another napkin.
But only if you want.
No way, Jose. I'm fond of Steve-O,
said Riker.
Is it cool with you if I keep calling you that?
Sure thing. Just don't call me Jose. That's not even close to Steve or Steve-O.
Riker said.
You got a deal.
Still dabbing away tears, Tara cracked a smile and nodded in agreement. Chapter 27. With the lights of Tallahassee proper illuminating a distant bank of low clouds, they passed a chain truck stop disgorging 18-wheelers, many of them colliding with each other in their wild dash to escape some unseen horror within the sprawling group of squat buildings. Look, Tara said. She was pointing at the mobile station when a semi-tanker truck caromed into one of the fuel islands, taking out a bank of pumps and sending the roof overhead sliding from the poles supporting it. No sooner had Tara opened her mouth than a massive explosion lit up the night sky. It was so bright the glow of nearby Tallahassee was completely washed out. Tara drew in a sharp breath. As she did, the Shelby was hit broadside by the shock wave and rocked on its suspension. As a result, the steering wheel jerked in Riker's hands. It felt as if the Shelby had been hit broadside by 100-mile-an-hour-plus wind gust. It took a handful of seconds for Riker's night vision to return, even longer for him to believe what they had just witnessed. Driving blind along 100 yards or so of I-10, arms locked and knuckles going white, was nearly as frightening to Riker as sharing that dark stadium tunnel with the Bolt at the high school back in Indiana. My money is on monsters, thought Riker, the flames and smoke cloud roiling over the business concern, but a jumble of orange and yellow dots, thanks to his compromised vision. Shielding her eyes from the growing conflagration, Tara dragged out her phone and thumbed in 911. Putting the device to her ear, she made a face and drummed her fingers on the dash. There was a secondary explosion at the station. Due to the distance traveling nearly 80 miles per hour had put between the Shelby and the secondary explosion, they heard nothing and escaped being rocked by its shock wave. Tara shook her head and scrutinized the iPhone screen. With the winking lights dotting the sprawl of North Tallahassee reflecting as a soft glow off the smartphone's glass, she said, "All circuits are busy. Please stay on the line. A lot of good that'll do right now for whoever's still inside that truck stop."
The infection is chasing us west, Riker noted. I'm pretty confident we're going to find the border to Alabama closed and soldiers screening for signs of sickness.
"Sickos," blurted Steve-O, "is much better than monsters."
Coppa Feel Red was the real sicko, thought Riker.
They are carrying the sickness,
he agreed,
and one little bite spreads it. Sickos works for me, Steve-O.
I agree, Tara said. They used to be people just like us. Just because they want to eat us doesn't mean we can't show them a little respect. Riker kept the Shelby in the right lane as they skirted Tallahassee and pushed west, passing half a dozen blocked-off ramps, feeding to beaches to the south and nearby towns and smaller cities flanking the interstate. Much like the handful of freeway exits between Naples and Fort Myers, access to Midway, Greensboro, Defuniak Springs, Crestview, Holt, and Milton were all being protected by a mixture of National Guard soldiers, local law enforcement, and armed citizenry, a nearly 200-mile corridor where the only choice they had was to watch the gas needle creep south and continue driving west. Carry on, you're not welcome here, was how Riker interpreted it all. After traveling 200 miles in a little over 3 hours, with the only drama being a tailgating asshole whom Riker wanted to fill with buckshot, traffic ahead on both lanes of Interstate 10 began to slow, then stopped altogether. Beyond the flaring red lights on braking vehicles were 2 rows of stopped cars, trucks, and SUVs. Most were darkened inside and out. Some, however, became a beacon in the dark when a person inside tapped a brake pedal or flicked on a dome light. Tara asked, "What do you make of this?"
I'll reserve judgment until I can check it out for myself.
Conduct a little, what do you Army guys call it? Recon?
Exactly.
Riker slewed to the left lane and brought the Shelby to a full stop, leaving a yard or so between the rig's grill and the boxy little import that had just conducted the same maneuver. Riker looked back at the half-cloverleaf interchange they'd just bypassed. It was maybe half a mile distant. The silhouette of a darkened SUV could be seen on the overpass looming above the interstate. Amber marker lights giving their position away, a number of vehicles blocked the on-ramp to westbound I-10. And to add insult to injury, a backloader, its roof-mounted lights ablaze, was building a dirt berm across the off-ramp feeding the overpass from eastbound I-10. No turning back now, thought Riker, as he started mulling over their next move. A group of people were congregated around a jacked-up pickup equipped with a cab-over camper. On the rear of the camper was a porch light of sorts. It threw off a weak yellow spill that illuminated a graphic, featuring a smiling caveman wearing woolly mammoth fur and brandishing a wooden club. A rack on the back of the camper shell held gas cans, an old-style ratchet jack, and a pair of high-dollar mountain bikes. Tara said, "Doesn't look like trouble." Riker said,
"I don't see flares or anything pointing to another wreck."
He leaned over and eyed the navigation pane. It was mostly blue, with I-10 represented as a solid green line that continued on for an inch or so before entering the sea of blue pixels. Tapping the spot where I-10 started out over the digital water, he asked,
"How far are we from this bridge?"
Tara said, "Not very." Riker looked a question at her. "Less than a mile, I guess?" He rapped the steering wheel.
"Pisses me off that we've made it all the way from Miami, keeping one step ahead of Romero, and then we come up against this."
Interjecting himself into the conversation, Steve-O said,
I don't like it here. There could be sickos lurking about.
not sure if he truly liked the newly adopted name for the infected, no matter their stage on the journey to undeath or their ambulatory speed thereafter. Riker started the emergency flashers to blinking, set the e-brake, and shut down the engine.
"Keep your eyes peeled for sickos, Steve."
Tara mouthed, "Steve?" Riker shrugged. She said, "You're going it alone again, aren't you?" Nodding, he reached into the center console and snatched up the Sig Sauer. "If you take that," Tara said, "best you be ready to use it." Shooting her a look that seemed to say, "No duh," he reached under his seat and came up with the stubby shockwave.
"Buckshot, slug, buckshot is how I loaded her up. You have 6 shots. Only point it at something you're willing to destroy. Finger off the trigger until you need to do the destroying."
He elbowed the door open, causing the dome light to bathe the interior with its warm yellow glow. He studied her face in the light for a couple of seconds, saw she was beginning to drift off, her features slowly adopting her patented, "You're not my parent" look. Riker stepped to the road.
"Keep it locked,"
he instructed, then shut the door. As he passed by Steve-O's window, he met the man's gaze through the glass, made a V with the first 2 fingers on his left hand, and pointed to his own eyes. "Watch my back." Seeing the man throw a "message received" salute, Riker stalked forward to a cube of a vehicle that, ironically, just so happened to be a Nissan Cube. Through the cube's wraparound rear window glass, he saw that the entire back of the vehicle, everything behind the 2 front seats, was occupied by bags of groceries, blankets, and camping gear. Both front seats were empty. Where the driver went, he hadn't a clue. Moving on, he heard the hiss of radials on asphalt as more vehicles arrived. Brakes squealed, and then doors were opening and closing. Finally, as he came up alongside the minivan ahead of the cube, he heard harried voices questioning the cause of the jam-up. About to find out, he thought as he walked nonchalantly past the gaggle of people standing beside the pickup with the cab over. Tipping his Braves hat at the people as they all craned toward him, Riker raised the flashlight beam waist-high to them and gave them a quick once-over. There were 5 total, 2 men and 3 women. Judging by their relaxed postures, the men holding long-necked buds one-handed and facing each other as they talked, the women standing in a tight little circle, knees close to touching, Riker concluded they all knew one another. Maybe they were traveling together in the truck looming over them, or some of them were riding in a nearby vehicle. As Riker kept on moving, he studied the scene frozen in his mind's eye. The men were both Caucasian and much older than him. The one he'd made eye contact with was narrow in the face, maybe 5'10", and lean for a man his age. The bushy soul patch under his lower lip was ringed by a neatly trimmed silver goatee. His hair was mostly gray and parted down the middle. A braided ponytail showed itself when he turned his head. Silver earrings inset with some kind of green stone sparkled in the residual light thrown from Riker's Scorpion. The second man was about 6 foot and looked to be pushing 300 pounds. He wore his gray hair cut high and tight and was dressed in nondescript clothing. Worn blue jeans, a gray cotton shirt with the sleeves hiked up past his elbows, and a blue kerchief knotted around his neck. On his stockinged feet were a pair of Birkenstock sandals that looked old enough to have seen their fair share of Grateful Dead concerts. The women were all a bit younger, with the tallest among them deeply tanned. She wore her raven black hair in a short bob cut. Rimless glasses rested on an aquiline nose centered perfectly between high cheekbones. Artisan-style silver earrings decorated both ears. Intricate necklaces, also sterling silver, encircled her neck. Every one of her fingers, thumbs included, bore at least one silver ring. Most of the woman's jewelry was adorned with the same green stone as Ponytail's earrings. Turquoise was Riker's best guess. In that split-second pass, Riker had pegged Ponytail and the tanned woman showing similar interests in jewelry as a couple. How the two unassuming women fit in with the couple and Birkenstock-clad man remained a mystery. Riker continued on down the seemingly unending line of inert vehicles. After passing about 15 or so, he veered left toward the front fender of a low-slung Corvette and covertly let his fingertips drag the length of the car's swooping hood. Still warm. So he walked another 100 yards, head down and watching where he was stepping. Without breaking stride, he reached over and touched the hood of a full-size import pickup. Cold. Taking into account the outside temperature, which at the moment was closer to 60 than 70, he guessed the rig's motor had been shut down for quite some time. Standing as tall as possible, hands still braced on the cold hood, he peered down the long line of vehicles. Though he couldn't see an end to the queue where I-10 curved gently left, maybe a mile distant, he did spot some kind of emergency vehicle, its flashing red and blue lights lending an ominous feel to the entire scene. Taking into account the number of vehicles stretching from his position to the distant flashing lights, he guessed the span must have already been closed for a couple of hours before the pickup arrived. As Riker contemplated continuing on to the bend to see what lay beyond, a disembodied voice filtered from the truck's partially opened window. "Keep your hands to yourself, a-hole." Raising his arms in mock surrender, Riker continued on, striding past another 10 vehicles before giving wide berth to a small group of people fighting over a half-full can of gasoline. Finally, after walking what he guessed to be another third of a mile, all the while craning and angling to see more of what was happening near the beginning of the water crossing, he found a spot near the bend with direct line of sight to the roadblock. Packed in tight, bumper to bumper between him and the bridge were 30 to 40 vehicles. Where there were only intermittent strands of barrier cables running parallel to the east and westbound lanes near the Shelby, here I-10 was divided by concrete Jersey barriers. The flashing blue and reds he'd spotted from a distance were mounted atop the pair of armored vehicles blocking both westbound lanes. One man stood beside the nearest vehicle. He was illuminated by the strobing light spill. Riker saw that the man was outfitted in dark BDUs. On his head was a tactical helmet sprouting some kind of night vision device. A long gun was held at a low ready. Hanging off one hip were pre-looped flex cuffs. A holstered pistol rode low on his right thigh. Though the man wore a uniform with no insignia to speak of, he carried himself with the disciplined poise of someone with years of military training. Having learned little more than the rough estimate of how long the bridge had been closed, and that crossing was likely not happening any time soon, Riker commenced the long walk back to the Shelby. Chapter 28. On the initial leg of Riker's recon trip forward, people barely looked at him, and not one person, save for the owner of the pickup who'd called him an a-hole, had spoken to him. Now, on the way back, his pace quickened by his desire to turn the Shelby around and find an alternate route, people were poking their heads out of windows and asking him what he had seen. "Bridge is still closed," was his stock answer, until he reached the spot in the road where he'd come across the New Age couple and their 3 friends. Ponytail was sitting on a camp chair beside the pickup and strumming a pretty damn good rendition of Neil Young's Old Man on an acoustic six-string. His partner was standing before a folding table and heating a pot of something on a Coleman camp stove. She donned a woolen shawl with a Navajo design and looked up when Riker diverted the flashlight beam from the road a few feet ahead of him to the ground near the couple. Before he had shifted the cone of light, he learned the others were no longer there. He said,
"Sorry for encroaching with my light. Didn't want to step on anyone's toes in the dark."
"No worries," said the man, speaking slowly. "We're just passing time until they reopen the bridge." There was an underlying southern twang to the man's voice that Riker couldn't quite place.
"I don't think they'll be letting anyone across,"
Riker proffered.
"At least not in the dead of night. My guess is that the inspections and strip searches will be commencing shortly."
Standing and clicking on a flashlight of his own, the man said, "You may have a point." He leaned the guitar against the pickup and extended a hand. "Name's Tobias Harlan." Nodding as Riker clasped his hand, he added, "Maria here is my better half."
"Lee Riker," he said. "Pleased to meet you both."
He had already removed his ball cap to shake Harlan's hand, so he merely nodded at the woman.
"How long have you all been waiting here?"
Harlan said, "Going on about 90 minutes, give or take." Riker's previous guesstimate of an hour, when coupled with the time it took for him to make his round trip, added up to nearly 90 minutes. Not bad for a spitball estimate. A low rumbling started way off to the west. Harlan said, "We've been hearing that about every 30 minutes or so."
"There's a big naval air station south of Pensacola,"
Riker noted.
"Means those are probably Hornets."
The rumble rose in pitch and grew louder by the second. In less than a minute, the air was filled with the howl of a flight of 4 jet aircraft. As they darted left to right, low overhead, Riker spotted twin cones of flame shooting out back of each individual ship. Riker thought back to when they'd skirted Tampa earlier in the day. With the United States Special Operations Command headquartered at MacDill Air Force Base just a stone's throw south of the city and sitting pretty exposed on a spit of land jutting south into Tampa Bay, he had expected to see lots of military aviation activity transiting the base's restricted airspace. But he had not. Not a single F-15 or Osprey. No transports or refueling birds lumbering into the sky. Not a thing had been airborne over Tampa, either. No news choppers monitoring traffic. No shiny Airbus helicopters shuttling VIPs from place to place. Nothing. Now that he thought about it, perhaps the airspace over the city had been designated a no-fly zone. Still focused on the rapidly dimming cones of fire, Riker wondered where the northeasterly heading they were holding would take them. Over Georgia and then the Carolinas? Perhaps points further north or east? Maybe they were going to bank hard to starboard real soon and rocket downstate. He'd never find out. However, that they were currently flying on afterburner made it clear to him they were needed somewhere in a hurry. "They were really getting it on," observed Harlan.
"Damn straight,"
agreed Riker. Taking her hands from her ears, Maria said, "I wonder where they're all going." Voice betraying a hint of disgust, Harlan said, "Probably in support of that ongoing training exercise been fouling up the roads everywhere we've been." Changing the subject, Riker said,
"Your plates are New Mexico, I see."
Nodding, Harlan said, "Me and Maria are treating my baby brother's boy to a road trip." "He's not really a boy anymore, Tobias," interjected Maria. "He's 20 going on 30. Wise beyond his years, that one." Gesturing with the flashlight, Harlan said, "You got that right, honey." Maria turned on a battery-powered lantern and started pouring steaming water into enamel camp mugs. "Instant coffee, Mr. Riker? Water's real hot."
Sacrilege,
thought Riker. Out loud, he said,
"No, thanks. I'd better be getting back to my family."
Harlan swung the beam at Riker, said, Family. Where are you all headed? Wondering where the nephew was, Riker was about to give a vague answer to the question when a soft clicking noise preceded the sudden materialization of a wiry form astride a matte black mountain bike. Harlan was first to react to the sound, his flashlight beam following as he pivoted to his right. Maria set aside the pot and lifted the lantern off the table. Now awash in the light from the lantern and flashlight beam, Riker saw that the person dismounting the bike was a young man. The nameless nephew. The rider wore black BDU pants, the pockets bulging. Riker noted the cuffs of the uniform pants were tucked into a pair of coyote tan desert boots and bloused to perfection. Long dark hair flowed from underneath a floppy-brimmed hat sporting a woodland camouflage pattern. A headlamp, its light extinguished, rode high on his forehead, where it was mostly concealed by the hat's drooping front brim.
I found a workaround,
said the nephew, pausing a few beats to catch his breath.
There's an old guy running a ferry.
Harlan tilted his head and stared daggers at the young man, who continued on, saying,
He's set up for business at a boat ramp a few miles south of here.
Jess, said Maria sharply, put your bike away and lock it up so it doesn't get stolen. She didn't wait to see if he was complying. She had already turned away and was dumping the water and coffee out on the road. Looking at Riker, Harlan said, Jesse is a little restless, so we sent him on a ride. More like a silent recon, thought Riker. And though he was watching Maria hastily breaking down her stove and table setup instead of looking directly into Harlan's faded blue eyes, he still nodded to show the man he had been listening. Harlan introduced Jess to Riker, who stood his ground and said,
Pleasure.
What's going on?
asked Jesse. Shooing the young man away, Harlan said, I figure this jam will be breaking soon. Better get things situated for the long drive ahead. Nice meeting you, Lee. Having heard and seen enough, Riker nodded again and pointed east. Saying,
Family awaits.
He turned and walked on, the dull ache and incessant throbbing in his stump beginning to wear on him. Chapter 29. Nearly to the Shelby, Riker was momentarily blinded when its HID headlights flared to life. Though he didn't know it because he had instinctively brought a hand to his face and closed his eyes, the headlights had gone dark a half beat after they had snapped on. After caroming off a mirror and banging into the gray SUV now sitting broadside to the Shelby, Riker's night vision was beginning to come around. There was a whirring sound, and Tara's head poked out of the passenger window.
What took you so long?
She whispered. Giving her a dose of her own medicine, Riker lit her face up with the Scorpion's blue-white beam. Karma's a mother was what was crossing his mind when the low moaning riding the onshore breeze reached his ears. Hair on his neck pricking, he looked over the hood, aiming the beam at the tree line just beyond the desolate eastbound lanes. Seeing nothing there, he regarded Tara.
What's up, sis?
While you were away on your evening stroll, 2 dudes showed up. Riker dragged the cig from the holster and made a slow pirouette. Finished, he said,
What did they do?
One of them looked in my window. Interrupting, Riker said,
He didn't see you?
She shook her head.
You were always the darker one,
he ribbed. Screw you, Lee. Steve's window powered down. In his hands was the Nerf rifle, locked and loaded from the looks of it.
I was ready, he stated, but Tara told me to lay low, that they'll probably move on.
Again, a drawn-out moan sounded from directly across the interstate. It was followed closely by the sharp cracks of branches breaking.
But they didn't,
said Riker, looking in the direction the sounds were coming from. Tara shook her head. Nope. One backtracked and started messing with the lock on the tonneau cover. Steve said,
We think the other butthole was messing with the gas cap.
Riker looked the length of the interstate, saw the Harlan's truck jockeying around on the shoulder. The white backup lights bracketing the camper shell were accompanied by intermittent flashes of red as the driver stabbed the brake pedal. Meeting Tara's gaze, he said,
Nobody came to your aid?
It's nighttime, Lee, and the teenagers were wearing dark clothes. Doubt if anyone even saw them. Besides, she added, once I rolled down the window and aimed the shocker at the one on my side—
Shockwave,
corrected Steve-O. Whatever, responded Tara. They saw the gun and scurried off from wherever they came.
Which way did they go?
Tara stabbed a thumb behind her.
I'm going to top off the tanks,
Riker said. Then what? Riker pointed at the Harlan's camper. Whoever was driving had just gotten it straightened out and was reversing it eastbound in the westbound breakdown lane. Seeing the top-heavy rig creeping along in reverse, shimmying and rocking to and fro, made Riker think of a wooden sailing ship fighting rough seas. Eyes locked on the pickup, he told Tara and Steve-O about meeting the Harlans and then touched on what he'd seen at the roadblock. As he was wrapping up his short retelling of his recon by detailing Jesse's unannounced return on the bike and what was said immediately thereafter, the rear of the Harlan's pickup, camper shell complete with spare gas cans and trio of mountain bikes, motored past the cube and drew even with the Shelby's front bumper. Transmission emitting a shrill whine, the rig continued on, slipping by the Shelby with very little room to spare. Riker tracked the Chevy as it chugged along with Tobias Harlan behind the wheel and Maria in the passenger seat, her face a mask of concern. As soon as the Chevy was nearing the last of the dozen or so vehicles lined up behind the Shelby, it bounded up onto the road and came to a complete stop, rocking subtly on its springs. Topping off the tank can wait, said Tara, indicating the retreating truck. We need to follow them. Agreeing with Tara, Riker ordered Steve-O to close his window. As he brought the Scorpion to bear on the tree line, he heard one of the truck's windows being run down. Bracketed in the wide cone of light was a trio of zombies. The pair to emerge first from the woods were geriatric and appeared to have died and reanimated some time ago. Their ashen skin was marked up with long, angry red gashes. Twigs and leaves clung to the scraps of clothing hanging off their emaciated frames. The male's stomach was marred by dozens of bite marks. The likely fatal wounds wept black liquid and, with each stilted step, seemed to open and close like the hungry mouths that made them. The undead woman following the man out of the woods was missing several fingers on each hand. Her pink blouse was in tatters and soiled with something that had turned it black in places. On her exposed rib cage were a half-dozen purple-rimmed craters where dermis and flesh had been violently rent. Behind the plodding geriatrics was a bikini-clad 20-something. Cause of first death was clear, a trio of puckered gunshot wounds that made up a bloody triangle north of her navel. Like earthworms emerging after a good rain, shiny intestine bulged from a long tear opening up between two of the golf ball-sized holes. Riker was reaching blindly for the Shelby's door when Bikini Girl's lifeless eyes locked with his. Before he could haul open the door and climb in, several things happened in rapid succession. He heard the telltale noise of the Nerf powering up and saw a stream of neon-green foam bullets launch from the open crew cab window. Then, head taking a downward tilt, Bikini Girl's pace quickened exponentially. From the safe confines of the Shelby, Tara bellowed, "Get inside, Lee!" Riker heard the admonition, but didn't respond. He was chanting, "Shit, shit, shit," and throwing the SIG's safety. As he brought the pistol up and tracked the bolt with the SIG's red holographic reticle, it somehow found a third gear, and the fast lope became a head-down sprint. Gun hand braced on the wrist of the hand with a tack light, Riker set his feet a shoulder-width apart and leaned forward to accept the coming recoil. Big mistake on the latter. Not on account of mechanics, though. That was pretty much the way the Army had trained him to shoot more than a decade ago. The problem was the mental acceptance that the recoil was imminent. Because the second he pressed the trigger, the anticipation caused him to overcompensate, which, in turn, made him drag his first 3 shots down and to the left. While not striking the bolt in the face where he had been aiming, the screaming rounds pulverized its right shoulder and humerus to the point that the only things keeping the arm attached and still in motion were a few ribbons of pale dermis and a single glistening strand of muscle. Incredibly, Bikini Girl had covered both lanes of I-10, the breakdown lane, and had made it halfway across the grass median by the time Riker was aware of the damage caused by his errant shots. With Bikini Girl still crossing the median a few feet to Riker's fore, he drew a calming breath and aimed for the bridge of her nose. But before he could press the trigger, inexplicably, the nearly naked walking corpse was lost from sight. Again Tara wailed, "Get in, Lee! They're getting away!" The ineffective storm of neon bullets ceased at once. Eager to see what had dropped the bolt in its tracks, Riker set off across the ankle-high grass. 2 long strides and a quick left-to-right sweep with the tack light, and he had it in his sights. It was on its back, just this side of a taut barrier cable meant to guard against head-on collisions. The damage from the impact with the cable was immediately evident. Horizontal red lines were abraded across both thighs. And speaking to the violence of the rapid deceleration, the shiny intestines that had been playing peekaboo with Riker were now just a big greasy pile of guts lying on the grass beside the thrashing creature. Dipping his finger into the trigger guard, Riker sighted on the undead woman's face and pressed the trigger twice. Tobias Harlan reversing the wrong way down the I-10 had started people gawking. Tara's shouts, followed by the ensuing gunplay, brought most of them out of their vehicles. Unfortunately, with no traffic noise and the Navy jets long gone, the guards likely heard it all as well. A woman in the cube's passenger seat screamed at the top of her voice. As Riker turned his gun on the geriatric zombies, a heavy-set man rushed from the dark. Shooting Riker a disgust-filled glare, the 30-something stepped gingerly around the pile of guts, dropped to his knees, and wrapped his arms around Bikini Girl.
"I wouldn't get that on you,"
Riker said.
"She's got the virus."
"You killed her," declared the man. Looking around, he added, "Someone call the cops." A shouting match erupted somewhere in the dark to Riker's left. 2 distinct voices rose exponentially, and it became clear to him that a couple was fighting over whether the woman should or shouldn't cross over the cable barrier to help the geriatrics. Apparently the fairer sex won the argument, because a few seconds after it had started, it was over, and a woman hopped from a nearby minivan and jogged off toward the pair of slogs.
"They're dead and infected with a deadly virus,"
Riker bellowed.
"Stay away from them."
The woman didn't listen. She vaulted over the barrier and stood facing him, arms above her head. "Forget about them," Tara called. "Can't fix stupid." Behind Riker, the Shelby's V8 roared to life. Rueing the fact he hadn't taken care of business earlier where Susan and her kids were concerned, he waved off Tara's plea and stalked toward the barrier. Aiming the SIG at the slogs, he ordered the woman to step aside. She did the exact opposite. She moved in front of the SIG, then abruptly spun away and into the outstretched arms of the undead man.
"Lady, you just won yourself a Darwin Award,"
muttered Riker as he watched the slog's gnarled fingers thread into the woman's shoulder-length hair. He was drawing a breath and about to fire some hastily aimed shots when the undead woman arrived, and the combined weight of the pair dragged the Good Samaritan off her feet. Before Riker could do anything to change the woman's fate, all 3 had crashed to the ground, arms and legs entangled. Coming to realize the outstretched arms were not a welcoming gesture, the woman screamed and started to plead for someone named Mike to help her. A man sprinted from the minivan. He was wiry and agile and fast. He hurdled the cable with ease, reaching the scrum just as a fan of blood scythed the air a foot in front of his face. The woman abruptly stopped screaming, and the man Riker guessed to be Mike started to pry the clutching fingers from the woman's hair. The man was focused solely on freeing the woman when the female slog bit down hard on his forearm.
"Nothing I can do,"
Riker said as he decocked and holstered the SIG. Hustling back to the truck, he added,
"If only you'd listened to me."
Getting behind the wheel, he saw the Shelby's headlights spill, cut by a number of people in a rush to help the minivan couple. As he clicked his seatbelt home, he also saw a crowd of angry people glaring at him and angling for the Shelby. Tara said, "Get us out of here, now!" All of a sudden, feeling a lot like Frankenstein's monster, Riker dropped the transmission into gear and began the delicate dance of extricating the pickup. Chapter 30. Ignoring the people outside the Shelby calling for him to stop and answer for shooting Bikini Girl, Riker focused on getting the Shelby onto the breakdown lane. Though he had left a couple of yards buffer between the pickup's grill and the tiny Nissan Cube, the SUV crowding the Shelby's rear bumper left him with very little room to maneuver. So he had to resort to a whole bunch of incremental movements front and back, while cutting the wheels left and right, just to get the front end past the Cube. Having no other option than to move out of the way while the pickup was in motion, as soon as it came to a halt, the crowd moved in again.
"Steve-O," called Riker, "I want you to keep an eye on the Harlan's camper. Let me know if they cross the median or take a ramp."
Aye, aye, responded Steve-O. They're a long way off right now.
Flicking his eyes to the rear view, Riker said,
"I see them."
In reality, all he saw was a pair of dim, red taillights. Twisting around in her seat, Tara said, "You're gonna have to haul ass to catch 'em." Riker grunted. He didn't really have the energy to formulate an answer. After cranking the steering wheel hard left, Riker had the Shelby back to moving forward with nothing blocking his path but pissed-off bystanders. A few seconds after beginning the pain-in-the-ass maneuver, the Shelby was parallel to the cable barrier and facing east. Just as Riker was putting the transmission back into drive for what seemed like the 20th time in just a couple of minutes, a man showed up out of the gloom and slammed a closed fist on the driver's window. Seeing a whole bunch of people standing in the Shelby's path, Riker shook his head and waved the man off. The guy wasn't having it. He continued to bang as Riker gunned the engine to get people moving out of their way. Once the Shelby started to roll, the man placed both palms on the window and yelled, "You killed her!" Ignoring the indictment, Riker laid on the horn. The man at the window recoiled. The gawkers assembled on the grass median and asphalt shoulder shielded their eyes against the headlights. Riker flashed them with his high beams. "Get out of the way." A few people shuffled back to their cars. Tara had been hanging on to the grab bar and staring murderously at the man banging on her brother's window, when another man appeared at her window and began haranguing her to get out. Mouthing, "Back the fuck off," she brought the stubby shotgun up off her lap and aimed it squarely at the 20-something. Taking a cue from Tara's action, Steve-O rolled his window down and jammed the Nerf's orange muzzle to the other man's neck. "Back the—" Steve-O didn't get to finish the order because the truck was lurching forward, its huge V8 and Borla exhaust joining forces to create a sonic tempest that started a rift opening up in the crowd. Last thing Steve-O remembered as he was punched into the seatback was the man at the driver window freezing mid-knock and going wide-eyed as he realized a gun was being pressed to his neck. In the passenger seat, as Riker tromped the gas, Tara was seeing more of the same. It was painfully obvious to her that the man had never stared down the business end of a shotgun. He mouthed, "Oh shit," and raised his hands in surrender, then dropped from view. As the people who had exited their cars and assembled on the shoulder and median dove out of the accelerating Shelby's path, the gathering of people beyond the cable barrier slid by in Riker's side vision. What had started out as a wannabe Good Samaritan and pair of slogs rolling around on the grass was now a waist-high mound of writhing bodies. Letting go of the bar by her head, Tara dropped her gaze to the wing mirror. Though it was dark and the form kneeling on the ground was diminishing rapidly, she got the impression she had provided the guy who had been at her window his very first come-to-Jesus moment. She cracked a smile at the notion she may have also caused him to crap his pants.
Truck is turning,
noted Steve-O. Riker said,
I see it,
and matted the pedal. The line of stopped vehicles were now behind them. Up ahead, save for the sweeping spill of the pickup's headlights, the westbound stretch of I-10 was clear. Riker had the road all to himself, so he killed the headlights and pushed the speedo needle past 70. The path the Harlan's Chevy pickup had cut through the median and between a break in the cable barrier was a short drive from where they had started. Riker decelerated rapidly and bumped the Shelby onto the grassy median. Due to the extra weight of the camper, the tire tracks sank deep in the grass and proved easy to follow. Negotiating the chicane left between the run of cable for state troopers and emergency vehicles to reverse direction on the I-10 without having to go to the distant overpass was not an easy task in the wide-body Shelby. It proved especially difficult in the dark. But Riker had no choice. Last thing he wanted to do was turn on the HID lights and risk spooking the Harlans and having them rabbit. Slowly and from a distance was how Riker intended to follow his quarry. Tara was pulling up the navigation window on the sync screen when the Shelby rode up onto I-10 eastbound. She was zooming in and moving the image around with her finger when Steve blurted,
"They're turning."
Looking up, she estimated the distance to the spot on the stretch of interstate she'd last seen the taillights. Regarding the nav screen, she tried to determine where on the pixelated map the pickup had turned south, which was not an easy task. She quickly found that gauging distance in the dark and then trying to convert that to the scaled-down digital map was akin to performing Chinese arithmetic while blindfolded. Squinting at the glowing screen, she said, "I'm not seeing a named road where they just turned." Riker asked, "Is there a road?" She shook her head. "Not an established thoroughfare. If something is there to turn off on, it's a driveway, feeder road, or something like that." Nearing the spot on the right where Tara thought she saw the truck turn off, Riker slowed the Shelby to a crawl and flicked on the headlights. After traveling another 100 feet or so, the headlight beams washed over the entrance to an unmarked access road branching off to the right. Only difference between this road and the one in Big Cypress, where they had encountered the woman and her 2 kids, was the mangled gate. It was hanging wide open and being supported by just one undamaged hinge. Beyond the gate, the narrow track seemed to get swallowed up by the surrounding foliage. "This has got to be it," observed Tara. "The gate
and the trees,"
interrupted Riker as he steered onto the road and stopped beside the steel post to which the one remaining hinge was bolted. Tara said, "Trees?" Riker indicated the trees crowding the road on both sides. Some of their branches were bent and broken from ground level to about the height he guessed the caveman cab over rose above the road. The road itself was littered with leaves and small limbs that had come off the trees. Riker said,
"See how the trees took a beating from the camper?"
Tara eyed the trees, then craned to see the gate. "What color was the guy's pickup?"
"In the dark it looked silver,"
answered Riker.
"Could just as well have been gunmetal gray."
She said, "Well, there is gray paint on the gate."
"I saw that,"
conceded Riker as he pulled the truck into the trees, killed the engine, and extinguished the headlights.
"It's real dark here," Steve-O said. "Hope there aren't any sickos lurking around."
It was real quiet, too. Only sound was an owl hooting somewhere far off. Tara tightened her grip on the shockwave. Throwing a hard shiver, she said, "Can we go now?" Riker shook his head.
"We're going to have to drive with the lights on. Means we'll need to give them a few more seconds head start so they don't make us and run for it."
Propping both elbows on the seat back, Steve-O said,
"Be like Hansel and Gretel, Lee Riker."
Nearly in unison, the siblings said, "Huh?"
"They followed crumbs. You can follow broken branches."
Riker had already been thinking along the same lines. However, not wanting to steal Steve-O's thunder, he turned to him and said,
"I like the way you're thinking. That there is some grade-A Sherlock Holmes power of observation."
While they waited on the dark road, time moving painfully slow, Tara manipulated the satellite image on the navigation screen until the shoreline left of the closed bridge was the focal point. It was irregular and dropped away south by east. She traced a finger along a half-inch-long stretch of shoreline equidistant to the roadblock northwest of them and the small bay to the south. Due south of the spot on the map where the bridge began its long run out over water was the end of the road they were currently parked on. The road met a T. The left branch snaked off toward the bay, while the right wandered off toward a series of docks on the nearby waterway. Though mostly obscured by trees, the roofs of a house and several outbuildings could be seen through the lush canopy. "Here," she finally said. "It's a treed cove. Looks to be sheltered from prying eyes on the bridge." Tapping a cracked fingernail on the screen, she added, "And this road we're on will take us to it." Adopting a passable British accent, Steve-O said, "Elementary, my dear Watson." Then, voice returning to normal and wavering slightly, he asked, "Can we go now?" Chapter 31. The Shelby had taken a beating as Riker tooled it along the unimproved track of a road leading away from the interstate. 5 minutes after leaving the I-10 behind, they were stopped at the T in the road, the big V8 thrumming away under the hood, and the house they had spotted on the navigation screen visible through a copse of mature trees. Someone was definitely home, as nearly every light inside and out were ablaze. The house was a 2-story affair with clapboard siding, sprouting multi-windowed dormers at each point of the compass. Up close, it didn't present as nicely as it had from space. The blue paint was faded and chipped. Its wraparound porch had also seen better days. Many of the white balusters were missing, and the planking was buckling in places. Under cover of the porch roof were a number of cheap plastic chairs and a lone love seat, the cushions making a pronounced dip in the middle. Seeing headlights approaching from the left, Riker turned right onto the 2-lane road. After a short run on pavement, he nosed the Shelby left onto the gravel drive leading to the house. The place was open. That much was clear. At the mouth of the drive was a sandwich board advertising crossing fees. It wasn't a professional-looking item. The old price of $50 per vehicle and $25 per single-axle trailer had been crossed out. The new fares were written on the sign below the old in big block letters. Incredulous, Tara said, $1,000 a car? And another $1,000 if you have a trailer? Are they fucking crazy?
"Nope. These folks are shrewd risk-takers," Riker said. "There's probably some kind of statute on the books says you can't ferry people across when bridges around here are shut down. Supply and demand drives the price."
"That's a lot of Big Macs," declared Steve-O.
"That's highway robbery," sneered Tara. "No different than the dicks selling gas at a 400% markup." Riker didn't want to argue with Tara. It was a losing proposition any way you sliced it. She was a bit of an idealist, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. However, when someone had something you and a whole bunch of other people really, really needed, maybe even coveted, the people holding the commodity were the ones in the driver's seat. The drive took them past outbuildings and then curled around back of an enormous glass greenhouse. Coming out into the open, they saw a number of things not visible on the satellite image. Halide lights mounted high up on wooden posts bathed everything close to the water in soft orange light. On the right, facing the inky black water, was an open-air boathouse twice the size of the greenhouse. On the dock beside the boathouse was a pair of rust-streaked gas pumps. Abutting the boathouse was a general store of sorts. A sign on the store's shingled roof read, "Shorty's Bait and Tackle." On the wall facing the boat ramp, directly below the sign, was a single door with one glass window bearing a closed sign. On the low porch left of the door was a freezer dedicated for block and cubed ice. A handwritten sign on one of the freezer doors indicated Shorty was all out of both. Right of the entry was an old refrigerator emblazoned with the words, "Live Bait." Each of the store's 4 darkened windows hosted a glowing neon beer sign. Dead ahead at the end of the drive, currently occupied by a number of vehicles, was the Ferry landing Jesse had spoken breathlessly of. Harlan's gunmetal gray Chevy, last in the long line. As far as ferry landings went, this slab of concrete disappearing into the dark water was nothing more than a boat ramp lined by orange traffic cones to show where vehicles needed to line up prior to boarding. Riker set the brake and shut the motor down. Turning to Tara, he said,
"I'm going to go check things out. See if I can find Shorty or his boss."
"I'm going,"
declared Steve-O.
"I have to pee like a racehorse."
Riker nodded and grabbed the cig from the console. Looking to Steve-O, he asked,
"Do you ever have to pee like any other animal?"
"Don't be a smartass to your elders, Lee."
Riker had no answer for that. Suppressing a smile, Tara said, "Be careful, bro." Riker said,
"I will. You be careful, too."
And though he really wanted to instruct her to gun up and lock the truck behind them, he decided to see what she would do if he didn't. Like a wild animal freed from a leg trap, Steve-O launched out the door and began walking toward the bait shop. Riker closed both doors and lifted his gaze to Tara. She was staring at him through the window glass, worry in her eyes. Just as he was beginning to second-guess leaving her behind, the locks thunked shut. She showed him the little pump gun and then mouthed, "Hurry back." As Riker rushed to catch Steve-O, he looked the length of the line of cars and saw a man in a black hoodie and olive-green hip waders turning away from the Harlan Chevy.
"Wait up, buddy,"
called the man, his long shadow seeming to weave and bob with each purposeful step he took in Riker's direction. Though high in pitch and a bit reedy, the voice definitely belonged to a man. Riker said,
"You work here, buddy?"
Nodding as he pulled the hood back, the man said,
"I'm collecting fares for Shorty. Cash, gold, silver, like new stuff in trade. We take it all."
Riker sized the man up, found there wasn't much size to him. He looked to be a couple of inches north of 5 foot and a few years north of 50. A plug of tobacco puffed out his lower lip, the brown juice dribbling from the corner of his mouth as he talked. The picket of yellowed teeth were crooked and flecked with tiny black tobacco granules. Explaining the nasal tone to his voice was the boxer's nose. Broken multiple times, the nose jagged left, then right, like a lightning bolt, before culminating in a curled-over nub of flesh, home to blackheads and broken capillaries. After a pregnant pause, during which the man looked Riker up and down and Steve-O disappeared around back of the bait shop, Riker shook his head emphatically.
"First I need to speak with Shorty," he insisted.
"Suit yourself," said the man. "First come, first serve is how we work it here, and Shorty is about to load 2 more paying customers and shove off."
"You the deckhand or something?"
"Or something,"
answered the man. Riker craned to see the corner where he had last spotted Steve-O. Nothing.
"How long is the round trip?"
The man spat tobacco juice on the ground. Wiping his lips on his sleeve, he replied,
"About 30 minutes, give or take."
The rumbling of jet engines began anew. Riker panned his head and determined the noise was coming from behind the boathouse, which told him the boat ramp was oriented in roughly the same direction as the bridge, and that meant the ferry was probably going to motor south by west before making landfall somewhere near the Naval Air Station. Regarding the little man, Riker said,
"Where does Shorty make his drop-off?"
"Depends."
Riker stared the man down. Finally the man said,
"Depends on where a fellow wants Shorty to take him."
Trying another tack, Riker asked,
"Where does the $1,000 trip end?"
The man spat again.
"A short ways south of here, but on the east side of the airbase."
Riker lifted his shirt and dove a hand into his pants pocket, inadvertently revealing the cig in the process. Displaying the wad of hundreds, he peeled 10 from the stack and handed them over.
"Do I get a receipt?"
Don't worry, said the man. You know where to find me.
With that, he was on to the next vehicle in line. Riker called,
"I'm not much of a worrier,"
and struck off toward the bait shop. The bait shop's restroom was a pair of honey bucket porta-potties secured side by side and locked to the trunk of a nearby fur. Riker was wondering what kind of freak would want to steal several hundred pounds of plastic shithouse when his attention was drawn to the curled corner of a dark green tarp covering something laid out on the ground behind the fur. Taking a step around the trunk, Riker leaned over and lifted the tarp. The sight of a pale, human hand, its dirty fingers curled tightly into a fist, started his spidey sense tingling. Uncovering the corpse's naked upper body revealed clues that set him somewhat at ease. The milky eyes were open and stared skyward. Cause of death appeared to be the pencil eraser-sized hole in the young man's temple. Having seen his share of true crime documentaries, Riker identified the tiny black dots on the pale skin surrounding the hole as powder burns. Clearly, someone had put this one down up close and personal. The cheek facing Riker was ripped away, the bloody flap suspended by a ribbon-thin length of skin. Lifting the flap, he saw that the stark white molars were still locked down on what looked to be the better part of someone's thumb. Beginning on the corpse's neck, just below the ear facing him, were a number of deep furrows still weeping blood. They were angry red and continued over the shoulder and on down the right arm. Where the meandering scratches ended, the bite marks began. They were puckered and oozing blood, the jagged ridges ringing the half-dozen-inch-deep wounds peppering the well-muscled forearm were purple and curling over. Coming to the conclusion that this was likely the corpse of a bolt, and that the severed thumb meant it got to someone else before being put down, Riker dropped the tarp and tucked the corner under. No sooner had he hinged up and backed away than the door on the nearest outhouse opened, and Steve-O stepped out.
"Hey there, man-o'-war,"
said a still slightly shaken Riker.
"You drain every last drop out of that trouser snake of yours?"
Still cinching his belt, Steve-O smiled and nodded.
"Let's go check out this ferry."
Looking up at Riker, one hand adjusting his Stetson, Steve-O said,
You look pale, Lee Riker, like you just saw a ghost.
"Maybe it was something I ate,"
Riker lied.
"My stomach is a bit queasy."
Waving Steve-O along, he struck off toward the distant boat ramp. Chapter 32. Riker felt Tobias Harlan's eyes tracking him and Steve-O as they walked past the man's high-riding Chevy. The man was leaning against the truck's grill and talking quietly with his wife and nephew. Ignoring the trio of gazes following him, Riker continued on by with Steve-O in tow, and none the wiser to the scrutiny. To the left of the boat ramp was the long dock Riker had spotted on the satellite image. It was lit up with soft light thrown from frosted globes atop nearby stanchions. Though he'd gotten a feel of the scale of the thing from the brief glance of it on the Shelby's navigation screen, the true scope of the operation didn't hit him until he saw it close up. It looked as if a dozen ski boats or runabouts could tie up here at one time. Presently, a 30 or 40-foot vintage motor yacht was moored near the ramp. Thick, taut ropes, coming from the yacht fore and aft, wound around burnished metal dock cleats. White fenders hung at intervals from the yacht's deck rail. With all the gleaming mahogany and brilliant chrome trim, Riker had the vessel pegged as a Chris craft, a super high-dollar item when new decades ago. The waxed and buffed beauty still projected that, if you have to ask how much, you probably can't afford me attitude. As the motor yacht strained against the lines, the fenders rubbing against the gleaming white hull produced a symphony of squeaks. Why the owner wasn't already moving her to a safer port was lost on Riker. Out of the blue, Steve-O stopped walking and pointed at something off to his left.
Jet skis,
he called to nobody in particular. Riker followed his arm and spied, parked underneath the magnolia tree fronting the house, a single-axle trailer carrying two newer-looking Yamaha Wave Runners. For sale, $1,000 each, trailer free if you buy both, was spray-painted in white on a plywood sheet propped against the trailer. Steve-O asked,
"Can we ride one?"
"Not tonight," Riker said. "Maybe when we get to where we're going, we can look into buying a pair of them."
Obviously excited by the prospect, Steve-O said,
"There's water where we are going?"
"There's got to be a lake or two nearby."
"Tara won't tell me where we're going. Every time I ask, it's just, 'West, Steve-O.'"
The Stetson brim cut the air as he shook his head in frustration.
"Sorry about that. It's just—"
Riker went quiet for a tick.
"It's just that we don't want to say it aloud and end up jinxing it."
"I understand," said Steve-O. "But we're going to need 3 jet skis, one for each of us."
And just like that, he was on the move toward the boat ramp. During the brisk walk, Riker counted 8 vehicles waiting their turn to cross. Of the 8, 2 were passenger cars currently in the process of loading. Behind them was a newer Honda Ridgeline pickup and an import minivan. The pickup's load bed was covered with a blue tarp. Judging by the sharp angles of the items underneath the tarp, Riker guessed it was filled with furniture. The minivan contained only humanity. The seats and back were all occupied by kids of indeterminable ages. A man and woman, both in their 30s, sat up front. Their faces turned expectantly toward the short man in the hoodie as he barked orders at the driver of the car he was guiding onto the ferry. Lashed to the minivan's roof was a plethora of camping gear. Riding beside the colorful stuff sacks, Rubbermaid bins, and Coleman cooler was a black Yakima box, its contents a mystery. Behind the van full of kids was an SUV with a young couple in the front seats. It was crowded from behind by a tiny import car with a lone elderly driver at the wheel. The Harlan's Chevy and Riker's Shelby were lined up behind the import. Since Riker had pulled in, additional vehicles had arrived, the long line now curling out of sight behind the greenhouse. Riker caught up with Steve-O at the water's edge. The older man was standing on the algae-slickened ramp, hands on hips, watching a 4-door Caprice nosing close to the Ford Taurus wagon already in place on the ferry. After walking backward a few feet to get a panoramic side view of the vessel, Riker breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the ferry lived up to its name. It was basically a motorized barge able to accommodate 2 vehicles lined up grill to bumper. And though it sat low in the water, it looked pretty stable. Riker saw no creature comforts to speak of, just a closet-sized pilot house sitting port-side amidships that looked to have been designed to accommodate the pilot and one other person. A plaque on the pilot house read, "Miss Abigail." A waist-high railing ringed the vessel on 3 sides. On the bow was a rectangular steel plate that acted as the ramp when deployed. When retracted, the ramp completed the railing. All in all, while not a ride worthy of the original fare, let alone many times that amount, Miss Abigail appeared seaworthy. The man in the hoodie was standing near the ramp and working some out-of-sight controls. As the ramp began to motor into the up position, Riker strode over to the ferry and stopped a yard short of the bow. Placing a hand on the port-side railing, he made eye contact with the man who had taken his money. Though he suspected he already knew the answer, he called out loudly, "Where's Shorty?" When the ramp clanged against the port and starboard bulkheads, the man hurriedly battened it down. Finished, he regarded Riker and said,
"What do you call a fellow with a bass drum strapped to his back, cymbals between his knees, and an accordion in his hands?"
With a tilt of the head, Riker said,
"A one-man band?"
There was a high-pitched turbofan whine in the sky behind them. The man said,
"Exactly,"
just as a pair of Hornets inbound to Naval Air Station Pensacola flew low and slow overhead. Noting the planes were flying lights out, Riker stared at the orange glow of the retreating engines until their noise diminished. Finally, he stared up at the man on the ferry and said,
"That would make you Shorty."
The man smiled, showing off tobacco-stained teeth. He said,
"The one and only,"
and spit a stream of juice overboard. And the shoe fits, thought Riker. A window on the Caprice whirred down, and a man demanded the ferry get underway.
"I pay good money,"
he called ahead of a couple of choice swear words. Shooting the impatient fare a keep-your-pants-on glare, Shorty said,
"And you are?"
Lee Riker.
"What is it that you want in addition to the ferry ride, Lee Riker?"
I saw that thing under the tarp.
Shorty stared hard for a second, then said,
"And I saw that pistola tucked into your waistband, so fucking what?"
He drew his hand out of his pocket and showed off a compact Glock. Gaze swinging from the rear of the bait shop to the motor yacht, he added,
"That thing attacked the owner of Liquid Assets there. Came running out of the dark and tackled him. Bit his thumb clean off, then came at me with a full head of steam. I had no choice. Hell, everyone here saw me do it, and not a single person said a thing. Nobody called the cops, and not one of those pricks helped me drag the body to where I stashed it."
So you think they don't know about the virus? Just figured you were acting out of self-defense?
"Oh, they know,"
conceded Shorty.
"It's just that if they acknowledge the virus, acknowledge that the runners and shamblers exist, then they have to admit that the show on AMC or that the movie at the Cineplex, 28 Days, whatever, is not just entertainment, that it's all real as a heart attack."
He reached 2 fingers into his mouth and removed the plug of tobacco. Knowing exactly what Shorty was talking about, having not only seen it on display in others, but having also experienced his own brand of normalcy bias early on, Riker said nothing.
"You know why I do this?"
Shorty said, wiping his fingers on his wet weather pants. Without allowing Riker time to answer, he pulled out a can of Copenhagen and went on talking.
"I have a daughter in college at NYU. You know how much that costs per year? It's a lot of bait and tackle and fuel, that's how much."
Riker shook his head.
I have no idea the dollar amount.
He paused for a beat and watched Shorty dive his fingers into the packed tobacco and stuff an insane amount between his lip and gum. Suddenly, the events of a long day landed on his shoulders. From seeing Shorty reload his pick-me-up of choice, Riker craved something to give him a jolt. A big steaming cup of black coffee. Maybe a Red Bull. Hell, even one of those nasty Rippets Halliburton had flown in to Iraq sounded kind of refreshing right about now. Finally, he said,
Have you heard from your daughter?
Eyes wet with tears, Shorty shook his head.
Not since Monday of last week.
I know something about what happened in New York, and it was far more than the terrorist attack story they're still trying to prop up. I also know what I saw while driving from Miami to here.
He fixed his gaze on the vast blackness beyond the light's reach. Steve-O had been listening in on the conversation, his head panning back and forth as each man spoke. Meeting Shorty's glassy-eyed stare, Riker said,
I have a proposition for you.
Shorty wiped his eyes and then looked a question at Riker.
Steve-O,
said Riker.
Why don't you go back to the truck and check in on Tara?
Happy to have a job to do, Steve-O threw a salute and trundled up the ramp, the first very prescient words of a well-sung rendition of Cash's God's Gonna Cut You Down hanging on the humid night air. Raven Rock Mountain Complex. Sitting in a black leather chair emblazoned with the presidential seal, President Tillman leaned forward, planted his elbows on the table, whose identical counterpart sat in the White House Situation Room 70 miles away, and steepled his fingers. 3 fingers of Knob Creek in a crystal highball sat on the table before the president. It had been ignored since DHS Secretary Salazar placed it there 10 minutes prior. After enduring a full 10 minutes of deep, brooding silence, 61-year-old chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Marine Corps General Gerald F. Dunlap, cleared his throat and said, "Mr. President," interrupting, Tillman said, "Jerry, we're going to be in here together for a while, so let's stick to first names." Bowing his head, the general said, "All right, Hank, first names it is. The bombing campaign is failing. We're seeing little attrition. All we're accomplishing is the destruction of infrastructure while suffering unfortunate instances of collateral damage. With all due respect, I think you need to ground the assets. I also think it's time to call for a national emergency. While we're going down this road, you need to consider sending out a nationwide presidential alert. With Alexei Volkov rattling his rubber sword, the American people need your assurance that we are able to at once take steps necessary to quell Romero's spread and stand up to any aggression the Russians may take." Tillman had been nodding the entire time. He said, "Recall the bombers. Call the alert. First time using the alert, am I right?" The chairman nodded. "Then bring me the draft. I'll need 10 minutes to look it over and make necessary revisions." Addressing the head of DHS, Dunlap said, "Maria, get up to communications and have them take Town Crier through a dry run. I want this to get out to as many citizens as possible." Nodding, the petite brunette said, "You got it, Gerald. On my way." Regarding his SecDef, Tillman asked, "Any word from Executive Foxtrot 2? "They picked up your family from weather, Hank. Last I heard, they were diverting to exfil Maria's husband." The president said nothing. Understanding the silence for what it was, a need for more intel, Marigold said, "He's a lobbyist with Higgin and Hart. He made it by car to Arlington Memorial, found some high ground, and is in contact with Executive Foxtrot 2. Downing the bourbon in his glass, Tillman said, "Alert me when they're on final approach. I want to be there to greet them." "Will do, Hank." With that, the room cleared, leaving the president alone with his thoughts and a lion's share of Knob Creek left in the bottle.
पालखी मिरवते कारले डोंगराला, माझ्या आईची पालखी मिरवते कारले डोंगराला, तुझे कारल्याची डोंगराला, तुझे कारल्याची डोंगराला नाही न सैताची महिन्याला, दर्शनाची ओढ आई लागली ग मनाला, लागली ग मनाला नाहीन तुझ्या मी भेटीला, माझ्या आईची पालखी मिरवते कारले डोंगराला, तुझे कारल्याची डोंगराला, तुझे कारल्याची डोंगराला नाही न सैताची महिन्याला, तुझे कारल्याची डोंगराला नाही न सैताची महिन्याला, तुझे कारल्याची डोंगराला नाही न सैताची महिन्याला, तुझे कारल्याची डोंगराला नाही न सैताची महिन्याला. झाडी ही दाट, तुझ्या डोंगराला झाडी ही दाट, तुझ्या डोंगराला झाडी ही दाट न तू ग भक्तांची पाते वाट.
तुझा पाहायला आलो ग थाट, तुझा पाहायला आलो ग थाट, तुझा पाहायला आलो ग थाट, नाही तुझी पहिलीच घेतो भेट.
माझ्या आईची पालखी मिरवते खाले डोंगराला,
भक्त सारे येती ग आई तुझ्या दर्शनाला.
तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला, तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला नाही न चैताची महिन्याला.
तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला नाही न चैताची महिन्याला. तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला नाही न चैताची महिन्याला. तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला नाही न चैताची महिन्याला.
शोभे नाकात मोत्याची नथ, शोभे नाकात मोत्याची नथ, पायी नाकात तुझ्या गणत न तू साऱ्या भक्तांच्या मनात.
नवस फेडाया येतो दारात, आई तुझ्या गदारात, तुझ्या गदारात तू धावून येणार संकटात.
माझ्या आईची पालखी मिरवते खाले डोंगराला,
भक्त सारे येती ग आई तुझ्या दर्शनाला.
तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला, तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला नाही न चैताची महिन्याला.
तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला नाही न चैताची महिन्याला. तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला नाही न चैताची महिन्याला. तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला नाही न चैताची महिन्याला.
माझ्या आईची पालखी मिरवते कारले डोंगराला,
भक्त सारे येती ग आई तुझ्या दर्शनाला.
माझ्या आईची पालखी मिरवते कारले डोंगराला.
भक्त सारे येती ग आई तुझ्या दर्शनाला.
तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला, तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला नाही न चैताची महिन्याला.
तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला नाही न चैताची महिन्याला. तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला नाही न चैताची महिन्याला. तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला नाही न चैताची महिन्याला. तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला नाही न चैताची महिन्याला. तुझे कारल्याचे डोंगराला नाही न चैताची महिन्याला.
The Plan, Riker's Apocalypse, Book 2, written by Sean Chesser, narrated by Adam Paul. Prologue. Sunday, October 16th, 2016, Miami Beach, Florida. Lee Riker, or Leland, the name given him by his late parents, shut off the Shelby Baja's 6.2-liter V8 and clicked out of his seatbelt. Elbowing his door open, he was assaulted by 85-degree air, heavy with humidity and the sweet smell of freshly watered flowers growing around palm trees fronting the Best Buy store. Without a second glance at his new, shiny metallic blue Ford, Riker set the pickup's alarm and pocketed the keyless fob. As Riker strode across the half-full parking lot, he took in his surroundings. A steady flow of vehicles filed by on a nearby 6-lane. The one-level building closest to the busy boulevard was occupied by a pizza place and liquor store. Only a handful of people roamed the sidewalks bordering the parking lot. The Best Buy dead ahead of him was basically a rectangle of mirrored glass framed by faux stacked stone the color of coffee ruined with creamer. Perched high on the corner of the building was the easily identifiable blue and yellow sign. The set of mirrored double doors reflected Riker's likeness back at him as he stepped to the low curb fronting the store. As the automatic doors parted, sunlight caught the titanium and carbon fiber prosthesis fitted to the distal nub of scar tissue roughly 6 inches below Riker's left knee. Designed and fitted for him by a prosthetic specialty store outside the Beltway in D.C., the high-tech item shod in a black Solomon hiker was not the only thing he had earned driving high-level brass around in armored SUVs during his short deployment to Iraq. He also lived daily with a low-grade headache, the byproduct of the closed head injury brought on by the same IED that stole his leg and killed everyone aboard his Land Cruiser that awful day many years ago. Stepping inside the Best Buy, Riker removed his wraparound Oakleys. Slipping his sunglasses into the breast pocket of his black and gray Tommy Bahama shirt, he performed a quick visual recon of the store's interior. The air inside the high-ceiling building was cool and still. Riker